Good morning. Good morning. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and get started with our invocation. That will be led by the Reverend Sean Eckberg of the Episcopal Church of the Resurrection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman James Cooper.
Let us pray. Almighty God, it is through you that we live and move and have our being. And from time to time we're tested by virtue of our own agendas. Send your Holy Spirit upon this place and kindle in your hearts the wisdom of that Spirit, that we may respect the dignity of every human being and love each other as we love ourselves, and then turn that love to you. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I call this special meeting of the City Council to order. We find ourselves on item 3A. This is a presentation on mental health. Of course, all of the items today are presentations on potential MAPS 4 projects. This is our fourth of 4 meetings on this topic, and we are ready to get started because the air conditioning turns off at 5, so we probably need to move. Mental health will be our first topic. You know, I'm assuming Commissioner Bloomer's going to kick it off, right? You know, this is here because this has been a very notable topic to our constituents, I think, for years. And as the MAPS 4 process developed, it was something that immediately rose to the fore. It also sort of synthesizes with the ongoing conversation that is not ultimately our responsibility here at the city about the county jail, but is certainly something that's on our minds, and we want to be a team player in regards to the solution there. And so it didn't take long for conversations amongst, the CJAC committee that kind of unifies all the community interests regarding the county jail, conversations with county commissioners, conversations with city councilmen and women to all sort of coalesce around some sort of concepts that would help mental health in our community, but also maybe be a contributing factor to a long-term solution for our jail issues. Early on, I recall in this conversation early on in the year, I recall Commissioner Brian Mon writing in an op-ed about this topic of mental health in our county, and around the same time, started conversing with Commissioner Carrie Bloomer, who has a background in these issues and is really interested in it. And she just really took this on. And so I said, go for it. I thought that was fantastic that she would do that and kind of do the legwork that brings us to the point of what we're going to discuss today. And so I think Carrie is really here as an interested citizen and somebody with background in this, not necessarily a county commissioner in this context, but certainly she also brings that perspective to the table because it is an important one, because all of this sort of moves in conjunction with efforts at the county level to have a jail solution that we will also want to be a part of. So with that, Commissioner Carrie Bloomer, if you wouldn't mind getting us started. The floor is yours.
I understand Miss Debbie fed you, so you guys are good for like 4 hours, 3 hours? Thank you so much, Mayor. Like the Mayor said, I'm Commissioner Carrie Bloomert. Before I became your county commissioner, I worked in public health and mental health, building partnerships and coalitions for the Oklahoma City County Health Department. I've spent years building relationships with almost every partner in this room. The people and the partners in this room are some of the fiercest advocates for mental health and addiction in our city. Our proposal today is about every single person in our community who we have failed by not providing the right treatment and the best care at the right time. Today is for them. On a personal note, my mom is alive today because of a crisis center. In 2004, my mom hit a breaking point after over 30 years of untreated mental illness and untreated addiction, and she had a plan to end her own life. Her friend Carolyn drove her to a crisis center in Tulsa and literally saved my mom's life. And now, as your county commissioner and as a public advocate for mental illness and addiction, I see thousands of people walk into our jail every year who need community-based treatment, not a jail cell. We can all say that mental health and addiction treatment are important, but until we as an entire community invest our valuable resources in caring for everyone who needs it, we are not doing our job to create a safe, healthy, and thriving community. So before I start our official presentation, I'm going to ask Shannon Garrison to come up and share her story. Shannon is a graduate of mental health court here in Oklahoma County, and she is now a community health worker within mental health court and drug court. So Shannon, would you like to come up?
Good morning. She gave you my official titles. What I want you to know about me is I'm an addict in recovery who suffers from mental health problems. In a 2.5-year span, I spent 2 years in and out of county jail. I would get out, spend a month there, and go right back in. There was no treatment for my trauma, and there was no treatment for my addiction that was a result of it, and there was no treatment for my mental health. How do we expect people to succeed when they get released from there when there is no after plan? They have no housing, they have no food, and most of the time we've lost the support of our families. I get to work, I'm very grateful to get to work these days within drug court and mental health court, because what I've learned there is that we don't need to punish addiction, we need to treat it. If we want to make our city a great city, we have to fix the things that are wrong with it. Most people who suffer from addiction, they have trauma that needs to be dealt with. You know, my mental health got worse while I was locked up in Oklahoma County Jail, because along with my original diagnoses, I suffer from PTSD and a severe anxiety disorder. I just think we need to speak very loudly against addiction and treat it, and very loudly for mental health. Because today I'm an active, productive member of society, and I'm in recovery, and I've had mental health treatment for the last 3.5 years, and I take my medications daily. I'm a complete different person. You know, I also spend my weekends working at the crisis center as a recovery support specialist. There are not enough beds there for people who need treatment. There's only 16 beds at the Oklahoma Crisis Recovery Unit. There's just not enough. And if you've ever detoxed from opioids on the county of Oklahoma, on the floor of Oklahoma County Jail, you would know the truth behind it all. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Shannon. Okay, here we go. So our big vision is a community-based behavioral health treatment system that is responsive to all individuals with mental health and substance abuse disorders and skilled in serving those with histories of justice involvement. Mental health is health. Both mental illness and addiction are real medical conditions, just like diabetes, cancer, heart disease. They are diseases of our brain, and they can be appropriately diagnosed and treated. Even with illnesses that many once thought untreatable, we know that treatment and recovery are possible, just like Shannon said, and has lived it. Nearly 1 out of every 5 Oklahoma County resident needs treatment for mental illness. And 4 out of those 5 people who have mental illness are not receiving the treatment that they need. In our Oklahoma County Detention Center, our jail, about 25 to 40% of our residents need mental health and substance abuse treatment. So our jail count in the last few months has hovered around 1,600 people. Of those 1,600, 400 are receiving some type of mental health care in our jail, whether that's medication or seeing a physician for mental health. 400 out of 1,600. Oklahoma ranks 40th in adult mental illness and substance abuse. And we rank 42nd in our access to mental health care. So this is an image you may have seen from the Department of Mental Health. It lays out the cost per individual based on what type of treatment they're receiving. So to receive treatment out in the community at a place like North Care or Red Rock is around $2,000 for community-based treatment. Drug court and mental health court are both around $5,000. A single stay in the hospital can average around $15,000. And then if you have someone with severe mental illness who has been sent to prison and they're in prison for an entire year, it costs about $23,000 of taxpayer money to adequately treat that person while incarcerated. So we are wasting our taxpayer dollars. Right now, individuals with untreated mental illness are being incarcerated at alarming rates. This not only strains our valuable public resources, but it makes recovery very hard for the individual. Rather than institutionalizing those with mental illness, we should treat their disease so that they can become productive citizens. So SAMHSA is kind of the federal administrator of mental health. They identify 3 phases of the justice system where you can intervene. So pre-booking jail diversion is to keep individuals with mental illness and co-occurring disorders in the community rather than in the criminal justice system. Then you have institutional services to provide constitutionally adequate services inside correction facilities for people with mental illness and co-occurring disorders who need to be in the criminal justice system due to the severity of their crime. And then you have after, re-entry and transition, to link people with mental illness and co-occurring disorders to community-based services upon their discharge. So most of our proposal today will focus on pre-booking and jail diversion, trying to keep people with mental illness out of our jail. And then a little bit of our proposal will focus on people coming out and providing them support and housing when they come out. So the advantages to community treatment and keeping people in the community and providing them care, other than it is a lot less expensive than incarcerating someone, we help them maintain relationships with their family and friends. Their care providers are more likely to be familiar with that person's individual history. Discharge planning is done by a person familiar with the community resources and can provide assistance where needed based on what's closest to that person. We have shorter lengths of stay in inpatient treatment if someone really does need inpatient treatment. If they're connected with community care, their stay in inpatient is typically a lot shorter. And they spend less time in protective custody. It creates less trauma for the consumer, and it uses fewer resources by our law enforcement. So this is a map of Oklahoma City and Oklahoma County. You can find your ward, and every little black dot is someone who was taken to one of our crisis centers. And the 2 green plus signs in the middle of the map are our 2 crisis centers right now in Oklahoma City. Each crisis center, and I'll explain this more in a little bit, has 16 beds. So 32 beds for the entire city of crisis unit beds. So as you can see, those black dots spread out all over the city and all over the county. So right now, like I said, there are only 2 crisis centers that serve all of Oklahoma City and the surrounding areas. They each have 16 beds, and oftentimes these beds are full, so officers have to drive across the state to find a safe place for someone who is in crisis. This inefficiency takes officers off duty and exposes them to a more dangerous situation. Sometimes you might have to put 2 officers to drive someone 4 hours away, and then they return 4 hours back. That's taking 2 officers off for an entire shift. So it's not using our resources as well as we could. Those 16 beds, that is actually a federal law that says if you want to bill Medicaid and you are providing addiction and mental health services, you cannot have more than 16 beds in your facility. So that is a federal law that we are working with our members of Congress to hopefully get changed someday. But right now, those are the parameters we have to work within. So in June of 2019, and these stats were provided by Captain Jeffrey Pierce, our CIT, one of our CIT officers. He's in charge of the whole CIT program. In June of 2019, 1,628 mental health calls were received by the Oklahoma City Police Department. 804 people in crisis were transported somewhere by an Oklahoma City police officer. Law enforcement officers traveled to 24 different locations to find safe beds. Those range from Bethany to Midwest City, South Side, ERs, the jail, Spencer. And then in the month of June, 22 people died as a result of psychiatric illness or suicide. So we started looking at other model cities who were addressing mental illness and addiction in a very comprehensive way. And we discovered Bexar County in Texas, which is where San Antonio is, has a center called the Restoration Center. It is a full-service mental health and addiction facility. We felt it was a model practice, a model facility. They had diverted over 50,000 bookings from their jail, and they had saved tens of thousands of dollars. So we are proposing a restoration center for Oklahoma City. It will be an integrated clinic where people can receive psychiatric care, substance abuse services, general health care, and wraparound services. This facility will give law enforcement officers another safe space to take people who are in immediate crisis. So our restoration center will include those 16 crisis beds, medical detox, methamphetamine detox, medication-assisted treatment for opioids, a medical clinic, a mobile crisis outreach team, which we heard over and over and over was a huge need to have a team that reached out into the community to try to prevent some of these crises from happening, a pharmacy, temporary supportive housing, which I'll explain more in a minute, a public inebriate alternative, and wraparound services and case management. And a lot of these services already exist out in our community, but I went and met with every single partner, and the recovery center, the PIA, the crisis center, everyone is typically full. TRC has a wait list. The recovery center has a wait list. If you walk in the door today at the recovery center and you want detox services, you have to turn around and go home and wait. They do not have a bed available for you today. So we are going to show you a very quick 7-minute video of the Restoration Center in Bexar County in Texas. Is it good?
Yeah, North St. Mary's, 3910 North St. Mary's at Michael Bridge Park by the Fabulous Pavilion. Got a white male, white black shirt, white shorts. Possible psych patient, possible disturbance.
7820 mental health. We're on the way to that call. Hey, sir, my name is William. Are you okay? Can you focus on me? Focus on me. My name is William. This is my partner, Jesse. You're not in any kind of trouble. We're just here to help you today. Okay, will you let us help you today? Can we help you up, or do you need help? Okay, we're going to help you up, okay? You're not in trouble. We're just here to help you. Okay? Good. 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 We're going to go to our car. Good. There you go, bud. Good job. Watch your head. Good job. Hey, partner, so what are you thinking? What do you want to do with him? Where do you want to take him?
You know, he's mentally ill. He's injured. You know, instead of taking him to jail like we have in the past, we have the Restoration Center now, which would be a great place for him. They could provide him those services he needs all at one place. Why don't we take him there?
I agree. Let's get him there, man. Get him some help.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We knew there had to be a better way. The Restoration Center was opened in 2008 with a simple mission: provide a one-stop shop to treat those in crisis so they can stay out of jails and emergency rooms. Since its creation, the Center for Healthcare Services has diverted over 60,000 Bexar County residents into treatment programs, saving taxpayers over $50 million. The sobering unit is designed to take inebriates off the street and completely bypass the judicial system. Law enforcement simply drops off patients who are monitored by EMT and recovery support specialists until they sober up. Motivational engagement is utilized, and multiple admissions are never viewed as a failure. Patients are treated with dignity and respect, whether they're here for the first time or the 100th time. The Center's Residential Detoxification Unit, Detox, is a licensed, accredited 28-bed facility offering medical oversight and recovery support for people withdrawing from addictive substances. Residencies are typically 3 to 7 days, but will vary depending on the individual patient's symptoms. Detox helps patients complete a safe withdrawal from alcohol and substances, encourages them to continue substance abuse treatment, and motivates and empowers them to develop a healthy lifestyle. The Crisis Care Center is a 16-bed walk-in mental health clinic that's open 24/7. With on-site direct care staff including psychiatrists, licensed clinical social workers, licensed professional counselors, registered nurses, and licensed vocational nurses. The Center for Healthcare Services also provides crisis services through the Crisis Hotline with mobile crisis outreach teams. The Minor Medical Clinic offers sutures, x-ray services, and medical clearance for those who need minor medical treatment before being transported to jail. This service is designed to reduce ER wait times and get police back on the street. The clinic is open 24/7. Opioid Addiction Treatment Services, OATS, is a licensed and accredited outpatient narcotic treatment program for people addicted to opioids, such as prescription pain medications and heroin. Participants must be at least 18 years old, meet diagnostic criteria for opioid dependence, and have a 1-year history or more of opioid dependence. OATS follows the Texas Department of State Health Services Substance Abuse Guidelines for determination of priority population regarding admission, pregnant IV drug users, pregnant substance abusers, IV drug users, parents with kids in foster care, and honorably discharged veterans. The newest addition to the Restoration Center is the Diana M. Burns Banks, MD, Center Care Clinic, an innovative new healthcare clinic offering primary care services to people receiving treatment for mental health and/or substance abuse. The clinic houses 4 exam rooms and 7 staff members, including a medical director, physician assistant, and nurse practitioner. Providers oversee a wide range of medical services from minor procedures, including well women checks, and preventative vaccinations, to hypertension, diabetes, and other acute and chronic conditions. In addition to the programs you just toured, the Restoration Center offers intensive outpatient substance abuse treatment, HIV prevention, intervention, and outreach, Mommy's program for pregnant IV drug users, drug court, U.S. probation program, ambulatory detoxification. We also operate the Josephine Recovery Center, an off-site 16-bed crisis residential and respite facility for men and women focused on providing critical coping skills to sustain functioning and reintegrate in the community.
For quite some time now, It's been my privilege to have been a judge in Bexar County, but I'm tired of putting people in jail. Fortunately, here in Bexar County, we've got the Restoration Center, and through their good work, we've returned 60,000 people or more home to their community, where they live healthy and productive lives. The Restoration Center has helped us save millions of dollars, money which otherwise probably would have gone to building a new jail. My only hope is that one day every other judge has the same option that I do, a safety net, and they'll call it a Restoration Center, because it is.
For more information on the Restoration Center and other programs offered by the Center for Healthcare Services, please visit our website. The Center for Healthcare Services, where hope and healing begin.
So as you can see, San Antonio put a lot of thought and attention to detail into the services that they're offering at their Restoration Center. Throughout this process, we've been asked many times, how is a Restoration Center different from Palomar or different from the Diversion Hub, which you all heard from last week? So the Restoration Center will be a true medical facility that is not tied to our criminal justice system. It will serve anyone who walks in the door, regardless of their justice involvement. It will be a building full of doctors, nurses, psychiatrists, licensed alcohol and drug counselors, not a building of lawyers and judges. Our next proposal is additional crisis centers. So in our Restoration Center, we are proposing 16 crisis beds, but we understand that that is still not enough. So we are proposing 2 additional standalone crisis centers of 16 beds each. And I'm going to ask 2 people to come up and explain a little bit more. Deputy Commissioner Carrie Slatton-Hodges and Ron Sims. Deputy Commissioner Carrie Slatton-Hodges is with the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, and Ron Sims is the director of one of our crisis centers here in Oklahoma City. Carrie and Ron.
Thank you. I am honored and humbled to be here on behalf of persons with psychiatric disorders and addiction issues. We wanted to just explain a little bit more about what we have in Oklahoma City currently and kind of the vision for the future. In Oklahoma City currently, we have 1 crisis unit that has 16 beds. We have another that has 16 beds and what we call an urgent care center attached to it. The proposed units are crisis units with urgent care centers attached. The advantage to having an urgent care center is that anybody can walk in any time of the day, and even if they are not at a point where they need, say, a bed to that psychiatric level of crisis, they can receive treatment and care. They can see a doctor, they can see a therapist, they can have a case manager help them with their needs, and get stabilized at that point in time. Our Oklahoma City crisis intervention with our urgent care currently sees 500 people a month. That's a lot of folks, but it is not nearly as many people who are needing care and needing services. I'm going to let Ron tell you just a little bit more about some of the partnerships and other work we do at our crisis center.
Hi, I'm Ron Sims, and again, I'm extremely honored and humbled to be able to serve the people of Oklahoma City in Oklahoma in my role as director of the Oklahoma County Crisis Intervention Center. I've been serving in that role for about 6 years when we opened our new crisis center on General Pershing Boulevard. I'm Mayor Holt. I'm a super fan, so I'm super excited to be in front of you right now. But so as Deputy Commissioner Slatton-Hodges was saying, we serve anyone that walks in the door regardless of ability to pay. We have been developing really strong partnerships with the community, including law enforcement, private hospitals, and our super important system of community mental health centers. Our goal is to stabilize at the lowest level of care, so we have different units. We have a triage unit where people come in. We have up to 24 hours to stabilize. We have liaisons from the community mental health centers come in and case manage and begin therapeutic engagement with the consumer. So at that time, if they are able to discharge at that level of care, they have a warm handoff to get them to the next level of outpatient services. Or if they need housing, or if they need substance abuse treatment, we're able to identify and work towards positive outcomes at that level. We also do an emergency assessment at that time, and if someone is meeting the criteria for emergency detention, we have a traditional inpatient unit. Again, the liaisons come in and work with us, and they're on our treatment team process, and we work together as a community to provide stabilization and common sense solutions and work towards positive outcomes. We are all familiar with the opioid problem in Oklahoma City, but I cannot overstate the amount of methamphetamine-induced psychosis that we are experiencing here in Oklahoma City. We are working very hard to stabilize that. We need to intervene early and as often as needed and provide common sense solutions in the community that include housing and outpatient treatment. Again, the good news is that we are doing our best at the Crisis Center to address the problem, but as the county commissioner stated, we're like one point facing a tsunami of issues, and like we need additional resources and additional help in order to provide the best services possible.
And one of the things that we do see frequently that is something that we hate to do is that when we have a person that needs further care and needs a bed, and having only 16 beds at the crisis unit and 16 at the additional crisis unit, oftentimes law enforcement then ends up having to get out on the road and take someone outside of Oklahoma County to find a bed somewhere else in the state for that person to receive care. As County Commissioner mentioned, it is so much more advantageous to be able to serve someone in your community where their physician, their treatment providers, their family, their friends, their support network is available and can assist with that discharge and planning for their future. When someone has to leave our city and go somewhere else, the discharge planning oftentimes falls through. The last thing I would want to say, which would lead into our next part, is that although we see 500 persons a month, we provide care and treatment, both for addiction issues, psychiatric issues, opioid addiction, all types of addiction. Unfortunately, over 400 people a year that we have provided care for in the higher levels of care, we end up having to discharge to homelessness because there is not a place for them to go. And as you can well imagine, when you've had a psychiatric crisis, you've been stabilized, you have been linked to an outpatient provider, you've been started on medication, but yet you have to go sleep on the street, try to figure out a way that you're going to get to your outpatient care, and try to manage all of those different aspects of your life while dealing with an illness. It is incredibly challenging. And so that leads us into the next part of our mental health ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron and Carrie. And I'm sure if any of you would like a tour of our crisis center on General Pershing, I'm sure Ron would be very happy to give you a tour. So the next piece of our proposal, as Carrie mentioned, is housing. And I know you all heard a housing presentation last week, but the focus of our housing proposal is very specific. We are proposing 30 units of transitional housing for people who are homeless, who are being discharged from crisis centers. This site would include 24-hour wraparound services to help homeless individuals with severe mental illness transition to permanent housing. So this will not be a permanent housing site, it will be temporary housing. Some people might need to stay 2 months, some people might need to stay 8 months. So our proposal so far is our restoration center, 2 additional standalone crisis centers, and then 30 units of single site supportive housing for people leaving those crisis centers. So each of these proposed facilities will save Oklahoma City residents tax dollars. Crisis centers will prevent individuals from being incarcerated and taken to our jail. Long-term wraparound services will prevent them from ending up in our emergency rooms. And supportive housing will keep them from experiencing homelessness while also experiencing mental illness. So our requested funding are 2 standalone crisis centers, which is about $10.8 million to build them. Our restoration center is estimated to be $24.5 million to build, and our single-site mental health housing unit is estimated to be about $6.7 million. So our total ask for MAPS for mental health is $42 million. We've been asked lots of questions about operating expenses. So our projected annual operating expenses for these facilities, which I recognize is not something that MAPS pays for. 2 crisis centers is approximately $5 million. That does not take into account any insurance that the crisis center would be billing, Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance. Our restoration center is estimated to cost about $13.6 million annual operating, and then our mental health housing is about $600,000 a year to operate. So that's a total of $19.2 million in projected operating expenses for all of these facilities. So potential operating fund sources, and this is based on the model that Bexar County uses, and this is also based on lots of conversations we had with providers in the community who are very interested in being part of these proposals and very interested in operating them. So in Bexar County, 61% of their funding comes from the state of Texas, 13% comes from local funding, 10% comes from private billing, and 16% comes from federal funding. So these are all the groups that we collaborated with during this process. We tried to get as many different points of view. We tried to talk with people who were on the ground serving people with mental illness and addiction. We tried to talk with people in our jail, people in administrative positions, people who were community advocates, consumers, family members. We really tried to get the most comprehensive viewpoints, and I really enjoyed this process of getting to meet with all of these people and hear their feedback, and we started to hear a lot of the same themes. Keep people out of jail, provide mobile crisis teams, provide more crisis beds, and provide housing, that temporary supportive housing. So the data shared in this presentation was provided by the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office, and as well Captain Jeffrey Pierce with the CIT, Oklahoma City Police Department CIT program. Is that all? That is all. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. And I guess now it is time for questions.
Yeah, you ready?
Thanks.
How does it feel to sit on that side of the...
It's a little nerve-wracking. I would much rather be on the horseshoe.
Any comments, questions from this side? Over here, Councilman Greenwell.
Commissioner, on your presentation, you showed 13% of the funding of operations from local sources. Is that charity, or what do you mean by local sources?
I believe it's private donations and funding from their county, Bexar County.
Okay, so these figures are strictly from Bexar County.
Correct.
Not
That was just an example of how they funded their system. Correct. Doesn't mean we have to do it that way.
Well, let me ask you something a little bit related to that then. How much do you foresee the county of Oklahoma County contributing to the operation of these facilities?
That's a very good question.
Well, I mean, you're the largest recipient in terms of reduced costs.
Correct. I think we would be interested in discussing that. I don't think we had any internal discussions about the county providing any of the operating expenses, but I think we would be open to that.
Let me add something that might explicitly help a little bit. 2 of the 3 pillars of your proposal, the State Department, Terry White came to me, she's out of town this week or otherwise would have been here, and said that would be their responsibility, the crisis centers and the mental health housing. She feels that she could do the housing tomorrow. She says she would fight for the crisis center funding. I think everyone understood that we wouldn't do anything capital-wise until we had, that operating commitment. And then also partially portions of the restoration center as well. But that may have not been explicitly stated. I just wanted to make sure you understood.
Yeah,
2 of the 3 would clearly come from the state, and then the restoration center would be almost sort of cobbled together from various
a mix
sources.
of partners.
I guess I don't completely follow that. When we looked at the pie chart, we saw 61% for Bexar County was coming from the state of Texas. Is there that kind of commitment from the state of Oklahoma? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, yeah, basically, but even more so for those 2. So for the mental health housing, Commissioner White says they could do that tomorrow. She's ready for that. And then for the crisis centers, she said she would have to secure the funding from the legislature, and I think it'd be understood that we'd sit there and we'd hold our capital dollars until such time that the legislature has committed. And in a MAPS context, you've got several years for that conversation to occur.
I'm going to let Carrie.
Yeah, sure.
Carrie and Carrie.
I just wanted to say when we have developed a plan, especially if we have a commitment of this nature where somebody is going to partner and build projects, we also write grants for federal funding frequently and are very successful with the grants. And so we would have a time period here by which we would put together funding for these projects, which could be partnerships with SAMHSA, both around housing and around our crisis units. And we also work with foundations. So as Commissioner White said, we would secure funding for those, but it would be from a variety of sources.
Like the current crisis center on Pershing Drive.
Yes.
Can you kind of briefly explain the funding component for that?
Yes, that is funded by the state of Oklahoma. Partially. It's interwoven with federal funds. So, for example, we have federal funds for opiate treatment that we utilize to serve persons who have opiate dependence. We also have federal funds for persons who have first break psychosis. So folks that are up to age 26, that this is the first time they're experiencing a psychotic break, we have federal funds for that. We weave that in through there to treat those persons. So it's braided and blended between state and federal.
Still, though, and it's not directly pointed towards Oklahoma County, my questions, because I'm going to ask a similar question when we hear a presentation on the Innovation District. But this is a community problem, and so I personally believe we need to see community support in terms of all government entities contributing to this problem. And too often, it's the city's responsibility because we have the ability to due to the confidence in our voters in us, to present these kinds of projects. But again, it's a community problem, and we certainly, at least I do, expect the Oklahoma County, the main beneficiary in terms of these reduced costs, to come through with substantial contributions to this project. Same way, again, when we hear the presentation on the Innovation District, the state needs to come forward and participate in that because they will more than double in terms of benefits from that type of investment. So I'm just sharing that. That's my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say I actually share with that. I think when we're looking at that chart, while the Bexar County is a great model, I think visually we need to see the commitment from all aspects of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma County, and what that looks like. And being on the executive board of Heartline 211 that answers the call of suicide prevention every single day, I noticed that that wasn't a resource, and I would strongly suggest that you talk to them very soon. And the reason I suggest that is because those listening ears are the ones who have to make that decision if they have to make that crisis call and make sure someone is getting that crisis intervention. And that is a very alarming decision. I've sat in on those calls and just listened how sensitive those ears are when they speak to those others on the phone. To put that into perspective, I know we receive as council, or if you receive the email from the Neighborhood Alliance, you get the crime statistics report. In our report for June of this year, just for Ward 7, Northeast Oklahoma City, there were 2 completed suicides. 2. And that bothers me because people think it has a color barrier, suicide, but it doesn't. Mental illness does not have a color barrier. When we're looking at people in distress, it does not have a color barrier. People need help. And if we're not the ones to make sure we're meeting the need holistically, what are we doing? So I appreciate the presentation, and I will also encourage you, again, to reach out to Heartline to know more about how they're meeting the need and what ways, and continuing as I'm thinking, as we were talking about the crisis beds, I know because Heartline serves they serve all of our counties except for Tulsa County. So it is very difficult for them to help those who are in need on the phone find beds. Yeah. So that's just how we look at it statewide for one local entity looking for beds all across this state. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm very happy to meet with Heartline. So thank you, Councilwoman Nice.
Thanks for the presentation,
Yeah.
Gary. Just one question. Is this facility, it's not limited to Oklahoma County, of course. I mean, we have a
Correct.
huge population in Cleveland County as well, not to mention part of Pot County out there. Is this facility and services, are they open to all city residents? Is it open to all state residents or anybody?
I think that's a policy question of whoever will operate the facility. We did hear that quite a bit from law enforcement of, is this facility, how are we going to make sure that this facility is truly serving Oklahoma City, Oklahoma County residents? And I think that is a policy question of who is actually operating that facility. But if you talk to any law enforcement officer, if there's a bed open, no matter where it is, they're going to drive that person there. So that's something to keep in mind. But again, I think it's a policy question of who actually contracts to run this facility.
Okay, thank you.
And I was with some police officers yesterday, and this came up. And if it's the state mental health agency running the crisis centers, for example, I guess it's quite conceivable that from time to time those beds will be taken by people who've been brought here, just like we're bringing people around the state right now. And that was a concern, and I don't know that there's an answer to it today. Not that we don't want to have our beds available to people around the state. We just don't want our beds to be full from people around the state, and our officers are still driving somewhere else because our beds are full.
Yeah, it's a very valid concern.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I appreciate your presentation, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I have 2 stories that I think really, I'm going to try to tell them without crying because I can't think about them without getting emotional and thinking about the cost, not just to taxpayers, but to human lives, that I think a facility like this speaks to. And one of those is in my full-time job. I spent, I'm going to say, close to 4 years sitting at the front desk of an office where we got walk-ins just up the street a few blocks. And we'd have folks walk in looking for services. It says mental health on our door, so folks saw that and decided that we were someone that might be able to help them. And on 2 occasions, I had folks walk in that expressed to me that they were thinking about committing suicide, or even I can't do it. I can't use non-stigmatizing languages. They were thinking about hurting themselves. And so I was bound to call 911, and that disturbs me because that is someone who is having a psychiatric illness that a police officer has to walk in with a uniform, a gun, potentially a taser on their hip, and for all the wonderful work that our crisis intervention trained officers can do, they don't need law enforcement. They need medical providers. But because that is what is currently available, that is who I had to call, and then they have to be put in the back of a police car to be transported to medical services. And so I think, especially speaking of, 2 officers for an 8-hour shift driving across the state to find a bed for someone, I really love the idea of the crisis outreach team, because I think that having a place where people not only can go that's a medical facility rather than a place to store someone who's having a psychiatric crisis, having that outreach team that is not law enforcement, that is truly trained medical professionals, not only takes the burden off of our police department and having to be de facto to do something that this is not what they are, experts in, takes a huge burden off of our police force. The other story I want to tell is about a gentleman who did access our crisis centers. Because of where I work, I have colleagues and partners in the community that tell me stories about their experiences with people they work with. And this gentleman had been homeless for 20 years and had recently accessed housing and was having a mental health crisis and felt like he was going to hurt himself. So he took himself to the crisis center. But before he did that, to self-medicate, he drank some alcohol, and so because he was drunk, the crisis center called a crisis intervention trained officer. I assumed to transport him to the PIA, the Public Inebriate Alternative. This crisis intervention trained officer did not de-escalate the situation. I know that we have a policy that you cannot hogtie someone, but for the layman, the layperson, my understanding is that he essentially hogtied this individual in the back of a police vehicle, and that person proceeded to spit on, allegedly bite this officer. So now, instead of, he did all the right things. He accessed the system as it currently stands the way that we say to do. And he is now serving 4 years in prison for assault on an officer. And that is almost $100,000 that we are spending for an individual who has a massive amount of trauma from living outside for 20 years. That he could have been in the community receiving those services for $8,000 over the next 4 years. So the co-location of these services, I think, not only has a huge impact on being able to serve people who, because of their illness, are self-medicating, and the way that our system is set up right now, we cannot serve them well, and we are actually now not just our city, but our state, costing our state more money to imprison someone who just needed medical services. So I really appreciate this presentation, and I think that it has a huge possibility of alleviating the work that our police department currently does in serving our community and making sure that they can actually allocate their resources to work on public safety, not providing medical services, transportation services to people with a crisis. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Cooper?
First, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I was really looking forward to hearing from you because I knew, as you pointed out, what your background had been dealing with mental health and serving our community in that way. So it was like, I just knew you were going to bring your expertise to a conversation and, quite frankly, to a crisis that needs addressing. So thank you. And then I wanted to say thanks to Councilperson Hammond for humanizing what we're talking about. Same to Councilperson Nice for sharing her experiences with Heartline. I just, oh gosh, it's so hard to talk about this. There's so many things I want to say. One of them is that, and I believe I've spoken to this from this horseshoe previously, but the reason why I ended up running for office at all if you went to 17-year-old me 20 years ago and said this is where I'd be, wouldn't have made a lick of sense. I wanted to write scary stories. I wanted to make a scary movie. I've wanted to do that since I was 6 years old. And then when I was 17 at Choctaw, right before the end of that year in April, Columbine happened. And Hillary Clinton, I know we're not supposed to talk about national politics, but I think in this instance it bears saying. Hillary Clinton, a Democrat, John McCain, a Republican, each of them had the culprits for why that mass shooting had happened. It was violent video games. It was Marilyn Manson, which is funny because these shootings are still going on, and I don't know who listens to Marilyn Manson today. It was horror films. Bill Clinton's vice president, his wife, Tipper Gore, so believed this that at almost the level of law, she put a sticker on our music back in the day, the Tipper sticker, explicit lyrics. If your kid listens to this, they're going to do some bad things. Never once did that conversation push hardcore into mental health access for our kids. Never once. And so when Columbine happened, I took it very personally because the things I loved and wanted to be, a writer doing horror, were under attack politically at every level of government. And so I set about my entire 20s researching the representation of media violence to try and find out why real-life violence happens. And it turns out it was broken people and broken homes and broken neighborhoods and broken parts of town have been left behind by the state government that is not funded adequately mental health services, by a federal government that is also not adequately funding mental health services, by a county government and a city government. We are all complicit in undoing decades of a lack of access to mental health services. All of us, every level of government. I just want to make sure that's super clear. And I have to tell you, as I started doing that research and started realizing the effects of media violence on us, and realizing that really the things we have to worry more about when it comes to media violence, I never thought I'd have this platform to speak like this, so I'm gonna. It's not Freddy Krueger, it's not Jason. Tell your friends and tell your kids that when you watch someone shot in a PG and PG-13 movie, and that character dies off screen, bloodless, what is that telling your kid about conflict resolution? What is sanitized violence teaching your kid? Maybe they do need to see the Jason and the violence so that you know what it actually looks like to harm another human being, to feel pain. It turns out in Hollywood 100 years ago, they created regulations preventing us showing precisely that sort of violence. And now we're in violence overload. It's crazy what's happened. I say all this because as I got into that research, I started realizing something, and this would be the other thing. I see 1 in 5 in Oklahoma need treatment. Oklahoma County? City? County?
City? Oklahoma County residents.
And it's 1 in 3 statewide. I would be remiss if I did not strongly point out, this is not some person you don't know who has mental health concerns. This is not Jason Voorhees. This is us. Going back 2,000 years ago when Aristotle started teaching us what reason is, how to reason. Think about all of human existence that existed before that was reacting purely on emotion. And Aristotle was part of that intervention for us in trying to figure out how do we reason our emotions. When do we talk like this in K through 12 education? When do we teach our kids that they have anger and joy and that they oscillate day to day on this spectrum? We don't. And so then when they get in these moments of crisis or tension, we haven't taught them how to act, but our movies have. And that it'll be bloodless, so don't worry about it. I think we would all do well to see a therapist, every single one of us. This is not the other. I do it as the child of someone who grew up in domestic violence and with an alcoholic father. I do it and I will do it to the day I die because it's about managing. Managing is not about fixing and solving and you're done. I don't know if what I just said made a lick of sense to anybody watching or listening, but I have to tell you, that journey that I just described of understanding this from a bigger picture is what has saved my life. And if just one person understood what I just said, good. And if you can pass that along to your kids, good. We are all complicit in how we got here, and together, we can start managing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council before maybe we hear from citizens? And Councilman Stone, I thought, it occurred to me something you said didn't maybe quite fully get addressed. You were talking about, as is always important to note, how many of our residents live in Cleveland County and Canadian County, and maybe like 2 in Pot County. And yeah, I mean, obviously, we turned towards the issue of beds around the state and all that, but our police officers we take our citizens from Cleveland County and Canadian County to the existing crisis center today, correct? Doesn't matter what county they're in, right? So yeah, I mean, these new facilities would be accessible to the whole city, spread across 4 counties, regardless of whether the presenter happens to be an Oklahoma County Commissioner. So. All right, why don't we start
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely, yeah.
If you are here to support MAPS for mental health, can you please stand up? Thank you all so much for being here. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all for being here. And now we're going to hear from a few of you. We'll start with, first of all, 3-minute limit. I'll try to enforce it. There's quite a few speakers, and I'll name the name and then the one after, so that person can maybe step forward and be prepared to come next. So we'll start with Lori Walke, followed by Stephen Bridewell.
Good morning. I am Reverend Lori Walke, one of the ministers at Mayflower Congregational United Church of Christ in Northwest Oklahoma City, a constituent of the Honorable James Cooper, and a faith leader with Voices Organized in Civic Engagement, a coalition of congregations, parishes, nonprofits, and community groups who advocate for the common good. I am here today to speak on behalf of an enthusiastic team with high expectations who you just saw stand. And how could our expectations not be high? We elected the Sam Presti of mayors, who may not be as bespectacled, but is reassuringly taller. We recruited rising talent to join veterans of a more known quality to the council. And now we are being asked to trust the process, asked to trust that nothing has already been decided, that nothing has already been promised away, that nothing has already been given away. This is why so many of us have shown up at the council meetings for the last month to talk about the game plan for MAPS 4. We know the power of MAPS. We know what our collective efforts can produce. We are proud of our city, and we believe that we are on the brink of something really incredible. But we also know that our team is only as strong as our most vulnerable players. And this is why so many teammates have shown up today. We are done being known as the city that fines people who beg for money from medians. We are done hoping law enforcement will do the best they can with so few options. We are done hoping the jail will magically transform itself into a mental health clinic. Councilors and Mr. Mayor, we are asking for the city to work on fundamentals, to prioritize investment in the mental health of its residents, and to invest in infrastructure for restoration, not only because it is the right thing to do, but it is the only way for our beloved city to be the best it can be. This will mean you will have to have tough conversations with people of influence and people with wealth. You will have to say no to some things that some people want, so we can say yes to the things that we need. And we ask for you to return our trust, to trust that our advocates know what they're talking about because they live it, to trust that we will have your back, to trust that we believe that we are one OKC and that we refuse to leave any teammate behind. The ball is in your court.
It's not many pastors who can keep their remarks to 3 minutes, so I think that deserves special commendation. Stephen Bridewell, followed by Connie Schlittler.
My name is Stephen Bridewell. This is my one chance to stand here in front of the council and the mayor. It took me 59 years to get here. Today, what I'm going to share about is the who, what, when, where, and why of the Recovery Center. TRC has been in business since 1981, serving our local community here, specializing in the detoxification of people who suffer from alcohol and other drug addiction. We're currently located at Northwest 25th and Classen. We've kept a low profile. The people in the recovery community are fully aware of this, but others are not. So we've got the location at Northwest 25th and Classen. We've also got another site location for TRC2. We've appeared before the City Council back in 2013 and 2014. We worked with Meg Salyer, Mayor Cornett, and the city zoning officials to get property rezoned at Northwest 1st and McKinley. We've got 17 lots, vacant lots. We have a special permit to build up to 27,000 square foot, two-story facility to add beds. We currently have 42 beds at Northwest 25th and Classen. We've got plenty of customers. There's a waiting list to get in. One of the reasons we're here today is to continue to forge the working relationship with the City Council to help our dream continue to move forward. The why? We're here to find out all we can about MAPS 4. We're not here today to really ask for any money. We're kind of more here today to thank the past council, our current mayor for sticking with us in the past and sticking with us in the future. And Commissioner Bloomert, has come out and visited TRC. We look forward to working with Joe Beth. Our TRC2 facility is within your ward, so we look forward to meeting up with you in the future, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Connie, followed by David Namatpour.
Good morning. My name is Connie Schlittler. I'm the Executive Director of OKC Metro Alliance. So we operate the Public Inebriate Alternative and First Step, and we appreciate our long-term partnership with the city and really, Mayor, that you've taken kind of a leadership role on this, at least encouraging discussion on mental health services and addiction services. So I wanted just to say briefly, I think everybody has said what I was going to say, so thank you for making those comments. But our agency we started about 46 years ago. We've always had a strong partnership with the City of Oklahoma City. One of their first initiatives that they started 45 years ago was people who are drunk should not be taken to the county jail. That was a civil rights issue. That is certainly not how we should treat people who are drunk. And so this year we're on track to divert 4,500 people from the county jail through a 10-hour hold at the Public Inebriate Alternative. And I want to say, I think most folks don't know that you are a leader in the nation for starting a program 45 years ago. Tulsa just started theirs last summer, modeled on the program here in Oklahoma City. Austin just started theirs last summer, modeled on the Oklahoma City program. So we know it works. We're in that camp of the pre-booking for jail diversion. But I think, like you guys, it breaks my heart when anyone goes to the jail who needs addiction or mental health services. And I think that's just the frank reality that police officers are under a lot of pressure to meet a community need. If someone's trespassing or there's a complaint, that what are they going to do with them? And that's why we get a lot of folks every day, 350 admissions every day because someone called in probably because there's a complaint. And I suspect that also happens why people are charged with municipal charges and taken to the county jail to do a brief sentence. It would be so much better if we could get them into a crisis center treatment program. So we are all about supporting the Restoration Center, the crisis housing, as well as additional crisis centers, because it does seem like an effective role for city and local government to do this just because we don't have adequate funding at the state and federal level. I looked yesterday, Seattle and King County started a similar initiative, and in 3 years they were able to reduce their jail bookings by 35%. That's huge. That's with a mental health and substance abuse initiative, and even their psychiatric inpatient hospitalizations went down 29%. So this is a win on all different levels, and I do think often our Oklahoma City police officers fill in the gap when our systems are broken down. So I do see this as a great opportunity for the city to step forward and really address some of these long-term problems. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. David, followed by Nicole McAfee.
Hello.
Hi.
I just wanted to say I'm fully supportive of this measure. I do realize that some people may say that we need some state investment before the city could look into it, or the county investment, and I really don't think we can afford to wait that long for the state to find funding to help us, or federal level. I think everybody can agree that our taxes should go to stuff like this, because I personally have had friends and family members who've needed mental help, and there's not any central location where you can find some. I mean, I think like the lady who previously said we all kind of need to see a therapist at a time. Some of us don't have health insurance. Some of us are employed by a company that doesn't give you health insurance until you're a year down the road. And, I don't think if anybody here has ever had a health problem or have an ongoing health problem, you can't wait a year. I do realize that some people may say that that's your personal responsibility to go find help, but I think if there's not a central location where you can at least call and say, hey, do you know of any businesses or companies or, therapists that provide on a sliding scale or something like that, you're kind of just failing people. And, I've had friends who had mental health emergencies, and I was really thankful. I actually called the police later on. They sent an officer who was understanding and didn't I hate saying this, fly off the handle and arrest him. He just talked through it. He waited until I got there, until my friend's mother got there, and we were able to talk it through. And he didn't end up going to jail that night, which I was thankful for. He was able to stay in his own bed, and we were able to give him some personal help. And I think, with this kind of topic, that this is something that our taxes should be supported of. This is why we pay taxes, so that if we ever in that situation we need it, we can use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole, followed by Michael Brose.
Hi, my name is Nicole McAfee. I'm a proud resident of Ward 6. My pronouns are she, hers, and in my day job, I look at the mass incarceration crisis in Oklahoma and how we can best fix it. And I think that there is no greater moment to do that than the proposal that you have before you here today. What we say often in sort of this criminal justice reform and mental health treatment movement is this idea of treatment, not punishment. Treatment, not punishment, but we are so addicted to incarceration that we can never fully get around the idea of punishment. It's diversion, but still within the courts. It is a drug court or a mental health court. It is never just, what does true treatment look like? What does it look like to send someone directly to a crisis center rather than ever getting them involved in the criminal legal system in the first place? We know the harm that that does. We know the fines and fees that add up. We know what recidivism rates look like for every single day that you're in jail. We know that the cost that that puts on the city and the county and the state and on our communities most of all. I've heard a lot of people throughout presentations as I've watched talk about the spirit of MAPS and what MAPS means. And for me, the greatest part of MAPS is that we have an opportunity as a city to relieve human suffering. You've heard a lot of people-centered proposals, and I know that there are a lot of fun, more aesthetic proposals as well. But when I think about this moment in time and what we can do to change the course of our city, to set a standard not only for the state of Oklahoma but for the entire country, I think it is looking at what we can do that relieves the most human suffering. And that means investment in real treatment. It doesn't mean partial investment. It doesn't mean just $10 million to start a part of this fund. Commissioner Blumert told you that she talked to people from all around the county, from a number of different services, folks in law enforcement, folks in treatment, folks in advocacy, about what the needs were, and it was a culmination of these projects. It's the Restoration Center, it is stable transition housing, and it is crisis centers. And what we need to do is we need to fully invest in all three. It's the holistic health to treat our city and make sure our city's mental health is better going forward. So I ask that as you look at your proposals and you think on all of this, that while some of the terms may seem similar from other programs, that the mental health treatment plan needs to be fully funded as a holistic measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, followed by George Crook.
Yes, my name is Mike Brose. I'm the CEO of Mental Health Association Oklahoma, and I want to thank Commissioner Blumert for her leadership and Deputy Commissioner Carrie Slatton-Hodges. Also, I want to thank you, young lady, for getting up. It takes a lot of courage to get up and share your story. We all greatly appreciate and admire you for doing that. It's very interesting. Oklahoma County, under Carrie Blumert's leadership, now is a stepping up county. What does that mean? Well, that means is that it's basically a message that we're going to do everything we can. We're going to be as creative as we can to keep nonviolent offenders who have serious mental illness, addiction issues, and we're going to keep them out of the jail and connected up to the community and services and help them restore their lives. So Bexar County. Okay, Bexar County. I have personally led 2 junkets of people down to Bexar County to see what they're doing down there. I was so impressed by it. So who did we take in those 2 junkets? Well, I took judges, I took some police officers, I took mental health providers, and I took people out of philanthropy. Elected officials went with us down to Bexar County 2 different times to look at. And I want to shed just a little bit of light, additional information about what they're doing with their restoration center, because that's just one piece of it. What else are they doing? Well, they have a specialized mental health police force that specializes in addressing and responding to people who are in mental health crisis. They have magistrates at booking to divert people right out of jail. So they say, you've committed a violent act, I'm sorry, you're going to have to be in jail. You need treatment, we're going to give you a court date, but we're going to divert you back into the community. They also have their CIT training that they do. They train not only police officers, they have a class going on all the time. They train dispatch, they train EMTs, they train firefighters, they train county deputies, and they train city police officers in mixed classes together, and they have those classes going all around the year, and everybody in that whole cohort is trained once every 4 years. They have incredible dashboards and outcomes they've been able to show, including a great reduction in the use of deadly force. They also monitor a whole list of different data dashboards. They have incredible data management. That data has to be presented to all the city and county elected officials every quarter, and they're monitored. And what I was told is if the city and county officials do not see those trends and those dashboards going in the direction that they need them to go to reduce people who are incarcerated, getting people treatment, getting people in recovery, then they're asking what is the problem, what's going on. So there's a tremendous amount of accountability that's tied to that. Now, again, if this passes and you do this, people won't be going to San Antonio. They're going to be coming to Oklahoma City to see what this is going, because this is an amazing model, and you put it with the housing, the diversion, and the restoration center concept and ideas. It leads to all kinds of things that leverages other money, federal, state money, into your community to continue this work. So I greatly congratulate you and thank you, and we look forward to more conversations about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. George Crook, followed by Joy Reardon.
Thank you, Mayor Holt and council men and women. I'd first like to say that there's an S on the end of my name.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not a crook, I'm Crooks. I live at 8601 Northwest 106th Street. I think you're my councilman, are you? And I have mental illness. I was first diagnosed in 1970. It was in the beginning I was diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic. Since that time, that's 49 years, I've taken medication and sought out professional help. I thank you. I want to turn to the audience and thank so many of you. I see you in the mental health community. You're all doing a great job, as great as you can do with the money that's available. Unfortunately, I came in late, but I'm so grateful that you're going to hear me. My case is a little bit different than so many. I came from not an affluent family, but a middle-class family. I got an education. I had a tremendous support team, my family and everyone in it, and also in the mental health community that you see behind me. Today, I'm the executive director of the Depression Bipolar Support Alliance. I see people every day in our free support groups that are struggling. We have many resources today, but we need more money to fund them. I don't think so, and there are new resources coming out every day. I do work, but it's not really work. I go to the homeless shelter every Monday, and I see people that I would have been there if it weren't for the background, the family, the money. So what I'm here to say is we've got a good system. I don't know if you've heard from Terry White. She's a fantastic commissioner, but what she said again and again, and it needs to be said again and again, that there are so many people in Oklahoma that need mental health treatment, but there aren't the funds available to give them. As I was coming over here, I heard on the radio that the two perpetrators of these mass killings both had mental illness, but it was untreated. Let's do something for our community and the state of Oklahoma by making more money available to treat more people so that, like me, they can have resources. Also, lastly, I'd like to say that as we go forward, the Medicaid expansion might give people an access to mental health treatment that I had. I'm not in debt thanks to the fact that I had private insurance and my parents were supportive, but so many people, this is a big issue. They need the health care that will keep them off the streets and being productive citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Joy, followed by Portia Love.
Hey, guys. It's me again. I'll be here all day.
I'm going to pull that mic down just to, yeah.
I can get pretty loud, as most of y'all know. A little history, and then I'll go into a couple things that I have to say about this. Most people don't realize that mental illness and the funding for it hasn't been there from the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. Well, after the 60s, they started opening institutions all over the state to house children of mental illness, adults of mental illness, and stuff like that. Up until 1995, DHS, Department of Human Services, had institutions. Where the old crisis center was over by the OU campus, that was an institution where they housed temporary housing for children. There was also an inpatient program at where Garrison Tower was. There's other places all over the state. You're probably wondering why I'm saying this. And a lot of people don't know. I was one of the children that they took away from my parents. Most people don't realize that. From the age of 12, I think it was, until the age of 17, I was in 23 different institutions all over the state. 23. The funding has never really been there for programs. It's always been a reactive situation, not a proactive situation. Every meeting that we've had for the SMAPS 4, everybody's come and asked for help so we can be proactive and not reactive. OCPD, OCFD, IMSA, if you looked at the numbers that they run on a daily basis, not weekly or yearly, but a daily basis, you'll see that the mental health industry is overtaxed. There's not enough resources. There's not enough help. And I understand, as this young lady here can contest, by reading the numbers of people going to the county jail, going to the different crisis centers, and there's another one that's little known fact, I don't know if it's still open, but St. Anthony's has a crisis center, which you may want to check on, that people don't know. I had a friend in there. But there's help out there. Why can't we come up with some kind of list that we can give to the courts of services? that we can give to the other mental health people out there of resources that they can use. Because believe it or not, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma in general, we wear our heart on our sleeve. You go to Texas, Kansas, Louisiana, Missouri, anywhere around us, they don't have what we have. That's the reason why we're called the Heartland, because we have a heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Portia Love, followed by Calvin Smith.
Good morning, Mayor Holt and my councilwoman Nice, and then James. Did he leave? Okay.
I'll be back.
I'm here because I'm an advocate. I've been a member of NAMI. I'm a retired educator from Oklahoma City Public Schools. And just like, I apologize, I call him James. It's Cooper, Councilman Cooper. And they've worked with us. I'm also a member of the Britain Business District, and we're working on behalf of that part of Oklahoma City. Today I'm here for mental health because that's been my profession, and we don't provide that in our schools. Our council persons, they do everything else but counsel students. After I retired, I became a professional behavior health rehab specialist, level 2, trained for that profession. Budget cuts through the healthcare authority limited the help that I could provide, the services that I could provide for students who really need it. You can't really measure prevention, but you can, because those, you take those out of the system and they're not on their way to prison, okay? Because they're getting early intervention. But because of that, I lost a lot of clientele. I retired, and I'm an advocate for my family, a medical advocate. What I'm here today for is because there's not enough housing. As a professional working with Oklahoma City Mental Health, not Oklahoma City, but the Oklahoma Mental Health Association, they have housing in Tulsa for clients. But for the past 10 years, they've not been able to provide that here. And that population that we're talking about, they need housing that can provide some services, therapists, case management, even just understand what they're dealing with so that they're not easily evicted and so forth and so on when it comes to housing. So, and then provide it for single women, because unless you have co-occurring, having been incarcerated, having children, and so forth and so on, but if you have, one thing and they want to wait for it to get worse, then you're not on the list, okay? So, and I know we have other programs for that, but what I'm suggesting today is for MAPS 4 to be able to partner with the state and MAPS 4 to provide housing for these individuals. And I say especially women, young women. The onset of mental health crisis generally starts about college age, anywhere between, we'll say around 22, 24. Okay, so that really needs to be looked at also. And providing it at the college level, whatever. But it's one thing that's not addressed, and that's the housing that these young people need. We have the crisis center and mental health intervention, but where do they go from there? Because right now, they can be released after that emergency detainment when they are inpatient, and then generally they'll be dismissed, released to the mission. so the cycle of homelessness can start there. So my recommendation, and I hope this can happen, that we can have monies with the state, the Oklahoma Mental Health Department, and because, you have the Lottie House, and you have some other things, but we need housing. We need housing. Thank you.
Calvin Smith, followed by Gregory Shin.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask a question, just kind of piggybacking on what she was just saying? With the youth centers, how much say will we have as counselors in regards to that ACE education happening in the youth centers? Like making sure that kids have a counselor there, and their guardians do too, because so much of in the schools, even with Pathways to Greatness putting guaranteeing one counselor per school, that just seems like there's not enough of a net there. I just see too many opportunities for kids to fall through the net, and I just feel like ACE education in youth centers in parts of the country that have been successful in reducing crime have done so because they have ACE education there, so I'm just curious about that.
Well, and your original question was what voice will we have in the programmatic decisions about these youth centers? We have a citizen advisory board, but ultimately, the decisions ultimately lie with the council. A council member always serves on the citizen advisory board, but everything ultimately runs through the council. I mean, it's a give and a take through the years, and we'll certainly have a strong voice in the implementation of these projects. And as I always say, a lot of questions are answered after the vote. You set these priorities, you allocate these dollar amounts so you can keep the fundamental promises, but all the programming and all the operational decisions are made after that vote. So certainly a good conversation to have. Where are we at? I lost my slip. Calvin? Calvin Smith.
How are you? Nice to be here in front of you all today. My name is Calvin Smith. I'm a licensed professional counselor. I'm licensed in 3 different states here, Illinois and Wisconsin. I have 3 master's degrees and so forth, and doctoral training and all this good stuff. But today what I'm here to talk to you about is how I believe relational health, relationship health, is a very strong proponent of community mental health. A lot of issues that people face when they have that breakdown, when they can't handle it anymore and they find themselves calling for the extra help, happens because they don't have a real take on how their relationships are able to be managed. When we know better, we do better when it comes to that. So I'm a very strong proponent for what's happening, not just for the monies that can be given, but also for the education. Let's build that into our infrastructure so that we can have a little bit more focus on what we are actually training and doing with the money to create the outcomes that we want.
Thank you. Thank you. Gregory Shin. Okay. Paula Lewis. Paula will be followed by Sherry Dickerson.
Still good morning. Good morning, Mayor Holt. Good morning, Council. I'm here because mental health is one of the main reasons that I ended up running for school board at OKCPS. Happy to say that as an adoptive parent, my son, who struggled with some stuff, we have made it through. He's a high school graduate, so that's a positive, but it is still the reason that I'm so passionate about mental health when it comes to school. And Councilman Greenwell and Councilman Nice said it's a community problem, and that's honestly what I was here to talk about. A little over a year ago, we brought the topic of mental health to the Compact, and the Compact is a partnership where it's comprised of the United Way, the Oklahoma City Chamber, the Oklahoma City Public School Foundation, our ourselves, and City of Oklahoma City, you guys. I was like, who's that from? You guys. We then created a mental health initiative, and we partnered with the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, Commissioner Terry White. That initiative is now called Embrace OKC. What Embrace has done, when we started this, what Commissioner White and her department did was performed a survey, the Oklahoma Prevention Needs Assessment, on 7,000 kids, and that's according to the sample pool that was needed, and that goes over 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th grade. What we saw from that, the survey results were 9 of 20 students every day, 9 of 20 of our students are in moderate to severe psychological distress. 12 of 20 have symptoms of moderate to severe, the same 20, mind you, severe depression. 26% of that 7,000 say they abuse alcohol. 35% say they abuse drugs. 361 reported that they had attempted suicide 1 or more times in the last 12 months. The same amount said that they had an active plan for suicide in the last 12 months. The same exact amount said they had thought about suicide in the last 12 months. So 1,000 out of 7,000 kids, suicide was in their vocabulary and an active plan at some level. Aside from that data, our facts say that Oklahoma ranks #1 in adverse childhood experiences. We know that there were 2,600 substantiated reports of abuse last year. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in Oklahoma youth. So what Embrace has decided to do, this partnership, this wonderful partnership, is that Commissioner White and her department has taken that data, extrapolated it back, and found programs, evidence-based programs that will up protective factors in our kids in our schools to offset the risk factors that we can't help. Because we have these kids 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for approximately 9 months a year. So we can't control the risk factors that the kids are, but we can put programs in to bring up the protective factors. Embrace will include programs for family and staff. Family is an integral part because, again, we only have them 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 9 months. What I need y'all to know, and this is why I think this mental health for you guys in MAPS 4 is so important to our kids if we can get this done, is that 32% of the students that were surveyed report parental attitude is favorable for high-risk behaviors. 27% of the students report that parental history of high-risk behavior. If we had a restoration center, crisis centers that could help these parents, then it would help our kids. And if we help our kids down the road, if we get more protective responses, more coping mechanisms, can't decrease the ACEs on our own, but we can help them prevent preventable mental health, because there's a significant amount that's preventable, and suicide is one of those. If we can do that, we will decrease the burden on those restorative centers as we go, but we need the help at OKCPS right now, that parents would have access to help without jail time, because that increases our foster care numbers, and we know there were about 700 foster care last year. It decreases our homeless kids, which I told you last week was 2,614 last year. So we're trying to do our part, and it is rolling out Embrace OKC, and I really hope that we see mental health as part of MAPS, because together we can move the needle for students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Dickerson, followed by Matthew Ruiz.
Good morning. I am Reverend T. Sherry Dickerson, proud resident of Ward 7, and proud to have Councilwoman Nikki Nice as my council person. I am an organizer for 2 organizations, that being Black Lives Matter OKC and Women's March Oklahoma. I am also clergy. Having those titles, people tell me that I am not supposed to acknowledge that I am a person who also deals with and struggles with mental health illness. PTSD, anxiety, and depression shrouds me on days more often than not. We live in a world where priorities often seem quite jaded. We incarcerate our mentally ill and those developmentally challenged if they survive the interactions with civic authorities. We neglect our veterans, and military persons who have served with their lives. We rarely acknowledge the right of simple existence within humanity. As faith leaders, we do our absolute best to fill voids, carry burdens, support communities, offer encouragement, and pray through sleepless nights, for we don't have places to refer those that come to us in crisis. And we have to serve as counselors and therapists to one another, even in our brokenness. As community advocates and activists, we literally strive to give voice to those who are neglected and disenfranchised and marginalized. I can't tell you how deflating it is on a daily basis when those whose intentions to persecute, destroy, and take human lives are given a pass or a societal diagnosis of being troubled or mentally ill. How disrespectful it is to those who live lawful, amazing lives and contribute to society who actually suffer from mental illness. The concern and civility depicted in the video we watched was interesting, to say the least. It certainly is a hope that that will become a reality, because the reality right now has resulted in far less humane and compassionate outcomes. Many don't live to tell the story, especially those in black and brown skin who are in a mental crisis. Councilwoman Nice, I agree that distress and crisis have no color lines or barriers. Yet I can attest to the lower number of resources and attention given to people who bear colored skin. It is proven it is unjust. I am asking that you look to communities of color and say that we matter too. My prayer is that we are a city, community, and those in leadership and with influential positions realize that pleas from the least of these and others shouldn't be necessary. Deliberate and intentional efforts to provide treatment, resources, and healthier lives to those with these illnesses should have always been the priority goals, and it always should have been funded. Please commit to supporting all of us. Be community, be the village, and help sustain Oklahoma City as well as Oklahoma County, which I guess makes me a triple Oklahoman since I also live in the state of Oklahoma, to help commit to making us whole. And since I have her attention, if I may take privilege and ask Commissioner Bloomer to also further your discussions with entities and organizations that represent large masses of communities of color, like your tribal clinics, the Latinx agencies, Care for Change, college clinics, because your students and young people are struggling. I am asking you to please continue to represent me and the rest of your constituency in a way that will continue to make us proud. James, I love you. I'm his mama number 3.
Matthew Ruiz, followed by Michael Washington.
Good morning, Mayor Holt, City Council, and guests. My name is Matthew Ruiz. I am a resident of Ward 4. I'm here to speak to in favor of mental health for MAPS 4. I want to start by thanking you, Commissioner Bloomer, and the rest of the people, the many people that were involved in putting this together, this presentation. An extremely important issue that's facing Oklahoma City. I attended the town hall that Commissioner Bloomer held, and the numbers really put into perspective why this city needs it. 4 out of 5 Oklahoma City residents, as you saw earlier, do not have access to mental health care. I want to live in a state that's not 42nd in access to mental health care. We speak about being top 10. I want to be top 10 in access to mental health care, not top 10 in incarceration of men and women. We should be asking more, not just of you, our city, but of our state. Last week, you all heard about a presentation to deal with homelessness. We heard the numbers of 1,300 people of one-day count in this city are homeless. That's 92% increase between 2015 and 2019. 31%, roughly 400 people, said that they suffer from a mental illness. One thing that I love about this proposal is not only introducing more crisis centers, but also transitional housing. I think that is vital to trying to change this city. One thing that I will say that I felt like could have been more was for the youth. I currently mentor children or youth at my alma mater, Del City High School, ages 14 to 18. And the stories that I've heard and the students that break down crying in front of me that deal with emotional, psychological, and physical abuse at the home, I don't think often gets thought about. We have counselors, but I can tell you personally, through my 4 years in that high school, I never felt like I could go to them. I actually have a note from one of my mentees that he attended a student council meeting or a student council retreat, and they had them call and then even write letters to people that matter in their lives. And there was a story, it's called Who Packed Your Parachute? And so basically what it entails is who made a difference in your life. And he felt the need to mail that to me, and I have his letter thanking me, and not only that, a piece of his parachute. So I think going forward, I would hope that we look a little more to the youth. I kept this letter because it shows the work that I do matters. And I'm a firm believer that if we help mental health care to youth, now we help them cope with mental illness so that later on down the road, they may not need to use our crisis centers, but if they do, they know how to cope with their mental illness and know where to go to find it. Mr. Mayor, you put out a statement this week, whereas you spoke about this proposal specifically a little bit, saying that it would make a real difference in the lives of our residents. And I stand with you in that statement. I think I could not have said it better myself. And so I thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I hope that the rest of the Oklahoma City residents, along with the council, will support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Washington, followed by Betsy Waller.
Greetings, everyone, this morning. It is indeed an honor to be here and to be present in the company of these great people who are willing to take their time and energy to make sure society is great for all of us. Mental illness here in the United States is a very serious monster that does not discriminate. I'm sure that all of us today here has had at least one family member or friend who's experienced such a tragedy. In that regard, I, for one, have lost a nephew a couple of years ago, actually coming up on 2, in Norman, Oklahoma. So again, I have a personal interest in what these people are developing here. Hospitalization for mental illness is the third leading cause for people who are 18 to 44 years old. That is not something that we need to be playing with. The United States currently spends $198 billion to treat mental illness. And there are certainly not enough centers right now available to treat those people with that very desperate reality. Let me just say a little bit of reading here, and then I'm going to get out your way. I'm very touched by what I see today. Approximately 1 in 5 adults in the United States, 46.6 million, experiences mental illness in a year. Approximately 1 in 25 adults in the United States, 11.2 million, experiences a serious mental illness in a given year that substantially interferes with or limits one or more of their major activities. Approximately 1 in 5 youth, which this gentleman spoke about greatly a moment ago, 1 in 5 youth ages 13, watch this now, 13 to 18, 21.4% experiences severe mental disorder or at some point during their life. Now, this is a frightening one as well. For children ages 8 to 15, the estimation is 13%. 1.1 of adults in the United States live with schizophrenia. 2.6 of adults in the United States live with bipolar disorder, which my nephew, for the most part, had. 6.9 of adults in the United States, 6.9%, excuse me, or 16 million had at least one major depressive episode in the past year. I won't continue to read on. I think my point is clear here. But let me say one time again, one in last quoting here. Thank you, people. And if I could do anything to help you, and I'm not just up here to joke and have fun, please let me know, because I think my track record speaks for itself. Thank y'all very much. And again, thank y'all, man.
Betsy Waller, followed by Tom Baucom.
Chokma, Sahol Chifoat Betsy, Chikashasaya. Hello, my name is Betsy. I am Chickasaw. I live in Ward 6, and I just want to thank you all for allowing me to speak this morning. Speaking from my personal experience as a person living with depression, anxiety, and PTSD, I hope you know that mental health is worth prioritizing. I recently graduated with my Master of Public Health, and I work in opioid overdose prevention. As both a citizen of the Chickasaw Nation and a public health professional, I am well aware that Natives specifically face disparities in mental health at an alarming rate. As a Native living outside the boundaries of my nation, without access to the regular services that my nation would provide, I'm also well aware that there is an increased need for programs and centers like the one that Commissioner Bloomer is proposing to offer assistance to those just like me. The opioid crisis is a public health emergency, and if we do not do anything, we are complicitly allowing lives to be put at risk or even lost. On behalf of myself and all the citizens of OKC, I just have one thing to say. You should fund this. Chokmashki, thank you.
Thank you. Tom Baucom.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Tom Baucom, and like Lori Walke, who spoke previously, the Reverend Lori Walke, I am a member of Voice, and as she so eloquently spoke, Voice is firmly in support of this proposal on mental health. But I'm not only here for that because I have a personal involvement. Back in the year 2000, I was down with severe mental problems. And I went to a psychiatrist who promptly diagnosed me as severely anxious. And so he prescribed medication. And I took that medication, one of which was a tranquilizer called trazodone. And I became addicted to trazodone. And I tried on my own to get off that stuff because psychiatrists don't really give you any counseling, they just give you drugs. And anyway, I tried and tried for months and was not able to get off, even with the help of my wife. So what happened is I got depressed out of my mind and I attempted suicide. I did. And it's amazing and fortunate that I did not die back then. But I did have coverage, fortunately, for my problems. I had an employer who provided me with the means to get real mental health help. And so I continued on in my career as a productive citizen, and I did get that help. And I went to a treatment center down in Texas. And we've talked about Texas, and they have some good facilities, didn't have any here at the time that I could work with, and I was, over time, pretty much taken care of. Now, I will tell you, too, that I'm involved locally with all kinds of what we call 12-step programs. And I can tell you from that there, and I know literally thousands of people in this city who have problems with drugs and alcohol. And it is true that these folks come from all walks of life. They're not, I came from a pretty good, income background. I am not a young person anymore, and so they come from all ages. They come from just every walk of life. And I see these people, and I know what a crisis this problem is, because so many of them cannot get help. They go to some programs, but I promise you, although I love the police department, the jails are not a good source of treatment. So we need more facilities to address these needs, especially for those folks that can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the people who signed up to speak on item 3A on the agenda. Any final words from council? Seeing none, I think we'll move on to 3B, but I always sort of pause here. Everyone is welcome to stay, but if maybe you need to move on with some other things today, I'll probably pause for about a minute and let the room resort. Oh my God, is this a Susan?
right, Councilman.
Take a picture of your bottle. So far, 2 presenters, two bottles of water. Staying hydrated.
Only reason is because I'm sick, and so my throat's been like scratchy and sore.
Give you that good radio box.
Yeah, right.
Smooth, very white. Got very white presentation for multi-purpose stadium.
I'm going to try not to put lull people to sleep. I'm easy listening.
That's what Jay Fisher, I think that's Jay Fisher's background. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what your power plant here is going to look like.
Well, our whole thing is really about we talk about soccer because it's the easiest thing for us to relate to, obviously, but it really is about all and there's an opportunity. We've seen a lot of the venues start treating more as like a cultural space, and I think that's for us. That's kind of where we're at.
I've been to one in Chicago, the Toyota.
It is really nice.
Yeah, the tickets were so cheap. There's a $5.
I know, right?
Blanco came in, there's a $5. I mean, it costs more to get out of the stadium.
Because it's not the city. That was the only thing I didn't like about the city. It's so far outside.
And for us, we're just used to everything's right in the middle. I mean, we can't even park it. We don't need to, you know. Soldier Field, you can walk there from the subway. The red line stops right outside of the cell. So, like, but no, we got to find somebody has a car and go out and
That was the main criticism I always, when we would talk about the stadiums, that was the only I love the place and space that it sits in. Like the band, it's a nice
I didn't have a driver's license. 10 years that I've been
the city's the same way, though. I mean, they've got this super nice place, but it's outside the core.
Man, that's how all the sports stuff in the city. Like out in Raytown, you go to the K or Arrowhead. There's mags. There's BRT.
I mean, it's a solid 30-minute drive out there. If you live in the core, it's a 30-minute drive. It was always like 20 minutes for us. Yeah, it's on the west side. It's out of the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So it's out on that circle.
We're going to get started. All right, this is item 3B on the agenda, a multi-purpose stadium. The presentation is going to be made by Bob Funk, Jr. Just to preface it, I have asked him, there's been a lot of coverage of proposals along these lines that have been publicly distributed in the past. I did ask Bob to also present different options and an option at a lesser cost as well. So he's going to be presenting multiple options today at my request. And Bob, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you for your time and opportunity to present to you today. My name is Bob Funk Jr. I'm the proud co-owner of Oklahoma City Energy Football Club, along with my other partners, Donna Clark and Tim Mclaughlin, who are here as well. And it's an honor to be invited to present alongside the other very impactful projects and ideas that will change our city and continue to grow it. I grew up here, and I believe in our city's potential to be great. But it's only a potential that can be realized if we continue to support one another through connection and support. Today, joined by the other key stakeholders, we will talk about how we believe our city can continue on the incredible trajectory that MAPS has set in motion. I'll outline a vision for a multi-purpose venue and how this vision was inspired by both Oklahoma City's changing demographics and preferences, but also by the precedent set by our future-focused leadership. Not long ago, being a big league city was just outside of our grasp. I can remember I lived here back then, grew up outside in Piedmont, and it was a little bit of a desert. But the city leadership saw fit with a unique and incredible vision, and then the residents voted on that vision. The residents took the first step with the first MAPS program, and that was a choice that would forever alter the direction of our city moving forward. The Chickasaw Bricktown Ballpark, home of the Dodgers, was a part of the original MAPS initiative. Building the Chesapeake Arena, then called the Ford Center, positioned OKC to attract the NBA. This was a monumental achievement, one that would never have happened without the forward thinking of our leadership at the time. And I think we can all agree the Thunder has put OKC on the global map. A combination of intentional, future-focused public investments and passionate, committed operators have built a substantial event infrastructure for our community and have driven private investment in a major way. In fact, according to the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce, that investment has provided Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City's benefited from more than $5 billion in public and private investment since the original MAPS 3 passed. And today we are watching MAPS 3 materialize before our very eyes. The OK streetcar this past December, our senior health and wellness centers that are coming online, the opening of the Scissortail Park in the fall, and then the new convention center next year. These achievements have undoubtedly contributed to the passion you've encountered through the MAPS 4 process, the thousands of ideas and emails, and the overflowing council chambers during these presentations. And during this process, the message has been loud and clear, and from many diverse voices in our community, OKC has more work to do for our people. Now, I personally support a lot of the MAPS 4 initiatives. The mental health, you see my shirt right here. The mental health initiative, I believe, is very important. I think this is a solution for so many of the issues we face societally on our day-to-day interactions in Oklahoma City. Palomar, of course, is a program that saves lives every day. Our homeless initiative, I think, is extremely important. Dan Strawn and the work that they do, I think, also is an important issue that needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed immediately, as well as the diversion hub. The diversion hub, I think, is a unique solution, and it's innovative in its approach. But it's also clear that our city looks very different today than we did 25 years ago. We've grown significantly. Our median age is younger than it's ever been before. And we are becoming increasingly diverse. As Mayor Holt recently noted on social media, 60% of the youth in Oklahoma City are non-white. We have strongly represented Native, Black, and Asian demographics. And there's perhaps no better example of the growing diversity than our Hispanic population, as you'll see represented in this slide. The interests and preferences of Oklahoma City are influenced increasingly by a more diverse cross-section of global cultures. This is an attribute of Oklahoma City to be embraced. It should be celebrated, but we also need to plan. And this is where I believe soccer comes in. Soccer is by far the most popular sport in the world. In 2018, the Super Bowl only garnered 160 million viewers globally. In contrast, that same year, 3.4 billion viewers watched the FIFA Men's World Cup. That's half the world's population. Soccer is followed and played by people in all four corners of the planet. And in the next 25 years, our culture here in Oklahoma City is going to be represented by people from all four corners of the planet. But it's also gaining popularity in the United States at an incredible rate. The Women's World Cup this past month captured the attention of the nation and world and broke all viewership records in the United States. In OKC, the Women's World Cup watch party, hosted by Oklahoma City Energy FC, drew a massive and diverse crowd to Together Square on a very, very, very hot Sunday morning to watch U.S. take victory over the Netherlands. The point is, Oklahoma City's sports preferences are shifting, and they're closely following the national trends. For example, in 2018, a Nielsen study found that from Oklahoma City's population of 1.5 million, 862,000 people identified as soccer fans. That's over half our metro population. This is not far behind basketball and football. And in Oklahoma City, in 2018, World Cup was the most Googled term in that year. But it's also important to mention the incredible growth OKC Energy has experienced in 6 years since the franchise began. It was in part a recognition of Oklahoma City's appetite for soccer that led us to pursue a USL franchise beginning in 2010. Our belief in the potential of the sport to appeal and to unite, and that's very important, that word unite is very important to us. It's part of our DNA. It's part of who we are as an organization. But the appeal and to unite many communities within our region is what drove the intention to begin the team. And today we are proud to say that in many ways we are working through soccer to unify our community. The depth and scope of our fan base is multicultural and economically diverse. The fan base is also multi-generational. OKC Energy fans skew younger and more heavily millennial than the city's population at large, and they are civically engaged, as I think you can see today. Soccer's accessibility and affordability allows families from all backgrounds and incomes to both watch and play the sport, which hugely contributes to its popularity. I'll give you an example. So a family of 4 that comes to our games can spend $44 and have 2 hours worth of entertainment. That's less expensive than it is to go to the movie theater today. Now, as I just said, unification of this community is the reason we started the OKC Energy FC in the first place. This organization is so much more than just a soccer team. And our commitment, me and Tim and Donna's and our constituency's commitment to the community runs really deep. That's why the Energy Assist Foundation, at the Energy Assist Foundation, we host clinics, free clinics and camps, and are doing things to provide more access to youth to play the sport of soccer through building futsal courts in many neighborhoods around the metro. And I'm continually inspired and energized by the meteoric increase during the time since OKC of the youth, meteoric increase we've observed in youth soccer programming since we began the team. We partner with the Police Athletic League on many of these programs, and we're committed to all of the youth to our city to provide them the life benefits that playing the sport of soccer gives. One of the individuals on the forefront of this effort is my partner, Tim Mclaughlin, and you'll hear from Tim during the 3-minute comment section. I'm continually floored by the organization that he founded and directs, Fields and Futures. They've built more than 22 fields to date, and most recently have plans to support the Pathway to Greatness. Our club and city are currently facing a very challenging reality. The OKC Energy are the only professional soccer team in North America that currently plays in a high school venue. I want to repeat that. The Oklahoma City Energy are the only professional soccer team in North America that plays in a high school venue. We're actually playing on a surface that is not approved or sanctioned by the United States Soccer Federation. Oklahoma City is the 12th largest city in the country. Yet we're the only city among the nation's top 50 largest that does not have a multi-purpose outdoor stadium. This means that Oklahoma City is missing opportunities, setting soccer aside, that many of our counterparts enjoy. You may have seen venues built like this in competing cities like Kansas City, Dallas, San Antonio, Frisco, Texas, and Louisville. In recent conversations with the city manager of Frisco, our ownership group learned that the venue constructed in 2004 maintains a heavily programmed and significant calendar of events. Alongside hosting FC Dallas in 2018, the venue offered residents NCAA football, high school soccer, sold-out concerts, women's professional soccer, and many other diverse types of events. I've witnessed these success stories firsthand, and many of you have, and I've long believed that Oklahoma City could compete and in many cases surpass the level of connection and community and inclusivity such a venue can generate when carefully considered and programmed. I think that's very important. I'm here today because I strongly believe MAPS 4 presents Oklahoma City's best chance to create this multi-purpose environment in a way that serves to connect and complement the nearby districts and attractions and promotes access citywide. As with all MAPS projects, the choice of the location ultimately rests with the city and would be carefully determined by the City Council, by its consultants, and by the Citizens Advisory Board. This process, I believe, as demonstrated by precedent, is probably the ideal way to bring an amenity such as a multi-purpose stadium into Oklahoma City. It's for this reason Tim Donna and I worked to lead a group responding to the mayor's call for MAPS 4 ideas. And we announced our proposal earlier this year. So what does that vision look like? Our proposal outlines a collective vision for a centrally located, multi-purpose outdoor venue that can host professional sports like rugby, boxing, lacrosse, and of course, professional soccer. As an organization, OKC Energy FC has extensive experience in programming this type of facility. We formed strong partnerships with the rugby and lacrosse communities in Oklahoma City and work closely with them to share our practice facility and with professional and youth teams at the Oklahoma City County Health Department on Northeast 63rd. The venue, as proposed, would perfectly suit college and youth soccer as well, rugby, lacrosse, boxing, and football. We have representatives present today from each of these OKC communities, and they'll be speaking briefly during the comment period. It would also be an ideal location to host classic Oklahoma City high school rivalry football games, including the Soul Bowl. It would also empower high school sports statewide for the first time to consolidate their football and soccer championships into one central location. I'm pleased to say that David Jackson with the Oklahoma Secondary Schools Activity Association will also be speaking with you soon about the potential he sees for the proposed venue and how it could serve this role. But sports aside, we've also spoken with the arts and festival groups like Dead Center and Oklahoma City Latino Film Festival, also local music experts including Graham Colton, who are both here to share their thoughts. Each of these individuals see value in a development of this nature in supporting new cultural events and different cultural events that would complement the city's current event infrastructure. Now, truthfully, I've got to say, one of the most fun aspects of exploring the meaning and potential of multipurpose as we've gone through this process is learning more about the landscape of interests and diverse communities within our city. The amount of emails, ideas that we've had, the creative ideas of how to use this facility has been astounding, and it's been a lot of fun. Probably the most fun part of the process is imagining how this facility can be utilized for the entire community. With that, I've also invited 4 of our many collaborators in the shaping of this proposal to join me at the podium now and make brief statements on the many positive impacts they anticipate with this project. I'll let each one of them introduce themselves.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, and officials. My name is Donna Clark, and I'm a co-owner of the Energy Football Club. It is important for me to be part of the ownership of the Energy FC, partly because I was also co-owner of the very first PDL team to play in Oklahoma City in 2013, and partly because, or mainly because, I believe soccer solves problems in communities, and the Energy FC is committed to this. Now, this team in 2013, it was a PDL team, and the PDL plays one level below the USL, and the USL is where the Energy plays today. We played one season at Oklahoma City University, OCU, and we were very successful. And partly, but not completely, from this team, the Energy FC was born in 2014. So I feel like I'm a founding father of sorts for professional soccer in Oklahoma City. There are some people who call me endearingly the godmother of soccer in Oklahoma City. And I want you to know that godmother means a woman pioneering for a cause. And I want you to know that I am definitely a woman pioneering for the cause of soccer in Oklahoma City. I would like to share with you some reasons why I love this game, some problems that it solves in society, and why I feel a multi-purpose outdoor stadium is perfect for Oklahoma City. Soccer is a unifying sport across genders. It is a sport that both girls and boys can play. For either girls or boys, the equipment is the same, the pitch is the same, the goals are the same, the balls are the same, and they each play for 90 minutes plus stoppage time. For girls and boys alike, they each strap on shin pads, boots, and goalkeeper gloves. I attended the Women's World Cup, as Bob mentioned, at Together Square. It was a deeply impactful experience for me to sit with more than 700 fellow Oklahomans aside Oklahoma City's newest public futsal court and watch the U.S. women defend their title against the Netherlands on a field in France. Oklahoma City needs professional soccer deeply rooted in our community because Oklahoma City needs all the benefits associated with professional soccer. One of those benefits, if we are granted a stadium, would be a place for professional men and professional women to play. Another benefit is continuing the positive impact professional soccer is having in our community. I am so proud of the partnership the Energy has with Energy Assist and Fields and Futures, as my partner Tim Mclaughlin will speak about a little further in our presentation. This partnership is building futsal courts in our city to provide a way for girls and boys to have a fun, free, safe place to play. These courts provide girls and boys something healthy and constructive to do in their spare time. These courts provide girls and boys a way to stay busy and to stay out of trouble, which we all know can be a problem in society. Futsal is also for disabled boys and girls. Have you seen frame football? If you haven't, I urge you to Google frame football and watch how these disabled children are able to play the sport. They're in their frames, and they're able to move around, and they're actually kicking balls and scoring goals. Please allow us to continue to benefit our community through our love for this game. We must have a stadium to call our home in order to continue our community efforts. One last benefit this game has in our community has to do with minority populations. Oklahoma City Public Schools children are more than 50% minority. Our mayor has large portraits of children on the walls in his chambers that depict this minority. Football, soccer, is a sport where a coach could take 11 players from 11 different countries that speak 11 different languages, that come from 11 different walks of life, 11 different religions, and place them on a soccer pitch, and they could communicate and play together in unison as a team. For those of you that don't know, there are 11 players on a soccer pitch. Soccer is an international language, and it has no barriers in regards to race, gender, language, socioeconomics, religion, or culture. It is even a sport for the disabled. It is truly the world's game, the world's most beautiful game. With all of this being said, I implore you to place on the ballot for vote this December a multi-purpose outdoor stadium, for this will be a place that will bring us together. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Good morning. My name is Chris Brewster. I have the privilege of serving as the superintendent of Santa Fe South Schools here in Oklahoma City. I grew up as a missionary kid in the Philippines and ended up trying to figure out how to come back to the U.S., not knowing what it would be like to immigrate back to a country that my parents came from. But I settled in Oklahoma because my parents both graduated from Oklahoma Baptist University. I pursued education And my heart was always to work and live in Oklahoma City because it most resembled in the population I wanted to work with, the folks that I grew up with in the Philippines. So I started my teaching career in '92 at Capitol Hill High School, and I was invited to consider coaching the soccer team at Capitol Hill. And I said yes, because a new teacher says yes to everything. And I was excited, I was thrilled, and I'd played a little college soccer, but I'd never coached. I was just ready to assume the title of coach because I hold that to be one of the most important titles of anybody in my life, and I was really pleased to be able to do that. And I coached women's volleyball and I coached wrestling, but I got to start the soccer program at Capitol Hill. And I mean start it, because I had 85 kids who wanted to play, but we didn't have any uniforms, we didn't have any balls, we didn't have any goals, and we didn't have a field. But we had a dream to start a soccer program at Capitol Hill. And into this, a businessman in Oklahoma City who I'd never met, who owned a Napa Auto Parts downtown, he donated money so we could buy metal so the shop class at Capitol Hill could build us our goals. And we built our goals. And then one day in practice, we ran 4 miles to downtown Oklahoma City, all sweaty, into his Napa Auto Parts store, and we thanked the owner. He didn't expect to see us coming. And we ran 4 miles back and had practice that day. And from that was built a soccer culture in South Oklahoma City that endures to this day. I got to spend several years coaching. I coached about 18 years at the varsity level at Capitol Hill and Deer Creek, and then started Santa Fe South Schools, where soccer became a foundation that replicated and responded to the identity of the kids and the culture that we served. You've already heard that nearly 60% of the kids in Oklahoma City represent the Hispanic families and Latino culture. Soccer speaks our language. Now, as I worked in Oklahoma City, I began to get a very myopic view of our city. My own children and my wife and I have lived here since 87 when I moved here from the Philippines, and there is no city in the world I choose to live in over Oklahoma City. I've been to 14 countries and lived in 3 or 4 states, and this is where I plant my kids. I love Oklahoma City. I'm thrilled to see the work of the MAPS projects enhance our city. Now, at Santa Fe South, we've grown a lot. We started with 120 kids in a church basement in 1992, and this year we're in 8 locations, and we serve 3,600 kids, pre-K through 12th grade, and we have nearly 1,800 on our waiting list. There's a tremendous response to the work we're doing because we respect the culture and the language of the kids we serve. Soccer is one of the ways that we do that. At Santa Fe South, we engage more young women in our sports than nearly any high school around us, and most of those young women participate in soccer. We've made it to the 4A state championships and came up as runner-ups there. It's one of the highest achieving women's soccer programs in the city. Our young men are well known. They've won 3 state championships. They've had 5 runner-ups. We've had 39 all-staters and placed nearly 24 kids on soccer scholarships in the state of Oklahoma and beyond. It is a way for our children who do extremely well at this sport to see a future ahead of them. Now we're beginning to really turn out kids from Santa Fe South and other city schools that are achieving at very high levels. What I want is a city where they want to stay and live and build their families, because we're losing our kids. Many of them are looking to other venues and other places to raise their own children, to take jobs. And the more attractive we can make our city, the richer it is, because we keep our own indigenous population here. I began by saying I have a myopic view. I really think that there are 2 kinds of folks in Oklahoma City. Those that love and think about our children first, and then everybody else. And I want to tell you that the people that are here today that represent this organization have proven to me over the years by their investment in our families that they love our kids. I believe that this venue and other efforts like it will prove to be very proactive in the work of raising the kids and rearing the children in Oklahoma City. I think, in fact, we will be judged by how healthy our children are, mentally, physically, and academically. And this is one of the ways that we can really support the work that so many educators like Dr. Sean McDaniel and his team at Oklahoma City and others are doing to raise our kids well. I fully support this venue for many, many reasons, but mostly because I believe it's good for Oklahoma City kids. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. You'll probably remember me. I was here few weeks ago talking about the arena, and you probably think that that guy's really selfish because I was speaking on behalf of hosting high school activities at the arena, and I'm here for the very same reason, speaking on behalf of this venue, this multi-purpose venue, because just like the arena that's being proposed, the proposed multi-purpose venue would serve the high school community very, very well, and I'll tell you why we think so. I don't think I have to go into great detail to talk about how special high school championships are. For a lot of people, it's the pinnacle of achievement because, fact of the matter, most are finished after they leave high school. So to be able to even participate, may not always come away with being the champion, but to be able to just participate for a high school championship is such a special time in some of the high school students' lives. We try at the OSSAA to provide the very best experience we can for those high school students when they get to that level, when they get to that championship level. And we've been successful. We think in most situations. We've got some very nice high school venues that will open their doors to us. Some of the colleges and universities will do the same. So we've been able to put the students in great venues. In a lot of cases, what's missed is those venues a lot of times are in places that are not very accessible to fans who would love to experience that with those students. That's why we're so excited about this particular venue, to be able to have that multi-purpose venue that I know a lot of talk is, we've talked a lot about soccer and rightfully so. Soccer is one of our fastest growing activities in our association. We have 480 schools, and each year, probably for the last 15, soccer has grown the most in terms of sponsoring that activity. So we've rightfully so talked about soccer, but I want to talk a little bit about the oblong football. To be able to bring our football championships to one venue, allow not only the fans of those students who are playing, I mean, they're going to come wherever they are, but to be able to provide a venue that's going to allow access to people from all over the state to come to one venue in one weekend and just camp out and enjoy high school championship football, much like we do now with basketball at the Big House. You know, a lot of people plan vacations around that time of year. We think we would get the very same effect in football. We sponsor those championships at a time of year when people love to come to Oklahoma City. They're going to do their Christmas shopping a lot of times. So to be able to provide that central venue that we could host all our championship football games, the only concern I would have is there going to be enough seating, because we think it's going to bring that type of crowd to that venue and allow people who might not otherwise, football fans in a craved football state, allow them that opportunity to come and enjoy the purest form of athletics there is, which is high school activities. So very much ask for your support for this. As already been mentioned, it's going to provide a great opportunity for lots of different things. But I will tell you, from the High School Activities Association, we would love to be able to have the potential to sponsor our high school football championships there. Thank you.
members of the City Council. My name is Chuck Wiggin, and my firm, Wiggin Properties, has been assisting OKC Energy FC in the planning for the proposed stadium. And depending on the location selected by the city, we're planning the accompanying development of an adjacent urban mixed-use neighborhood. For the past 38 years, Wiggin Properties has been active as an investor, developer, and real estate service provider, working with properties predominantly in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, and investors throughout the country and abroad. Two aspects of this project make it particularly important for Oklahoma City. First, a centrally located downtown sports and entertainment venue has been shown by the experience of numerous other cities to be a powerful magnet for adjacent neighborhood redevelopment. OKC Energy FC will be an anchor tenant that cares deeply about our city and the impact it can create by bringing together fans from all over the city, fans of soccer, fans of other sports, fans of music, and other cultural events. In other words, the Energy wants to contribute to the creation of both a stadium suitable for professional soccer and a vibrant downtown neighborhood. Secondly, by building and owning the stadium, the city puts itself in the position to control, through incentives and economic development tools, important aspects of surrounding development projects, such as density, access to public transportation, a mix of compatible uses, streetscapes, and building types. In short, the city will be able to assist and encourage best practices of smart development that will enhance the surrounding neighborhood and catalyze further development. Done right, the stadium and its surrounding neighborhood will help to connect and boost nearby districts and destinations and promote interactions citywide. With our knowledge of opportunity zones and other public-private initiatives, we look forward to assisting with this development. Thank you.
Chuck. Bob, may I ask Chuck a question?
Sure, absolutely.
Chuck, from a private development standpoint, how far away from the central part of downtown can this facility be placed?
Well, there's no location identified at this point for the facility, so we don't know that. We do know that the city has chosen, under the guidance of the state and the federal government, the location of opportunity zones. And these opportunity zones cover a lot of downtown and can be an important element in fostering development within these neighborhoods.
Just to clarify, the state chose our opportunity zones.
The state chose them. They were ratified by the federal government, set up by the federal government.
Right.
Yes. Right.
Well, so are you saying it needs to be in one of the opportunity zones?
It doesn't have to be, no.
Okay.
But that would certainly be a desirable thing from a development standpoint.
Right, and like you said, there's plenty of areas that fall into that area. One final question to you then, from a private development standpoint, to what extent will noise be an issue?
Noise is always an issue. If you mean what will the impact be of noise coming out of a stadium, for example, a musical event and so on?
Yes.
And from what we know from talking with other people with facilities like this, it's something that they come to live with, and people don't mind living nearby because of the energy and I don't mean the soccer club, I mean the excitement of being in a place like that where there is a lot of activity and a lot of people around and events that happen on a regular basis.
One final question, and I'm sorry, but so in your opinion, a place that's fairly close to downtown, like the Stockyards area, closer to the river, is perhaps too far from the downtown area?
Well, understand that this is not my decision. This is a decision for the city if they approve this proposal. But I will tell you that I would be a fan of seeing this facility built as close to the heart of downtown as possible. because it will complement other areas. It will create the density that gets created by development around it, and the adjacencies will work to the advantage of all parties.
And to follow along with Chuck's comments there, we've always been an advocate of putting this in front of the city and all the stakeholders in order to choose the location. We believe that's the only way that's the best decision gets made, where it's located, and that it serves everyone in the city, not just specific constituencies on any given level. So as an organization, we've always advocated for that. Before I continue on with my presentation, I want to make one comment that just occurred to me as I'm sitting there. When I talk about unification, I want you to understand the depth and level of unification I'm talking about. It was set through an example by our ownership. Not long ago, but in the 2011-2012 timeframe, Donna and Tim and I sat with opposite interests across a very large table trying to achieve the same thing. We had the wisdom and the humility to come together and say, how do we do this together? How do we come together to make this work for the Oklahoma City community? And we all have various level of expertise in this area, and we've talked a lot about soccer, but I believe it applies to everything that we do on a level of sport and everything we do within a level of community. And so we really are, as an organization, are the living embodiment of unity in our city when we were able to come together and set aside our competing interests for what was the betterment of Oklahoma City. I want to thank Donna. I want to thank you, Chris. Thanks for coming to speak. David, I don't know where he went. I want to thank him, but obviously, Chuck, thank you for your comments. And to add on to that vision Chuck outlined, I can tell you that as a potential operator of the venue, our preferences are for a neighborhood that is dense, mixed use, and affordable. It must have bike and pedestrian-friendly infrastructure and connection to public transportation. In fact, access is one of the biggest challenges that our current home at Taft Stadium presents. Taft was never meant to be a permanent home for us. It was the next stepping stone for the organization. We have multiple problems currently in Taft. It's a great high school venue for what it was intended for, but we have issues with parking. We don't have the ability to produce concessions. We have to bring all of that in. It really is, the whole venue is a blank slate. We have to bring all of these things in as an organization and contribute massive amounts of time, money, and resources in order to put the events on that we do for the community. And the inflow and outflow is really difficult, both from a traffic standpoint, but just personnel and pedestrians. There's nothing anchored there. I like to say sports events are not about the sporting event necessarily. It's about three separate events. It's events people like to go to beforehand, then they go to the sporting event, and then they want another event afterward with friends, family, or whoever else they're participating with. We don't have that ability in that area. We're mainly circled by schools, churches, and then a neighborhood just on the back side. Now, the neighborhood loves the benefit at times when we're not shooting fireworks off. And we currently also play on a non-regulation size field. We do not conform to the United States Soccer Federation standards in terms of a competition service. And we are the only team that has to apply for that waiver every year, and they're losing patience with us. I've received 2 letters now from the United States Soccer Federation, as well as a letter from the league asking me repeatedly, how are you going to solve this problem? And when I talk about being a blank slate, that's for all events. We've tried several different types of events, alternate sporting events, concerts, cultural events in that facility. We've tried to put them in there. And we haven't, when we bid on these, in fact, we wanted to bid on NCAA soccer at one point, and we were flat out denied without even turning our form in because they knew our field didn't conform to USSF standards. So back in February, we originally proposed a $97 million project. The renderings you're looking at have been specifically developed in response to feedback and direction we received from the City of Oklahoma City. Between then and now, the city has encouraged us to revisit the proposal with cost reduction in mind. Mayor Holt has requested today that I present 2 options for accomplishing this project. And we understand that capital resources are finite and extremely precious with all the projects that are on the table, and you face difficult days ahead with your decisions. But let's talk about option one. With these considerations in mind, I'm showing you a rendering for the $37 to $42 million project. At this level of investment, the city would still be well positioned to host many of the events I just referenced. The 8,000-seat stadium would feature a regulation-sized playing surface and would accommodate football, rugby, lacrosse, and soccer. The venue will include a nominal stage suitable to accommodate mid-level talent. And a venue at this level of investment would be able to generate roughly 66 events throughout the year and would create nearly $70 million in economic activity. But when we increase the project budget, that's when the most exciting things happen, the most exciting possibilities. When we increase it to $67 to $72 million, which is what you're seeing now, really I think where's the excitement comes in. The increased budget increases the seating count for sporting events to 10,000 seats and provide features like shade structures and premium amenities for the fan base. It would also include the necessary public amenities to accommodate up to 18,000 in total attendance for a large concert, as well as a large stage, which would unlock our ability to attract top-tier national talent. We'd also have a secondary stage that would accommodate an 8,000-seat concert environment, creating a smaller and probably more intimate setting for other types of shows. Undoubtedly, this version better prepares Oklahoma City for our future. These added amenities will also serve to attract the interest of national touring events and entertainment companies, one of which has communicated interest to the project to my team as well as Mayor Holt. During our conversations, it became clear to us that they are looking to partner with a facility just like this and will do so in either Oklahoma City or Tulsa. Now, I know many national tours pass through here on time to time, traveling from Dallas to Kansas City. And I want to make sure Oklahoma City captures that. I don't want Tulsa getting that. I want Oklahoma City getting that. Our people, our citizens, I believe, deserve that. A venue at this level of investment would be able to increase the number of events from 66 to 81 annually and will create $80 million in economic activity. Additionally, having the ability to attract more events with higher attendance will increase the demand for development around the facility, maximizing private investment and creating a more significant live, work, and play community. The next slide you're going to see is a line item of the project costs and budget. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here. We developed these budgets with 2 architectural and design firms and 1 national construction firm. So we really honed in on these numbers and feel very confident that this not only provides an accurate picture of what the cost would be, but also provides the quality of venue that the Oklahoma City citizens deserve. So I want to talk a little bit about the long term. What's the long-term vision for this facility? What's it look like? Currently, the Energy plays in the championship division of the United Soccer League, or USL. And since our inaugural season, 6 years ago, we've grown from 15 to 36 teams. That's exponential growth for any league in the United States. It's been really, really incredible. And many of the teams are in competitive cities, like Austin, Louisville, San Antonio, Sacramento, Phoenix, and also Memphis. Now, I get asked about Major League Soccer all the time. And I can tell you that cities that build a substantial fan following and demonstrate a willingness to invest in infrastructure, especially within the downtown area, become very appealing to the United States' only Tier 1 league, MLS. Now, don't misunderstand me. We enjoy a high level of play in the U.S. I want to make that comment really quickly. We currently have 5 players that play for national teams, which means anytime there's an international competition, they're pulled out of our team and sent on behalf of their country to play in those international competitions. So we have a high level of play in the USL. I don't want that to be mistaken. However, we should consider that as it stands, Oklahoma City has an opportunity to build a venue that would lay the foundation for MLS in the future. But I can say with certainty, with a lot of certainty, that opportunity will evaporate if we do nothing. I want to comment, I'll tell you a little story that made this very evident to me. About 4 years ago, Tim and I and the former Mayor Mclaughlin took a trip to New York to sit down with Don Garber and Mark Abbott. And we sat for about half a day and talked about Oklahoma City's prospects as an MLS market. And it became very apparent very quickly, and we took a presentation, we showed the possibilities in Oklahoma City and what we believe the venue should look like. And when it really came down to it, there were really 4 things on their list that they wanted to see in terms of, and we knew Oklahoma City wasn't quite ready. We knew Oklahoma City wasn't making the jump and wouldn't be ready to take the jump for maybe a decade. And they told us what kind of their list, fan following being one, ownership being another. But number 1 on top of the list was a stadium commensurate with the MLS standard and what they believed a professional team operating at the Tier 1 level should be. And they were very clear about it as we walked out of their offices. Our recommendation then is to build a venue that is expandable with an eye toward MLS. Just as much, it's based on the precedent set 25 years ago by the Ford Center's cost-conscious original design as a speculative venue to attract a professional sports team. The venue was later significantly upgraded once the city received a commitment from the NBA. We believe this model is not only fiscally responsible, but it's also future-focused on behalf of the city leadership. And they're to be applauded, I think, for that leadership. It's a model that Oklahoma City now has the opportunity to emulate by anticipating and planning for the demands of both your current constituency and the demands of your constituency 25 years from now. I've already mentioned the intentionality with which our organization pursued a USL team for Oklahoma City, and our belief that the team has the power to be the unifying and far-reaching force of connection within Oklahoma City. I believe the multipurpose outdoor stadium, as proposed, is a physical manifestation of that unity and connection. You know, I'm so proud to see our fans embracing these athletes too. They represent us and Oklahoma City on a national stage. But far more importantly, I'm honored for the platform the team has created to serve and provide the attention and resources to the segments of our community that are underserved and most in need. I love the programs. I love the programs that we participate in with Special Olympics, with Police Athletic League, the community give back that our athletes on their own participate in. We get to provide, to Mr. Brewster's comments, we get to provide hope to kids in sometimes desperate circumstances. They get to learn work ethic, teamwork. They have mentorship. They get to learn compassion for one another. You know, the lessons that they can learn through sport, not just soccer, but all sports, is probably the thing I'm most proud of about this organization and what we get to do on a daily basis. And I believe that this venue shows them the path of what can be. And, you know, I think there's an important place for that. It's not just about being a professional athlete. It's just about participating in sports at the highest level that you can. I knew I wasn't going to be a professional athlete, but I love basketball, and I knew it could pay for my college education. And so I think there's a place in every community for sport, and I think this is the culmination of that mentality and that perspective. So we who participated in developing this proposal believe it is time to embrace the opportunity we have to further unify and connect this community by moving forward with the development of a multi-purpose outdoor stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a place to bring us together. Thank you for your time. Supporters, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I look forward to your questions.
Yeah, just to make a quick comment, probably a long overdue thank you. But when I was coaching Powell down at for the Bodine Bobcats down there, the Bobcats, and I have a Bobcat badge, by the way. But I had the opportunity for one of our practices for some of the energy coaches and players to come out there, and I thought they were going to help me with practice. They just took over practice and ran with it. And I probably learned more than the kids that day, but the impact on those kids was just incredible. They knew they were around the professionals. I mean, it was, you could have seen the looks on their faces that day, and I think they all got an energy ball too, but the looks on their faces, and you knew that, when they were going home that day, they had something really big to share with the rest of their family of, an opportunity that they'd had. So I really do appreciate the whole organization, players, coaches alike. Too.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilman Greenwell?
So excluding the private development, what's the size, the area that the stadium itself needs? And can you compare that to the Cox Center in terms of the size needed for the arena?
So it depends on the size and capacity. We've always said that between 9 and 10 acres is really the size that you need. Kansas City currently rests on 9 3/4 acres for an MLS stadium. For something like we're proposing today, it'd be a little bit smaller envelope. But in order to plan for the future, if we ever wanted to expand it, I still think it would need to be probably a 10-acre plat.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, following Councilman Stone's comments, I'm thankful that we just had a block party this weekend. I know under some dire circumstances for our community, but you all came out. You were able to help spread some cheer, and I see a couple of the players that came out for Sunday as well. And just the people that I know with the organization, I know they are committed, and anytime I've been able to call and say, can you help, there has always been a response of, what do you need? So I think that speaks to the motto for City and Club. So I thank you all for what you do. And I think once we're able to work together to figure out what is needed for the stadium, what that looks like, I think if we're able to culminate together what that looks like, especially for the stadium for kids, for our high school kids, I think that's something that's been long overdue for our communities within Oklahoma City, also within our county. So I'm looking forward to more conversations to see how we can better fit this into the conversation.
Thank you. Look forward to that as well.
A couple of years ago, Mayor Cornett had the mayor from Louisville, Greg Fisher, come to Oklahoma City, and we took him on a tour of the city and showed him what we had accomplished with maps. And so that night we were able to go to dinner with him, and I was talking to him, and I said, he first said to me, I'm impressed with what you've done so quickly. And I said, well, let me ask you a question. What do you think we should do next with maps? And he sat there and he paused for a second. And then he looked at me and he said, I can't tell you what to do next, but I can tell you what will happen next. And that is, people will migrate towards the river. And you will have unbelievable development along the river. And so I would just like to know you to tell me your thoughts on Louisville, where their multi-purpose stadium is, how it plays in with the river, if you know, and how other cities are doing that have built similar facilities like you are proposing.
Sure. So we've seen answer the last question, we've seen market success for every team that's gone out and built a facility. Increased attendance, a boost in their numbers. But it really comes down to location. I would say more so than the price tag of what the stadium is, even if you were to go build a $200 to $300 million project for a stadium, the location is probably the most important driver. And I love what Louisville's done because they've planned ahead, but they've also have not gone too far. I've seen many facilities go out in a far-flung area because they believe it makes sense or the property's convenient, and those facilities have floundered. Louisville has taken the right approach in the planning between their mayor and the organization, and they've got a fantastic organization. They've won our championship twice now, and I'm pretty bitter about it. But they have invested properly. They've got a great relationship with the city, and they've got this interesting symbiotic relationship that I don't think is unlike what can happen here, where they all came together and decided this is going to be the best spot for the future and the present, and what's going to continue to drive the success of the facility itself. And it's not just about soccer either. It's about multi-purpose use and access for the entire community. And they've got a beautiful facility. I've seen it under construction and seen the plans for it. And I think they took some interesting approaches in terms of how they design their entrances and the way they're designed to not speak specifically to soccer, but to all types of different types of events. To be able to, and the way it's designed, you can get in and out of there easily for those events. So it's not strictly about the game of soccer.
Bob, operationally, you would imagine this being along maybe the model we currently have with the Dodgers, where we built the stadium and then they have sort of exclusive management and operational costs fall on them?
Yes, yeah. So I'm very familiar with the Dodgers agreement. We owned it when it was the Red Hawks, so I'm very familiar with how that agreement works, and we envision a similar model where the city owns the property and then we operate and manage the property through the lease agreement, and would be responsible for maintenance costs and CapEx over time through that lease agreement.
And site's been mentioned a few times, so I think it's just worth drilling down and just being clear that typically in maps, lots of people have lots of ideas, sometimes there's renderings, but we don't really cite things before that decision is able to be considered by the Citizen Advisory Board and this council. But I think, is it fair to say you imagine a central location?
Yeah, I think if we're going to talk about this being accessible to everybody in the city, every demographic, it's an issue we face right now with some of our fans that live on the south side. They don't come to every game. They come to a lot of games. They don't come to every game simply because it's a jaunt and it's a ways for them to get there. I think if we locate it in the central core, it makes a lot more sense for everyone to have access, and especially if we can locate it near public transportation. That's where we see is making the most sense overall in getting people to the games and getting the full use out of the facility for all the different types of events.
Any other questions or comments before we transition? Yes.
Yeah, I have a few questions. And I'll start them out by saying, who would have guessed that two OBU jocks
would be
sitting here chatting? Because I also attended Oklahoma Baptist, and I played golf there, and my brother played soccer, so I watched a lot of soccer games out in Shawnee. And I think most of my questions are a little more technical, and not that, I guess I should start by saying, I assume most people think that I'm probably might be the most vocal opponent of investing in this because of my skepticism that publicly funded sports stadiums are actually fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. But in my mind, if we are going to build this, I really want to think through how to make it actually serve the population that we're talking about that has been left out. And I get frustrated when we call them minorities because we keep talking about how they're actually majority, becoming the majority demographic. So I would like to just say our Hispanic, our Latinx population are the folks who are driving this, and I really want to make sure it's actually benefiting them. So again, going back to location, I would like to see how we can actually get it located if we're going to do this on the south side, and not just along the river, but I would say, Southwest 30th and Western, or not, Western? No. Grant, sorry, Southwest Grand and Western. There's a giant Sears that when I was knocking doors, people kept saying, it'd be great if we could figure out what to do with that, because that's like a huge hole in our neighborhood. And so again, that's kind of where I'm coming from. So one of my questions is, if this isn't included in MAPS 4, what happens for you all? Are there opportunities? It sounds like with the opportunity zones, there are private opportunities to invest in a stadium, even if the city is not the one to build it.
So my statement to actually everybody, because I've been asked, that's not the first time I've been asked the question. Unfortunately, at this time, with the time frame and development that I believe it's going to take to get to where we want to be, I think we would have to move the team. I don't think we have a choice. The United States Soccer Federation is under extreme pressure right now for a multitude of reasons, lawsuits being one, and which means they're putting pressure on our league to have all of our teams compliant when it comes to United States Soccer Federation standards. And I've been talking about this for about 6 or 7 years because we knew it was going to be an issue with them, and they're finally losing their patience. And I just had conversations with them last week at our league meetings. And they said, well, we need to start having a conversation if it isn't going to be an option. And I said, I understand that. And I think from our standpoint, we've taken the step of investing in this. My personal opinion on this, we've taken the step of investing millions of dollars to get it to the point we're at today in the current venue that we stand in. And we'll even if we have a MAPS 4 multipurpose stadium, we'll still have to invest millions to get it to the next level. We really believe it's time that Oklahoma City be a part of that partnership. I think we provide, and it's not just, again, the soccer. We operate a special events firm. We do the street festivals with Oklahoma City County Health Department, parades, all types of different events that we can see and benefit here. And I just don't see the option of doing anything else for us if we can't figure out something today. The opportunity zones aren't really designed for that. They're not designed for public venues. They're designed for a different type of development. We have some interest in building those stadiums, but the price tags are just, they don't make the economics work.
But it does for taxpayer money.
Taxpayer money is, the way I look at this is a public venue. I mean, when you're talking about private investment, the public doesn't get to use the venue because it's owned by the individual entity. And that's truly why I think it's most appropriate that this be public dollars, is because it's a public venue that everybody citywide should have access to.
But people are still paying money to go access a public venue, even though their tax dollars paid for it.
That depends on the event. It depends on who you're talking to. But there are some operational costs that do have to be covered. And typically, like when we worked at the Red Hawks, that provided for the maintenance on the facility. And so those dollars, while were spent to operate the team, they were also being spent on upkeep on the facility.
And then my other question is that I did hear, talk of trying to attract concerts and other things. I met with the GM, Councilman Nice, and I met with the GM of SMG yesterday for the Chesapeake Arena. And do we see competition there? Do we see difficulty in detracting from Chesapeake's ability to attract concerts and other for these multi-purpose events like the boxing or other sporting events?
No, and here's why. Because you're talking about two separate experiences, and typically the entertainment companies, when they're talking about an outdoor, they have a specific mind for an outdoor show. I'll give you a great example. So when we owned the Red Hawks, Dave Matthews called us up and said, we'd like to do a show outdoors. And I said, well, and honestly at the time we said, it's really expensive to put it in this venue. I don't think the economics work for you in the stadium, because you have to cover the field, you have to do all these things, and the loading dock, it just doesn't work very well. And we said, you should probably go look at the Chesapeake. I think it was the Ford Center. Go talk to the Ford Center, maybe a better option. They said, we are not going indoors. We want an outdoor experience. We're going to go outdoors. We need something that can hold at least 15,000 people. And so we said, okay, well, this is what this looks like. And they were willing to take the risk on that show in order to make sure that it was outside. But it was still, knowing what it cost them, I don't know that they would probably do it again. In fact, they've never been back, so it wouldn't surprise me It just becomes a pretty expensive proposition. But that's why having an outdoor venue like this, because it is a separate experience, I think is really important because we can attract outdoor shows.
Well, I guess sort of tying back into that, we're about to open a park that has outdoor concert venue ability. Does that not address the need for an outdoor music space?
Are you asking for my opinion?
Or whoever might know. I literally
Well, here, I'll tell you, he doesn't have to answer every question.
I literally don't know who the...
I mean, Scissortail Park is not currently being constructed with the infrastructure either through this, actually, is Graham Colton here? I think he can even speak to it more intelligently, but yeah, you just nod your head. The stage isn't big enough. We're going like for this concert we're having in September, we're going to actually bring in a stage in front of the stage. Like there's no, green rooms, there's no controlled access fencing or anything. So what we're doing in September is very unique, but it's also very expensive, and we're having to raise a lot of money to do it, So to compare it, I think people had imagined maybe 10 years ago it would be like Nissan Pavilion or Merriweather Post Pavilion or some other place like that. Without a significant change in its makeup at Scissortail Park, it's a long ways from there. I hope we can explore that in the years ahead, but that's not the current state. Probably Zoo Amphitheater would be a better analogy to this type of venue than Scissortail Park.
And how many does the zoo hold?
It's 10,000. Yeah.
8,000?
No, it's 8,000. 8,000.
And I think with that being in the neighborhood, that's definitely a challenge. So I just want to put that really out there.
And then my last question.
One comment, the Scissortail Park in that area is going to be beautiful, and it'll be great for local concerts, just not big national touring events.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, we're going to do lots of cool musical programming there, but like
Just not
controlled
the same.
access, ticketed, like a Dave Matthews Band, like that's a totally different deal.
That's helpful because, again, this is not my business, so I don't know a lot about how those details work. And then my other question was, so you threw out some economic impact numbers, and I'm curious, what does that comprise? Like, what does that mean, economic impact?
In terms of the numbers that I threw out for the different, different options?
60 plus or 79 plus.
Oh, we didn't put them on the slides necessarily. So that is revenue generated by the facility. Now, every event is different, so you don't know what the costs are going to be on any given time. But we use really similar models that you use as the city in order to calculate those numbers based on the number of events and ticket price, all the variable factors. But we base them off of the models that are very similar to what you use. And if you want to go through those, I can absolutely share those with you another time.
Yeah, well, and I would be interested in seeing that because I'm curious about how much of that revenue generated by the facility is going back into the facility and how much of it, I guess, is actually new dollars that help maybe our city budget, et cetera.
So, so I think it's accurate to say that really will depend on what kind of deal is structured post the construction or during the construction of it as to how that works. I want to say the Dodgers deal, I know it's public information anyway, is about 7%, I think, percentage rent on terms of I think it's based on ticket revenue plus a concession revenue piece, and that provides provided at the time for the CapEx and maintenance on the facility on a yearly basis.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
One more quick question. So the facility on the 60 to 70 million size has 10,000 seating capacity. Is that expandable, assuming that you all continue to have success? Can it be expanded under its current configuration with the roof and everything without too much difficulty, or is it problematic?
Can you pull that slide back up? So, go to the 60. Okay, go back to the last one. You were right the first time. So here's what we're looking at in terms of the proposed MLS configuration. So it would be a 20,000 plus seat configuration. Now go back to the 67 for option 2. Okay, so we'll forward a slide here in a moment. But the main amenities and the main reason I would say probably a third to half of the cost increase from option 1 to option 2 is the roof. Now, I'm not an architect, But based on what I'm looking at, it would be my assumption, and this is my assumption, again, I'm not a qualified expert, that you could take the roof off of this configuration to add seats and make it expandable after that time. So I think that is possible. I don't want to commit to that. We haven't talked about that with our architects. But this venue, based on its base configuration as you see it today, is easily expandable simply by adding the upper decks on the three sides.
But some of the other facilities in other cities have as much as 20,000 seats available. Is that
Correct.
true?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I showed the News OK article that had the video that you created.
Yes.
I showed that to my 7th and 8th graders at Jefferson on South Side. After I won, I was like, hey, what do you all think? What does MAPS need to do? Was the question I asked them, because, not often do they get asked that question. And at first, they really didn't take me seriously. I was like, no, guys, seriously, tell me, and I'm going to go be your voice. Like, I will represent you. They love the soccer stadium. Not going to lie. Oh, my, it was like I just showed them Christmas. It's true. Then I asked them, what are their other priorities in MAPS? And it was the stuff we heard earlier. It was mental health. It was the youth centers, public transportation, those things. So for me, it's got to be the needs and then this, if this is there. And then, so I guess a couple questions. One is, if you did the option 1, knowing that the roof is the main price difference, is that something you can go back and put a roof on something later?
Yeah, no, that, again, both options, whether it's option 1, option 2, or even furthermore, the MLS option, it's all designed to be expandable from the base. So we could continue to add that on if we needed to later.
And same with seating, same with option 2's question? Yeah. And then because you speak of unity, and because my students on the south side at 59th and 66th and Blackwelder so love this, and I know we will talk about it afterwards, should this be one of the projects included in MAPS 4. In terms of location, I really, really take seriously that river comment, number 1, and I take seriously the south side, number 2. Sure. And honestly, even like south along the river would, I think, go a long way. My 4 years at Jefferson, because I was already serving on the public transportation board, they knew I was involved with city stuff. And yeah, I just heard all the time this sense on the south side of neglect. Correct. And what has MAPS done for us? When will it? And quite frankly, even like a distrust that it ever would. Mm-hmm. And because you speak of unity, because I have in my head 2 major images, one to the coach, one of your students, Kyle, or one of your kids who won that championship was at Jefferson the first year I taught. And he's taking Metro Tech classes now. He is the vision that I have in my head of what our city is capable of producing and achieving. The other vision I have is every day I would leave Jefferson, almost every day there would be someone either from the school or the surrounding neighborhoods out there, I think I might have told Tim this story, putting on their soccer shoes. I'm sorry, I film studies. I don't, what do you?
Boots. Cleats.
Cleats, my goodness.
It's all right. I'm not the cool teacher. Actually, I am. But every day I would see someone out there just getting ready to play on that field. So one of my other questions is with parks, with MAPS. For me, the way that I feel like I can really get behind this particular project is if I knew in my heart that those kids at Jefferson on the south side have a soccer field that they can practice every day to then go play in your stadium as a professional. For me, that's the investment. We would need to be investing in the parks, but that infrastructure so our kiddos are ready to go pro. or to go watch. I don't want them just being consumers. So I just really want to emphasize the park part. When we were out at Bodine, right, they play on a sloping soccer field. And I just don't think that's right. So it's really hard for me to get totally behind this unless we make that front-end investment in the parks as well. Like, I want to make sure that the soccer part of parks is very, very tended to. So.
Sure, I think that we believe, if I can respond to that.
Yeah.
First of all, you're right about the South Side. And when the conversations that we've had, it's, well, nothing's going to happen, so why do you want our input? And it took a lot of questioning and time spent to finally pull the information out to get their perspective on what it looked like. And that's a primary reason why somewhere in the central core, I don't know what that means, quite frankly, and it's not up to me to make that decision, but being able to give them access to literally be able to walk from their neighborhoods or make a quick trip on public transportation to the venue is vitally important, because then if we're not being inclusive. We're not talking about unity at that point. But it's also, we believe in a holistic approach when it comes to unity. So all of our efforts got to be unified. So if it's, and you're teeing my partner up perfectly, by the way. I just want to let you know there's a comment section to talk about the fields and what that means for Oklahoma City. And also the construction of fields within these parks, because that's another area, and I agree with Doug Cupper in his presentation, that gives the children in our community an opportunity to go play every day and to participate. And have a safe place to go to. And it has the double effect of also being an economic driver without us here in the metro area spending the money on it necessarily, because we can host those tournaments from outside, and it creates an economic development driver. So there's some real benefits, but it has to be kind of a holistic approach, again, in unifying all the different elements and so that everybody can succeed.
And then I guess my final question would be the price point you mentioned earlier, that family of four. Did you say about $44?
$44, yeah.
That would be what we would anticipate in this new facility, or would it rise, or what would?
No, I don't see it needing to go up, because that's our current pricing model as it works within the USL. I don't see a need. That's really set by the appetite of the consumer, and so that's where we've settled on. We believe that that's probably the most affordable and best option for this community.
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for getting Kyle and those kiddos to the championship as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Bob. Any more questions for Bob? If not, I will transition to citizen comment. And thank you very much. There are a lot of people who have signed up, like the most we've ever had. So I'm not going to change the 3-minute limit. It's printed right there. We have a contract, but you and I, we do. But if you could keep it to a minute, amazing things are said in that kind of time frame. So, but I will probably go so far as to hold up something when you're within 30 seconds of 3 minutes, and I will cut you off at 3 minutes. And I will announce the speaker and then the person after them, so that person can be ready, and we don't have the 30-second walk-up gap either. So we will begin with Tim Mclaughlin, followed by Rick Allen Lippert.
James, we got a lot to talk about. I got a vision there, baby. I'm excited about that. So I wrote this out so I would read it, so I would not ramble on forever. So I'm going to stay on course.
Take it to the time, Tim.
No, the clock is not started. Clock is not started. Anyway, I am speaking here today as an invested citizen of Oklahoma City. I've had the opportunity to grow up with a front row seat watching our city evolve. I was graduating high school at a time of the oil and banking industry collapse. A lot of my friends left town to pursue opportunities elsewhere. Today is amazing to see how Oklahoma City has rebounded. I am really proud of this city and what's been accomplished since then. We all know maps in '93 changed the trajectory of our city in ways we would never imagine. Now, 26 years later, the renaissance and the transformation continues. From the ballpark to Bricktown, to the Bricktown Canal, to the arena serving a home to an NBA franchise. Whoa, NBA franchise. To an Oklahoma River, and all that represents. A new streetcar system, a scissor-tail park, a new convention center. It's amazing how far we've come. I'm really proud to be a part of that. I can't help but feel a multi-use venue is the next logical step in our city story. To me, it's the missing piece of our puzzle. This type of facility will be a great complement to what we have already built and would help propel Oklahoma City to the next level of sports, music, and entertainment. In conversations with Graham, standing over there, he reminded me Oklahoma City does not currently have a music venue to accommodate 5 to 12 to 13,000 seated guests in a controlled environment, in comfortable environment, something in between the size of the Criterion and Chesapeake Arena. This new venue could fill that niche. As you heard from David Jackson mentioning OSSA would have a host site for high school football and soccer championship games, just like the State Fair Arena does for high school basketball, the Mecca. It would be something Oklahoma kids would never forget and families would never forget. The venue could provide more opportunities for local residents to enjoy events that they currently have to go to other cities to experience. There's a reason why Kansas City and Frisco, Texas have already made similar investments. Their success using large outdoor facilities to grow and attract events is something we can learn from. You saw the images of those facilities, and they're spectacular. I actually had a chance to even talk to the Frisco the city manager, and he would love to share his story what that facility has meant to his city. So, the amazing thing about those two facilities is one is 4 hours up the road, another one is 2.5, 3 hours. I drive fast. But what goes on in those facilities too is already taking place, and again, things that we can learn from. They have the multiple high-profile outdoor musical festivals and concerts.
30 seconds, Tim.
Oh, you're holding up. I'm on my last page. Division II football championships, NCAA spring football games, high school football and soccer champion, U.S. men's and women's national teams, multiple international soccer events. But in Kansas City's case, this is on top of their streak of 125 sold-out Sporting KC matches. Also, Kansas City is now the national training center for U.S. soccer, 4 hours up the road, what used to be a cornfield. FC Dallas Stadium, you saw the image of earlier, actually now hosts the National Soccer Hall of Fame, forever solidifying Frisco as a national travel destination, all in the city of 190,000. If we can do it, if they can do it, we can do it. I contend this is the next logical step in our city's progression, and yes, I'd like to see a new outdoor venue become a home for professional soccer. Let's build on what's been built and accelerate the bridging of Oklahoma City cultures through expanded sports and cultural events. Let's create the sports and entertainment mecca our city deserves and remind the nation and the world why Oklahoma City is a great place to live, work, and play. Thank you for your consideration.
Rick Allen Lippert, followed by Cecilia Robinson Woods.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for the work that you do. I am honored to be here to speak on behalf of the multipurpose venue as a season ticket holder since season 1 and a resident of Ward 8. My name is Rick Allen Lippert, and I am here to tell you very briefly that 2 paths in my life have brought me here today. As a 15-year-old, I lived in Atlanta when professional soccer arrived there. I became a player, I coached, I even became a FIFA-certified referee. I played in college. My goal was to play professionally. Knee injuries took care of that. But I did have an opportunity to play an exhibition game on the field that the Atlanta Chiefs played on before one of their games, and it was the highlight of my teenage years. I'll never forget that. So that was the first path. The second path, 25 years later, I'm working here at the City of Oklahoma City as the Video Communications Manager in the Public Information Office. I produced the first videos that explained maps to the citizens of Oklahoma City. Now, what hasn't been said here today, among all of the wonderful things about the Thunder and everything else that Maps has brought, is that the arena was originally designed to NHL standards because no one dared dream that we would ever have an NBA team. Hockey was as good as we thought we could do. Well, we know what happened, and so now we have the Thunder and all that that brings with it. So we can't predict what the future of sports will be, as if we could predict anything, but I'm certain about the future of soccer and the future of soccer in Oklahoma City. I'm a 50-year fan of the game. I'm encouraged by all of the youngsters in uniforms here today because one of these days, these youngsters will be able to play on that field where the energy plays, and it will be the highlight of their young life. I don't envy you for the choices that you will have to make on this issue, but I hope you'll choose option 2 so that we can ultimately get an MLS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cecilia Robinson Woods, followed by Sean McDaniel.
Well, it started out as a good morning, but I think we're officially good afternoon at this point. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for hearing from me today. I am going to read this so I can stick to my minutes. I'm here today representing my community as superintendent of Millwood Public Schools, as a representative on the Citizens Advisory for MAP 3, and we could go on and on. But I think those are the most important because I think I have some unique insight as to why I feel this multi-purpose sports arena is important to our city. I come from a community, and I'm speaking specifically of Ward 7 and Millwood Public Schools, that celebrates and relishes accomplishments, especially on the athletic field. I tell everybody we never apologize for that. We build champions every day, and we're serious about that. I'm sorry. I don't normally read. I usually just flow. One of the things that we've learned through athletics is that we have a unique opportunity for children to blossom in who they are, to learn to work together, to learn to work with others, to learn to celebrate differences. And this arena, the sports arena, has the opportunity to do the same thing for the city. One of the great things about being involved in sports is you don't just have to be an athlete. You can be a cheerleader, you can be in the band, you can be a fan, you can be a parent. My children will say I'm probably one of the worst parents, but at least in regards to cheering for sports. But it gives you an opportunity to be involved in something. And while you're involved in that, you forget about a lot of other things, right? You forget about your challenges, you forget about your troubles, you forget about the news, and you're just cheering for a team. So just like the Thunder has united the city, I think that the Energy FC and a sports arena has the opportunity to do the same thing. And in a venue that speaks to more people. I'm like David Jackson. I am a supporter of Energy FC, but I'm a football fan. And the thought of the Soul Bowl being able to be played in downtown Oklahoma City is pretty cool. For those of you that don't know what the Soul Bowl is, that is the football game between Douglas and Millwood.
That's not us. Nobody else can do their own timers. We're timing up here.
It was over. It's a football game between Douglas and Millwood, and the prospect, we have had to in the past 3 years relocate it whenever Millwood is to host it. We just don't have a facility to hold it that's large enough, and we don't have a neutral venue, if you will. And so the prospect of, 8,000 people coming out to see our kids play football and participate in sports and cheer and have the band is pretty awesome. So I'm here as a member of a community who supports sports and athletics to say that I feel like this is a good choice, and I feel like it's a good way to prevent all of the things in society that could end up somewhere else and maybe potentially harmful for kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Sean McDaniel, followed by Sue Hollenbeck.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Freeman. I'm here to support and to thank the Oklahoma City Energy Football Club and really to talk a little bit specifically about the add value to our school district. Their partnership with our district has been an incredible thing to watch for me in my first year as superintendent. They support our kids very genuinely, specifically. They show up at practices. They participate in fundraisers. And they add value by encouraging our kids. But more than that, I want to talk quickly about the more than encouragement part. Just like there are economic impact statements that we put out, there are also student impact statements that we can look at when kids participate in athletics generally. Specifically in our district, soccer has taken off. By far, it is the most popular sport in Oklahoma City Public Schools, and it is the one that has grown the most over the last few years. And so The impact is this. When kids have something to attach to, like soccer, like athletics, we see it very clearly in the impacts like their attendance goes up, their grades go up, their disciplinary referrals go down. All the things that we would hope for in a student, we see it in action, the impact because of something like soccer. So this new stadium to us in the school business is more than a venue, a beautiful venue for professional athletes, music opportunities. It is literally the impact that can change the trajectory of the life of thousands of our kids who are very passionate about soccer, very passionate about belonging to a family, something that in many regards is absent in their lives. So I'm here just to simply say thank you to the Energy and to express that as a school district, we desperately need them to stick around. This is the first time I've heard publicly anybody talk about leaving. Now, maybe it's been talked about, but I can't even comprehend that as an option because we need them here. So proud of what they do with us and for us. And just thank you all for your time. I know you've got some tough decisions, but would ask that you really thoughtfully continue to consider the stadium proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Hollenbeck, and I'm
Sue, real quick, I just want to, Brad Hill is going to be after you.
I'm sorry.
I like to keep, no, you're up. I like to keep him teed up. So
Good. I'm trying to keep with it. Sue Hollenbeck, Ward 6. I can't really say anything more than what's already said before about what sports can do for children and what it's done for our city. But I think what we can also add to this talk is the other events that can happen and the things that we can now bid on. Without having a multi-use stadium like this, we've not been able to bid on many, many things in the sports world, from high-end professional to youth events. But there's also other things that are just kind of on the fringe that people don't really know. I mean, there's drone racing. There's esports, there's CrossFit, there's Spartan races, all these different things that allow a different group of people to come in and join. I think that's extremely important. We talk a lot about what we can do and what we can host, but you can't host anything without the venue. The venue is the most important thing. You can't host soccer without a soccer venue. You can't host baseball without a baseball venue. And you can't hold softball without a softball venue. Without the venue, you can't do it. So having a quality venue is extremely important. It is not only good for the people and the citizenry of Oklahoma City, but also to bring people in. When you're talking about economic impact, those people come in, that's new money, and that's money that's not been in the Oklahoma City coffers before. Every time somebody goes out and has lunch or dinner before or after a game, every time somebody buys a t-shirt, that all comes back to us, and it all comes back into the coffers, not only for the city, but also for MAP, so it helps support all of that. So having that multi-sport or multi-use stadium is extremely important for what we do. But I think one of the most important things that we need to make sure we're talking about soccer, we're talking about football, is that it has to be multi-use. If it's not multi-use, it's not worth doing. So we have to make sure we do things and we do it the right way. One more thing in response to the two different kinds of venues that we're talking about, where I work with the NCAA and the Women's College World Series, which has a 20-year contract with Oklahoma City. I will tell you the number one issue that we get is lack of shade. Shade is a very important deal in an outdoor venue. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I appreciate it.
Thank you. Brad Hill, followed by Mickey Dolans.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Brad Hill. It's an honor to speak to you today. My passion for the last 20 years has been to mentor underprivileged youth using team sports. This will be my third year coaching with the Police Athletic League for football, basketball, and soccer at Capitol Hill Middle School, formerly an elementary school. The Police Athletic League, what we call PAL, exists to provide athletic programs, leadership skills, and service opportunities for the youth in our community. We do this to help youth succeed in life by building positive relationships with adults and peers, teach character, respect, perseverance, patience, teamwork, I can go on, and also to strengthen police officers' relationships with communities that they serve. I'm here in support of the multi-use stadium and the youth sports complex that's being proposed by the Coalition of Community Leaders in the Oklahoma City Energy FC. Peter Evans, PAL's executive director, encouraged me to speak today as a representative for our program. He is unable to attend. I think he's out on the beach somewhere. But he personally supports this MAPS 4 proposal. In the last 20-some years, I've probably coached over 50 teams and hundreds of youth in football, basketball, and track. And I can say that by far, soccer is one of the most accessible and popular programs, especially here in this community. Specifically, the partnership with PAL has with the Energy has been tremendous. From the interaction with professional players to inspire our students, to the way their organization has donated their resources to make the experience better for our young athletes. And the Energy has hosted many tournaments, camps, curriculums, game nights, you name it, for our young athletes. They have built fields at other schools and provided equipment for our student athletes. Having a permanent home for professional soccer will continue to motivate and inspire our students to keep learning the sport of soccer. These professional athletes are some of the most accessible and hands-on mentors our school system has. And it's a sport that our diverse communities identify with and want to participate in. So anything that we can do as a city to support soccer and youth athletics that help keep our kids motivated in school and excelling in life is important. So I urge the City Council, Mayor, to support this project for MAPS 4. And thank you for your time.
The Honorable Mickey Dolans, followed by Stephen Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Mickey Dolans. I'm the executive director of the Energy Assist Foundation, and I live in Ward 5 in South Oklahoma City. This year alone, the Energy Assist Foundation, which is the nonprofit arm of Oklahoma City Energy FC, has donated more than $15,000 in soccer equipment to Oklahoma City Public Schools. We're currently providing a free 10-week summer soccer camp to more than 150 students from Scheidler and Wheeler elementary schools, and the foundation has played a large part in building 4 public soccer courts, with 10 more on the way in OKCPS. Now, while Energy Assist bridges gaps in our local schools and communities, I believe a city-owned, multi-purpose outdoor venue will bridge a divide in our city by connecting South OKC to other parts of the city. I believe this because I've seen it happen on a smaller scale with the public courts that we've built throughout the metro. Take, for example, the mini soccer court that was recently built at Together Square, located just west of the Marriott Gardens. My neighbors in South Oklahoma City have said that they're visiting downtown more often now since the court was built. And this means that they're dining there more often, they're visiting the gardens, and they're feeling more included and represented in a culturally diverse city. I used to teach at U.S. Grant High School, and I know from experience the positive effects that sports have made in our community. A few months ago, we built a court at Santa Fe South High School, and a former student of mine told me that for the first time, students were coming together from Grant, Capitol Hill, Southeast, and of course Santa Fe South, and playing pickup games with students all the way up from Edmond, Bethany, and Deer Creek. They're making new friends, they're putting down their devices, and they're creating healthy habits that will transfer into the future. And as Donna pointed out earlier, children with disabilities are finding new opportunities in these courts as well, and I'm sure they'll have the same in the outdoor venue. So based on the positive impact we've seen in the community with the mini soccer courts, I believe a city-owned, multi-purpose outdoor venue would have the same effect, but on a much larger scale, which would result in a more diverse and inclusive Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Our next speaker waved off. So Graham Colton, is Graham still here? And Graham will be followed by John White.
Good afternoon. My name is Graham Colton. I'm the co-owner of the Jones Assembly on Film Row. I'm very honored to share my support for this incredibly unique venue. I look around my city and this room, and I have never been more proud to be from Oklahoma City. I moved back in 2006 after spending most of my young life on the road as a touring musician. I'll leave this meeting actually and go back to the Jones Assembly, where we'll be loading in a band that is performing tonight for 1,600 people on a Tuesday in Oklahoma City. And 2 nights later, they're going to play Red Rocks Amphitheater in Denver for 10,000. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens because a lot of people came together. Many people had vision. We dreamt big. And we have tremendous support for all shapes and sizes of people that want to come to a crazy place like the Jones Assembly. I am very, very inspired and excited to play a very small part in the city's renaissance. Growing up as a high school athlete and an aspiring musician, I really could only dream of what a venue like this would be like, and if it actually could take place. Could only dream of throwing a touchdown pass in a state championship game or seeing one of my favorite bands in concert for the first time. It's vision and dreams like this that have inspired me and my family to stay here in Oklahoma City. Thank you very much for letting me speak today, and grateful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. John White will be followed by David Nematpar.
Greetings, Mayor and City Councilmen and women. I'm here to represent Oklahoma City Tribe Rugby today. Most of you, the first thing you think of when you think of rugby is a bunch of knuckleheads running around beating each other up on a field somewhere. Best way to break it down is if you've seen the movie Days of Thunder that gave us Rubbin' is Racing. There was 2 elite level drivers, and they had to meet with the NASCAR guy, and he told them, hey guys, if y'all want to go be knuckleheads somewhere, y'all go be knuckleheads somewhere besides on my racetrack, right? The Energy Partnership Group were the first ones to really welcome rugby in and give us the opportunity not to be knuckleheads. And we are going to be promoting the first elite level rugby team in Oklahoma City this year. We currently practice and train at OCC HD, which has given us an opportunity to start an academy team with youth, because most people don't want to run on the slope fields, as Mr. Cooper referenced earlier. Now, if we were going to break rugby down in the U.S., it's made up of 12 geographic regions governed by USA Rugby. There are 2,700 teams, men and women, and there's 900 college teams. By adding the proposed stadium, we'd be a legitimate contender like host cities Denver, Houston, and Kansas City to host regional and national competitions. I feel that this only strengthens our vision as a community in OKC to drive us to being a big league city. Now, if I just may speak as just a resident for a minute, I live in 73102. We've endured all the construction and the growth that the city's been laying as a foundation to become a big league city. My wife sits on the Philharmonic board, so we're night and day from each other. When we travel to cities, we look for a sports venue and an art venue. And the reason we pick cities are the walkability and the accessibility to get to these venues. So I would fully support a centralized stadium downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David will be followed by Paige Martin.
Also, did he say walkability? I heard walkability.
My name's David. I'm in James Cooper's ward. When this was first broken on social media as being proposed to Maps 4, I was kind of disappointed. Reading up on it, it was proposed originally to be up at where I live, Chisholm Creek, and they said, well, we had, they were actually ready to pull the trigger, and they said, well, let's do it downtown. And then, they're asking for millions of dollars to build the stadium, the energy themselves, and I understand they're trying to pass it off as a multi-use stadium. They themselves admit they'll be using it 8 months out of the year for their games. That leaves the rest of Oklahoma City with 4 months out of the year, which we wouldn't know if it'd be an extreme heat or extreme cold. And I would also like to point out, like Joe Beth, it may be city-owned, but we'll still have to buy tickets to go into this place. We'll still have to find parking to go into this place. And I honestly, I think what's frustrating is that we continue to ask the taxpayers of Oklahoma City to fund sports stadiums. We don't see the sales tax for professional sports things because the state has exempted them from, I don't know if you all remember the last budget crisis, they said the Thunder only has to remit $2 if the tickets are $50, $1, or sorry, I think it's $2 under 50, and like $4 over 50. I understand that some people say, well, it does economic development. Okay, is it going to be restaurants? We're not going to see, if it's in opportunities, then we won't see a capital gains tax when they sell something. If it's in a TIF district, we won't see the property tax if it does raise property taxes. My point is that, they were originally going to be up in Northwest Oklahoma City, up at Chisholm Creek, and they were willing to fund it themselves. But then, I guess, I don't know who gave them the bright idea to try to move it to downtown as a central located area, and they're asking for MAPS money. Even this gentleman himself said the only reason why they're coming here is because they think the private developers themselves think it's too much of a high of a cost to develop themselves. I think we need to ask them as a city, why can't you fund it yourself? You have all these developers, you have all these promises, can you not fund the funding yourself without asking the people of Oklahoma City to subsidize it? We pay sales tax on everything. And I apparently just found out we pay sales tax on my electric bill. I couldn't believe that. I paid on groceries. And I understand people are saying, well, people go out to eat beforehand. It'll economic development. Where's the economic development for the rest of the city? Why aren't we trying to bring a grocery store into the east part of Oklahoma City? Why aren't we trying to incentivize businesses that pay high salaries where I live or anywhere else? I understand some people say, well, this would be in the south side of Oklahoma City. It's literally still by downtown. You're asking everybody in Oklahoma City who pays the sales tax, who pays this MAP tax, to subsidize yet another professional sports arena. And I understand some people say, well, high school students and everything will be able to use it. Okay, when? If the energy is always playing there 8 months out of the year, when will we be able to use it? In closing, just think what Joe Best said. We would have to, pay to get into there. We have to pay. It's not like it's a publicly owned building, but we'll still have to pay to use it. I don't see why I have to pay to use something my tax money is already supporting. That's already being subsidized. Why aren't we looking into it, spreading this economic development all across the city? I mean, if we could build it downtown, why can't we build it elsewhere? I don't have. The last point is we can build all these things downtown, but if we do not have a way to get there outside of driving in the car, it's kind of pointless. Why can't we develop it make more sense to develop more public transit to be able to get everybody who lives here downtown in a more safe and efficient manner? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Paige Martin will be followed by Jeremy Sparks.
Hi, thank you for listening to me today. I'm with Special Olympics Oklahoma. We've had a great partnership with the Energy for a couple of years now, and we're very grateful for their support and everything that they do for our athletes. So Special Olympics Oklahoma is a nonprofit organization that provides year-round sports training and athletic competition for children and adults with intellectual disabilities across the state of Oklahoma. We serve over 11,600 athletes and host over 140 area events and 5 statewide competitions each year. Our winter games are scheduled in January each year and held in Norman at the University of Oklahoma and surrounding Oklahoma City venues. Having an outdoor multi-purpose venue located in the heart of downtown Oklahoma City would be a great opportunity for our organization to host even more sporting competitions here in Oklahoma City. Those events could include bocce tournaments, track and field competitions, and also include our statewide flag football and soccer competitions. We would be thrilled to see the passing of this multi-purpose venue, as it would only provide even more opportunities for our organization and our athletes. Thank you guys for your time and consideration.
Jeremy Sparks will be followed by Brian Harvey.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman. Appreciate the opportunity to come today as one of the Vice Presidents of the South Oklahoma City Chamber. And I come prepared today to read a resolution to you from the Chamber. It says, whereas the South Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce recognizes the need to develop Oklahoma City's professional sports economy in a manner that enhances quality of life, and whereas the Oklahoma City economic and cultural interest would be well served by supporting the growth of professional USL soccer. And whereas South Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce firmly believes that soccer is a vital part of showcasing our city's diversity. And whereas the support of a multi-purpose outdoor venue that would house professional teams and college-level championships and rivalry games, as well as concerts and events that would undoubtedly drive development. And whereas the establishment of such venue as a centrally located site would serve to strengthen the connection between South Oklahoma City and downtown. Be it resolved by the South Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, the South Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce is grateful to the Mayor and to the City Councilman for their consideration of a multi-purpose outdoor venue, and we are looking forward to our continued development and success as a community. Passed and approved this 29th day of July, 2019, signed by our President, Elaine Lyons, and our Chairman of the Board, Carl Hilleman. Side note too, we very much appreciate the comments that have been made of support for placing this venue in the southern part of Oklahoma City, and obviously that would be something that we would cherish. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Brian Harvey. Okay. Kit Stevenson. Okay. Tommy Riley. Oh, Kit. Kit will be followed by Tommy Riley.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Kit Stevenson, and I'm an Oklahoma City resident. I live in Councilman David Greenwell's Ward 5. I'm the director of Rise Futsal Academy, and I teach and coach at Southmore High School, where I will soon begin my 6th year. Before Southmore, I was a teacher and coach at Crooked Oak High School. I love both of my jobs, and when my playing career was over, I went directly into coaching and was blown away by how much more rewarding it is to impact kids through the game than it ever was to play it. With our Futsal Academy, we work with kids from all over the Oklahoma City metro area and the state. At the high schools, I've worked with kids from one end of the spectrum to the other. The reason that I support a multi-purpose outdoor venue in Oklahoma City is because of the trickle-down effect it will have on our kids at the grassroots level. Soccer has been one of the fastest growing sports in the U.S. and right here at home for quite some time. This gives our kids heroes to look up to and pretend to be in their backyards. Even for those in the most challenging situations, it gives them something to aspire toward and be part of. I take my high school boys to an energy match each year, and it's an event that I routinely hear my seniors reminisce about. One of my favorite pictures of my 4-year-old son was taken of us at an energy match. These are the memories that you cherish. The soccer community in Oklahoma is large, motivated, and powerful. The number of lives we could change with this is inspiring and exciting. I believe in this game with everything I am. I've seen firsthand what it does for kids. For instance, the cultural impact that Energy FC and the Energy Assist Foundation has provided through all of the new futsal courts around Oklahoma City, or the much-needed coaching clinics they provide for free to high school coaches. And maybe my favorite, all the time that they've given to Southmore Supercats during our Special Olympic soccer season. When you step onto the field, nothing else matters to these kids. Language barriers, socioeconomic differences, race, religion, or even people with disabilities, it all disappears. For thousands of Oklahoma youth, soccer is the language we can all speak, and it's the ultimate unifier. This venue on this ballot during this important time of soccer growth would not only produce ROI and put Oklahoma firmly on the rapidly growing soccer map, but more importantly, it would change the quality of life for the kids. I'm also excited about the other fast-growing sports of this new generation being included in this idea, like rugby and lacrosse, and the opportunity for Oklahoma City to have an incredible outdoor venue for all sorts of other events. But for me, it all comes back to the kids and the faces that I'm blessed to work with every day. I'll close with this. This venue means so much to me because I know what it will do for the kids I love and thousands more just like them. Let's give them a place to call home. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Tommy Riley will be followed by Michael Washington.
My name's Tommy Riley. I'm the head women's soccer coach at Rose State College. It's an honor to be here talking and supporting the idea for a multi-purpose stadium for Oklahoma City. Those words to actually come out of my mouth is not something I would have imagined 24 years ago when I first arrived to play soccer in Oklahoma. At the time, soccer in Oklahoma wasn't very popular. I'd drive down the streets and see every other sport being played and think, what a waste, but welcome to America. I grew up in Liverpool, where football is life, and on Saturdays everything stops so you can watch whatever team you follow. 900,000 people live in the city of Liverpool, and as a fan you either follow Liverpool or Everton. Both stadiums are packed week in, week out, with old, young, male, female, brother, sister, mums and dads, all sharing the same passion for their team. These same people show up to stadiums to listen to concerts, watch boxing, international football, rugby, and many other events. Brian Harvey, my fellow Liverpudlian, is a legend in the sport of soccer and the pioneer of soccer in Oklahoma. He's been my mentor and father figure since I moved here. Before I met him, he ran the Oklahoma City Slickers and was getting big crowds to games at Taft Stadium. During my time at OCU, I played for him on the Oklahoma City Heat, which was a semi-pro team that also played out of Taft. Sponsorship, backing, and finances were hard to come by. To save money, coaches Harvey, Martin, and myself would pick up trash on Monday mornings to save some money. I say all of this to show how far we've come. I've had the pleasure to work for Energy FC, which has an ownership group that is second to none. They're passionate about the sport, the growth, the community, and the city. The impact that Energy have had on children from Fields and Futures, Energy Assist Foundation, Police Athletic League, camps, and affiliating with a youth club is not something I could ever imagine those Monday mornings walking around the stadium picking up drink cups. Soccer in Oklahoma has grown so fast, and the opportunities for both boys and girls to further their education and get school paid for is now realistic. Energy has helped promote this within our inner city schools, and it's never been more evident than the success of these schools in high school this past year. Northwest Classen, Southeast, Santa Fe South, and U.S. grants are schools who made it not just into the playoffs, but Southeast won a state title this year. A multi-purpose stadium doesn't just benefit Energy FC, it benefits us all. Events like rugby, concerts, state championships, Big 12 events, JUCO championships are some of the things friends and I have talked about. Anfield and Goodison in my hometown of Liverpool are iconic, and people flock there to see them. There's nothing stopping Oklahoma City from having this memorable place for all people to enjoy and to be an iconic landmark. Can you remember downtown without the Thunder being here or before the river was built? Those are now iconic places in Oklahoma City for so many events. So I personally will be looking forward to the day I can walk into this multi-purpose venue. For whatever reason, I remember this day being the day it got started. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Washington. Michael Washington will be followed by David Glover.
I'll tell y'all what I ain't going to go big city. Thousands of them spoken. Let me just say, for the most part, who cannot love the idea of helping our babies and children stay out of gangs, violence, and homelessness, or whatever the case may be? Me, for the most part, I was able to attend a soccer event on the east side this past Sunday, I believe it was, with Councilman Nice and a few others. Councilwoman, excuse me, Nice and a few others. One of the gentlemen here invited me in and even gave me a bottle of water because it was hot out there. But let me tell y'all something, man, this is very, very great. This is something that Michael Washington definitely supports, because anytime you can tell me that we can have a program designed to keep our kids off the streets, out of gangs, and to just have a useless life doing nothing at all, when they can come into a stadium and just, you know, a passion too, especially when they love it, and they can go to a place. Let me tell you something, I'm envious of them youngsters. I'm envious of all of y'all, because, see, I'm 62 years old. I can't run like y'all no more. But let me tell you something. In all joking to the side, y'all, this is a very unique situation, Mayor. And again, I've been volunteering, telling me if I can help where I am. I ain't going to say it this time because they'll try to put me to work. But I definitely support this, y'all. This is great, you know, definitely. And I appreciate it, y'all. If y'all would consider that. And like one of the gentlemen said, I'll be back. Thank y'all.
David Glover, who will be followed by Tom Bockham.
Welcome, Council. First, I want to start off with, if you're not following Marty Piercy on OKC_SPAN, you're missing out. I was out of town during some of the other council meetings, and being able to go through your Twitter feed and find out what's going on, it's very helpful, and he's kind of funny, too. I think even Mayor Holt says some things from time to time. Second, if you haven't bought this month's Curbside Chronicle, it's got a free ticket to the zoo. So it's a super good deal, plus you get to go to the zoo for free, so definitely pick that up. I love the diversity of thought and everything that's going on. It seems like there's about $1.5 billion worth of asks, and there's not going to be that much money in MAPS. It's $110 million a year. But similar to what happened when the Thunder owners hired the #1 sports economist in the entire nation, and he actually went under oath in Seattle and talked about what would be the economic impact of the Sonics leaving Seattle. And under oath, the person that Thunder hired said, Seattle will be fine. Nothing's really going to happen because people spend their money in other ways. They don't hoard their cash underneath their bed until there's a soccer or NBA stadium in town to be able to spend their money. In fact, if you talk to the people that own restaurants in other parts of the city when some of these events are going on, you know, it has somewhat negative impact also. So the overall positive impact sometimes is a little bit overblown. On balance, the whole question is going to be how you're going to focus on human needs versus sort of wants. usually from people that are extremely well off, that, to be honest, this is mainly about, in a few of the different math projects, is to make their business model a little bit more profitable, which is a fine choice to make, but it's only if after you've already sort of handled some of the human needs that could come from MAPS, which in the past, the human needs have been a little bit smaller. So ultimately, you guys will decide what's more important and how you guys want to deal with it in the past. If you do something, I highly recommend something. Everybody knows about the Green Bay Packers. They're one of the only teams that are somewhat publicly owned. They're the only team that will never be threatened to leave. The NBA actually puts a value of the facility. The team owners bought the team for about $350 million. If after this MAPS you do the upgrades and the improvements to help make it more profitable for them, while at the same time giving them a very, very great lease, I recommend negotiating maybe a different lease or possibly becoming a part owner with whatever facility operation, because then it reduces the threat that there could be a potential of leaving in the future. So the mayor said that we would never put something on the MAPS ballot if it wasn't If it wasn't polling 50%, there's been one scientific poll that asked about the soccer stadium, and this is what it came up to. And people that were polled, not obviously people in the room because it's obviously popular, strongly support 14%, somewhat support 12%, strongly oppose 43%, somewhat oppose 23%. So 67%. So I would say be careful, because, I mean, I don't want there to be a golden goose and that would screw up maps where people all of a sudden don't want something, ultimately to vote everything else down. So be careful, and let's keep on doing everything that's going on great at Taft right now. I think it's wonderful. Thanks.
Tom Baucom, followed by Sid Goodrich.
Hello again. My name is Tom Baucom. And I want to congratulate the mayor and city council for having this topic and this whole program for MAPS for the last few weeks. I am a member of Voice, and Voice is a community-based organization that has members from over 40 churches and nonprofits. I wanted to congratulate Councilman Cooper for his comments regarding the location of some of this facility. I am in favor of it being more towards the south, or even think about the east. I understand the east is pretty economically stressed, and I just learned the other day that the last grocery store in the east closed, and I do think this is going to be a boon economically wherever it is. Okay. In addition, I'm also on the side of Councilman Cooper and Councilperson Hammond, because you guys up there in this council will have a very difficult choice. This is towards the end of all of the proposals, and there have been many, many fine proposals for lots of things, but there is not unlimited money. Okay, as our last speaker spoke, and I'm not going to be popular by this, there are a number of other proposals that I think are more important than this one. For one, soccer can be supported through a part of the parks proposal, the part that sponsors the fixing of all of our existing soccer fields scattered throughout the city. I think that would be a very important thing to do. Secondly, there are other proposals such as transportation or, homelessness or other proposals, lots of them, that need to be done. So you guys are faced with a tough choice. I know it's economically good to do this. It will be a boon. But you got to think about who the public is. Who is the public and who will get served? Thank you.
Thank you. Sid Goodrich, followed by Javier Hernandez.
Good afternoon. I'm Sid Goodrich, the Executive Director for the Oklahoma Soccer Association. I'd like to thank the City Council and Mayor for this opportunity to address the stadium and MAPS 4 projects. Oklahoma City has done a tremendous job in revitalizing, raising the quality of life, and making our city attractive for business development through MAPS 1, 2, and 3. The city now has an opportunity to continue with MAPS 4 on this mission. As demonstrated by what we have experienced with the Oklahoma City Thunder, you now have the Oklahoma City Energy positioned to do likewise. Why a stadium? Continued growth in business attractiveness as a family-friendly place to live and work. It increases the quality of life for your constituents. It increases the opportunities for professional sports, top amateur sports, and entertainment in the city. It offers increased local amateur youth and adult sport opportunities in a world-class venue. Look at FC Dallas and Toyota Stadium. 20 years ago, it was farmland. They built a stadium there, and look at the development around the surrounding communities. They brought in businesses, and they brought in new members to the community. They are now home to the North Texas Soccer Association, U.S. Youth Soccer, National Soccer Hall of Fame, and they host national and international events. It all started with a vision and investment in the community. Oklahoma City Stadium offers the same economic development, impact, and return on investment as was seen in Frisco. Choose to be a national sports and entertainment landing spot. This will bring in new and outside monies to the communities through multiple events and competitions. Local community members can enjoy first-class athletic facilities and entertainment without having to travel to Kansas City, Houston, Dallas, or St. Louis. Nashville. Nashville was never a soccer mecca, but through investment and support through their community, they now have a USL team. They're positioned to have a MLS team in 2020. They host men's and women's national team games, and they were also site of the Gold Cup games. Why not Oklahoma City? Thank you for your time today. Oklahoma Soccer Association supports the stadium project, and we hope you include it on MAPS 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Javier Hernandez will be followed by Rogelio Almeida.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to be here today. Hello, my name is Javier Hernandez, and I am here because soccer has provided me opportunity, and it has changed my life for the better. I've played soccer since I was about 4 years old, and throughout my lifetime I've experienced some trauma. At the age of 14, I found out some devastating family news. I found out that the man I believed to be my father was actually my stepfather. At the age of 16, I found out that I was undocumented. At the age of 20, my dad suffered a job injury which left his leg amputated. Throughout those three events, major events in my lifetime, I always turned to soccer to make my life better. It was my out. It was the one thing that gave me opportunity and allowed me to proceed with my life. I played in high school at Dove Science Academy. I played in college at Mid-America Christian University, and then I attended law school. I attended law school at Oklahoma City University. I finished law school, and during my second year of law school, I experienced a great deal of depression. I quit soccer, I had bad eating habits, and I was just depressed. I was so focused in law school and didn't have anything else to do, and I gave up soccer for about a year. My girlfriend caught me in a bind and said, hey, you need to change something. Find that happiness again. Find that motive again. And I turned to soccer. My friends and I then started the Football Factory, and our main goal was to bring more soccer to the community. In that, we started Sunrise Soccer, which was free soccer for the community at 6 a.m. We ran it throughout all the summer last year. We started with 6 players. This year, we started with 100 players. It was something that brought everyone together. As we see the fields that are being built now within our communities, it's bringing and bridging some gaps between the Hispanic community and other areas of the community that maybe we don't feel familiar with or welcome to. And so soccer has always been that familiar piece, not only for the Hispanic community, but for myself, my family, my friends, and everyone else that is involved in soccer that is here today. So I am here in support of the multi-purpose complex, but overall I'm here to just share with you a little bit about how soccer has changed my life and how it provided me that opportunity to kind of do and continue doing what I'm doing today. After I finished law school, I am now the first undocumented attorney in the state of Oklahoma, and I dedicate myself to helping and inspiring the Hispanic community and hopefully reaching the youth in Mr. Cooper's classroom one day, and everyone else's community partners and just the youth, to hopefully give them that same opportunity that I was given. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Oh, and you'll be followed by Rebecca Hoffman. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Rogelio Almeida. I am a filmmaker, local producer, cinematographer, director of films here in Oklahoma City, and I also have the privilege of running the Oklahoma Cine Latino Film Festival just south of the river in historic Capitol Hill, which just celebrated our 5th year this past March. I want to see our city do more to embrace the art industry of filmmaking. I want us to do so in a way that recognizes the changing demographics in our city, specifically our growing Latino community. I am personally in support of the MAPS 4 proposal for an outdoor stadium and entertainment district. Our inability to compete for outdoor concerts and to host major festivals is a limitation to building the kind of community that we want for future generations. Through my involvement in the Oklahoma City's film scene, I work very closely with Lance McDaniel, the director of Dead Center Film Festival. Lance wasn't able to be here today, but he asked me to read the following statement, short statement, on his behalf. I'm sorry to miss this important meeting, but I wanted to express my support for the MAP 4 proposal for an outdoor stadium and entertainment district. As executive director of Dead Center Film Festival, I have enjoyed a front row seat of the amazing changes MAPS has brought to our city. Planning a multi-venue annual event means that I am constantly watching and supporting continued development of this nature, and I've been delighted by the progress to date. However, Oklahoma City's lack of an outdoor venue such as this to host concerts, festivals, and cultural events must be addressed if we're going to help our city reach its full potential. We are one of the handful of top cities in the country that do not have an outdoor stadium. It robs us of so many opportunities of high-quality concerts, festivals, and cultural events that are so necessary to growing a diverse and vibrant urban core. Additionally, as we work to welcome the creative class and the next generation of leaders to Oklahoma City, without a doubt, soccer is a sport that aligns with the future and the changing demographics of our city. Having a professional soccer team in Oklahoma City demonstrates that we are embracing values important to future generations. Lastly, on behalf of Lance, Dead Center, the Oklahoma City Latino Film Festival, I sincerely hope that you will include this in the MAPS 4 package. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rebecca Hoffman will be followed by Joy Reardon.
My name is Rebecca Hoffman. I'm a co-owner of Western Avenue Boxing Gym in Ward 2. I was a professional boxer for 7 years of my boxing career. During that time, I fought 7 bouts in Oklahoma. My husband, Travis, is also a former professional boxer and MMA fighter, and we've owned the gym since 2002 and have created very strong relationships in our city's boxing community, from the fighters, both young and old, to promoters in state and out of state. In hearing about a multi-purpose outdoor event venue and how it can host sports and music events in Oklahoma City, we started the process of discussing the options of outdoor exhibition boxing or mixed martial events. In hearing about many may not realize this, but most of the historic and memorial boxing matches have taken place in outdoor multi-purpose venues. From the 1974 Rumble in the Jumble, when Muhammad Ali bested the previously undefeated George Foreman to the famed outdoor arena at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas, Nevada, that has hosted some of the sport's most legendary bouts. Many classic examples exist of outdoor venues playing host to significant and impactful competitions. Boxing is seeing a wonderful resurgence in the United States, and we as a group would love to see outdoor bouts here in our own city. We strongly support the MAPS4 project of a multi-purpose outdoor event venue. Thank you for your time.
Joy will be followed by Dr. Travis Roach.
Hello again.
Hi.
Some people have brought it up that why couldn't we do this with the proposal for the city parks? What I was thinking, and I was sitting back there thinking, is why not build this like the Wilmington, where you have the center stage, which is this, and then have the other soccer fields out around this main event, and as you build in the brackets, you come to the main stage. That's how they do it at Wilmington. That would be something that we could combine both this and the other soccers to bring in more people. The other thing is P2 for the Scissortail Park, where you go from the river to the interstate. As far as I know, that's phase 2 of the park. You've got all that area between over where Walke is to look at. Yeah, a lot of the development for stores, restaurants, and stuff like that, that's clear up there where Chisholm Creek and all that is. That isn't doing any good for everything on the south side. It's like it's become a food desert, like most people said. With the closing of the store there, 23rd and Lincoln, or MLK. There's a lot of in Ms. Nice's area that could be used for development. Yes, the housing is getting ready to do stuff like that. But with this being in either phase 2 or somewhere in that area, that would bring everybody from the south side, because a lot of your Latino community is just on the other side of the tracks. There where the old Santa Fe Rail used to go through. There's a lot of areas that we're trying to build outside the core, which we should bring stuff more into the core. And the core being from Council Road to the place on the east side, from 59th Street to about 36th Street. But yeah, my biggest thing is the ADA situation. If we're going to build these venues and stuff, let's have more ADA accessible for sidewalks and stuff like that. Thank you. I will be back.
Travis Roach, followed by Richard Evans.
Hello, thanks for letting me speak with you today. My name is Dr. Travis Roach. I'm an assistant professor of economics at the University of Central Oklahoma. I live in Ward 6, and I actually recently walked over to the Energy FC versus Tulsa game with my new puppy. She enjoyed it. I grew up a soccer fan, and my first job was a referee in soccer, but in my position as an academic economist, I wanted to draw your attention to the economic impact portion of this. Historically, these numbers cannot go below 0. And in fact, in this case, it's conveniently just above the projected project cost. Earlier, there was a mention of an academic economist speaking on behalf of the Thunder organization, and saying that them leaving Seattle would have zero economic impact, and that is in fact true. Study after study after study have found that city subsidization of large sports complexes or concert venues have zero economic impact, or really no meaningful economic impact. Part of this is because they draw away dollars from other parts of the community. So as we're thinking about this type of project, I would urge you to think about the opportunity cost of any dollar that's devoted to this stadium is pulling away from other pushes for the city, may it be mental health, may it be sustainable design, that we cannot couch this in terms of economic impact because the empirical evidence just simply doesn't back it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Evans will be followed by Marcy Boudreau Johnson.
My name is Richard Evans, and apparently I represent the old guy demographic in this whole process. Approximately 3 years ago, my wife Lynn and I retired and moved from Kansas City to Oklahoma City. Upon our arrival, our support for the OKC soccer team, FC Energy, was based on our time we spent in Kansas City. We've been very impressed with the product that they put on the field, on the pitch, if you will, and been duly impressed with what they put on here in Oklahoma City. The Energy FC environment is one that makes us feel welcome, very much at home, very professional, yet very much at ease, and that's the part that I like. We have 4 grandchildren, and we like to take them to the games, and they all just seem to have a very good time. Staff helps. The vendors are very, very helpful, and it's just a nice, calming environment. An interesting turn occurred 2 years ago when we felt the draw to get into some sort of a volunteer position. Mostly my big projects at home were done, and my wife was running out of things for me to do. So one arose when we started to work for the FC Energy to welcome the community on to cheer the team. Our job at this juncture was just handing out giveaways at the gate. And we had a ball doing it. Everybody that was coming through the gate was seemingly having a very good time, and we very much appreciated that. Last year, we decided to get into more of the paid portion of the business by becoming ushers at the games. And I can attest from working in that particular position that I'm having a great time doing it. I think the people that are coming to the games are having a good time. I've seen Mayor Holt there several times, and everybody just seems to have a good time. And I'm not going to talk about the economics or any of the other, more grandiose schemes. We're just having a good time. Everybody's having a good time. The police are having a good time because they're not having any confrontations, which is great. And at the root of this excitement is an organization that we believe treats everyone, from the players to the volunteers to the community at large, with respect and kindness. And I personally appreciate that. I'm almost 70 years old, and I appreciate being around nice people treating other people nicely. It's kind of a treat. Okay, so why am I here? In my opinion, Oklahoma City does deserve to have a multi-purpose venue that matches the caliber and the heart of its soccer team. And for me, it would be an honor to be at this venue, to welcome the people in to cheer for the team, their team, our team. So with that, I thank you for your time and your considerations.
Thank you. Marcy will be followed by Josh Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor Holt and council members, for your commitment to taking Oklahoma City to the next level. My name is Marcy Boudreau Johnson, and I am here as a representative of Central Oklahoma Youth Lacrosse and a board member for Deer Creek Lacrosse Club. I would like to ask you to think about whether you've seen a game of lacrosse. Consider that lacrosse is the fastest growing sport in the country at both youth and collegiate levels. At Central Oklahoma Youth Lacrosse, we are growing the game across our metro area and partnering with organizations locally and across the country to get more boys and girls in the field with a stick in hand. We work with and are representing the voices of all of the youth players and their families, OBU coach Beach and his team, OU's men's and women's teams, and other collegiate programs in the metro area, as well as our national organizations who also work to grow the game.
Several of our local teams have won or competed in the state championship game year after year. However, this game can never be played in Oklahoma City because there is not a facility that will accommodate the big playoff weekend. Our athletes attend tournaments in other metro areas because we don't have the facilities here in Oklahoma City to host such events. The game of lacrosse and this multi-use stadium is an opportunity for Oklahoma City, an opportunity to get youth athletes competing in the fastest game on 2 feet, an opportunity for those athletes to see and perhaps participate in lacrosse at the highest levels in a venue in Oklahoma City, an opportunity for sales tax revenue from tournament weekends hosted locally, a potential scholarship opportunity for players who wish to go on to play in college, and an opportunity for Oklahoma City to finally have an outdoor space for competition that serves several communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Garcia.
Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Great.
Well, I'd just like to start off with that saying that I'm Josh Garcia, a professional player for Energy FC, and also a product of OKCPS. I graduated from U.S. Grant High School, attended Roosevelt Middle School, and went to Pierce Elementary here. And one thing I can say is just that growing up here in the South Side, I went through a lot of things, my family and I, but it gave us a lot of growth and a lot of, a feeling of belonging and a sense of community because we're able to go through that and also come out on top, and come out with a bigger bond and a better bond with the people around us. And apart from that, OKC has grown as well. I can remember growing up and playing in my neighborhood, there weren't sidewalks there. Now I walk outside and I have sidewalks in front of my house. So that alone tells me the growth. And it's always been a constant thing in this city that I've had in that community is like the love for soccer and the support that's there. And then finally getting in this position, it's still there and it's still growing. And obviously the support's getting bigger, as you can see with the numbers they showed earlier. And that's something that extends to us as a team. And it's whenever we go through hard times, when we're traveling, when we're winning, when we're losing, the support is still there. It never fails. They're always there to support us. And this game, as I went through, some rough times in my life, it's been a sanctuary, it's been an escape, and it's been something that's influenced me to do better in my life and helped me further my education because they led me to getting a degree whenever that shouldn't have been statistically possible, and working with Football Factory, being able to mentor these kids and get them to a certain position to where they're thinking of a higher education because they look to me and tell me, wow, you're a pro soccer player. I'm going to be the next Josh Garcia. I'm going to be the next you. I'm next up, and full on, you see it in their eyes without a doubt that they're going to do it, but they know the prerequisites, that they have to do good academically. It's not just going to be, hey, I'm going to go and be a pro soccer player when you still have to go through college and get a degree and try that aspect and go through that route. And then apart from that, my trajectory tells them that anything is possible. When I first started playing soccer here, there wasn't a professional team. I was playing on dirt fields, on rocks, gravel. It didn't really matter. It just felt comfortable, and that's something that we love doing, my brothers and I. And moving on to that, getting to Roosevelt, now making the team my first year, then finally making the team, then getting to U.S. Grant High School. We didn't have a practice facility. We practiced on the side of the building, and there was 20, 30 of us practicing right there, and it just didn't make any sense, but we love the sport, and that what brought me, my friends, and people that are family to me now. And it went without energy existing. I don't have the possibility to try out, which I did last year, and then from there I made the U23 team. Now professional contract, and now I got to represent the Dominican Republic in a national team game. And over there, I'm wearing my Energy FC shirts, and OKC is being represented globally. So that's something, a bigger impact that's moving on to a different country as well. And so I just come here to say that one day I hope the future can keep the torch going, can keep this moving on to the next generation, that they can be the ones mentoring the kids and letting them know the steps that they took to get where they need to be and to where they need to go. And especially if there's a tangible dream, something that they can see, something that they can do. Because what got me into soccer as much as I love it now was YouTube. I couldn't go to a stadium and see players that I enjoyed. I had to look at it on YouTube. But now the possibility for them to be able to walk somewhere and say, hey, I want to be like that guy, that's something that's really valuable for the kids of this era and just this generation who are constantly on social media and everything. So, and just with addition, obviously, I think a multi-purpose facility is obviously going to generate revenue, but think of this game. I have teammates here who are from different countries and different places, and it brought us together. It's something that brings the community together. It's something that brings people together. And why not here? Why can't we as Oklahomans do that? Something that connected the world before MySpace and Facebook
connect us here now. And I'd just like to say that this is something that I think will have a big impact, and I think it should be on the ballot this December. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Josh, and I see several of your very loyal teammates stuck it out to see you speak, so thank you to them as well. Good luck the rest of the season. That's all our people who signed up to speak. Any final comments up here? I'll just say, regardless of how this develops, obviously soccer is very important to the young people of our city, very important to many diverse communities within our city, and I just can't, as mayor, be grateful enough to the ownership group for having first brought this to Oklahoma City and continued to develop it through the years. So thank you for all you've done. Obviously, it's touched a lot of lives. That's apparent today. So thank you so much. And we will now transition to item 3C on the agenda, the Innovation District, but we'll again pause for a few minutes for that transition. right. Who's kicking this one off? Just wave your hand. Okay, got it. We are now on item 3C on the agenda. This is the Innovation District presentation. And we will begin with Roy Williams from the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber.
I initially thought I would be telling you good morning, but good afternoon. You all know this, fourth and final day of special meetings, and you've heard some very powerful presentations, some excellent presenters, and a lot of passion about potential projects. So on behalf of all the supporters of the Innovation District, I want to thank you in advance for taking the time to hear our presentation. I'm going to tell you stuff that you already know, but I think it's worth repeating, and that is that the MAPS program has truly become a nationally recognized model for economic development and for quality of life improvement. We know through research we've done that since the passage of the first MAPS program in 1993, there's been more than $5 billion in additional new public and private investment throughout our city that is attributed to the city's initiative in MAPS. The program is the envy of cities across the country simply because it works. It's worked because it addresses our community's needs, which change over time, as we well know now, and it works because it takes advantage of what our potential is. Every year we host multiple cities from around the United States who come here to witness the transformation that Oklahoma City has gone through. The combination of projects you are now considering are no doubt an example of that premise of transformation. Our community needs this project, just as we need to transform the criminal justice system, how we interact and support justice for individuals, how we need the youth centers, the parks, and beautification projects, as they all combine to create and provide recreation that's so important to all members of our community, but also to beautify and transform our neighborhoods and our significant travel corridors. Additionally, the transit, the trails, the sidewalks, the bike infrastructure are crucial to a growing population looking for options and better access, and the continued development and improvement of our city's large-scale public facilities gives our community a place to celebrate, to congregate, and to attract visitors and to create economic impact. A successful innovation district isn't a traditional research park or science corridor. It is a place that embraces the urban attributes of density, of proximity, and accessibility. It is a place where there is a mashup of economic strengths, of physical assets, of amenities, and robust social networks which foster a very open, collaborative innovation ecosystem. The system is integrated into its urban fabric and embraces the neighborhoods. This innovation district proposal pairs well with these other opportunities because the combination of community and development projects creates synergy. Over the last 50 years, with the help of the University of Oklahoma and with the help of the state of Oklahoma, we built a tremendous academic health center in our city. In the last 20 years, we've taken crucial steps in taking this center of employment that you're looking at and patient care and creating an economic engine for our future. This growth of both patient care and research has real tangible benefits to our citizens. We now have a National Cancer Institute designated cancer care hospital. Our residents no longer have to go to the Texas Medical Center in Houston or to the Mayo Clinic. They have world-class care here, and we can do more. This continued transformation of the Innovation District will support the growth of jobs, not just in the district, but across our city. And creating a strong innovation infrastructure and entrepreneurial ecosystem will help Oklahoma City further diversify our economy and protect our residents from economic stress and secure additional tax base that is critical to providing citizen services. Like all of those projects that have been proposed for MAPS require taxes, so someone has to pay. The Innovation District MAPS 4 projects are a perfect example of the application of the MAPS model. They are transformational public investments that spur private investment, create jobs, and improve each of our lives. Oklahoma City's economy was originally built on two industries, agriculture and energy. And as time moved on, the hospitality sector, the aviation aerospace sector, and then the healthcare bioscience sector became very strong additions to our growth. But even as we continue to have strong employment growth in many of these sectors, we know that there are forces of change out there that are going to impact our city in the future. Think of these forces like globalization, autonomous vehicles, the mobile internet, cloud technology, genomics, energy storage, advanced materials, robotics, 3D printing, the Internet of Things, and more. All of these will dramatically alter and disrupt our existing industries, and it will disrupt our community as we know it today. Oklahoma City must be forward-leaning to become a part of this disruption, not merely react to what it does to us. Our existing businesses and expertise uniquely position our community to play a role in this innovation wave, but only if we find ways to bring these entities together to take part in this change. This part of Oklahoma City has been home to healthcare facilities for 120 years, since 1900, when the OU College of Medicine was founded. That was then joined by the original University Hospital in 1919, 100 years ago. Other institutions followed, but it wasn't until the mid-1960s that a plan was really developed to create the campus that we now know. Their goal at that time was to secure the state's ability to care for its citizens, both with the facilities and the professionals that were necessary to do that. So this academic health center continued to grow steadily, but there was little to no commercialization of the research that was being done until a few strategic moves that were made in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Those decades brought the beginning of commercialization and job growth. The Presbyterian Health Foundation built a research park. At the same time, we voted on two state questions, 680 and 681, which paved the way for commercialization of university research technology and for creation of the entity I2E, an organization which really has been critical to innovation growth. In 2001, there was a report by Hammer-Seiler George that found that there were just over 12,000 full-time workers in the Health Science Center. Today, there are 18,000. This 50% increase in just 18 years is indicative of the growth potential and a real motivator for continued strategic investment. In 2005, a subsequent plan was developed by the Battelle Institute, which is a leading global research and development organization that specializes in science and technology, and they set the path for the industry's continued growth. These actions have brought some of the country's brightest minds for both research and patient care to our city. During the same time period, there's been more than $1 billion worth of investments in new research and patient care facilities. Oklahoma City's profile within the industry has never been higher, with new discoveries, new companies, even higher research funding, and some very strong liquidity events. So despite, though, all of the success in the region, we now know that we are only scratching the surface of our potential. We also know that this area has become, in many ways, a very self-contained daytime campus where people drove in, they worked, or they went to a doctor, or they visited a patient, and then they left to go somewhere else. It isn't integrated with the neighborhoods that surround it, and in fact, many decisions made in the past had the exact opposite effect, creating barriers between the health center and the neighborhood. So we know we can do better, and we can change this. We'd become very interested a couple years ago in the work that the Brookings Institution was doing around innovation districts and their study of how we could create a stronger innovation culture in our district. At the same time, they were teaming with the Project for Public Spaces and looking across our country and, in fact, the entire world to dig deep into two communities to study the potential for innovation districts and the critical role that placemaking would play in the growth of the districts. In their visits to Oklahoma City, they found the potential that they were looking for. The powerful combination of a city that knows how to work a plan and make something happen, and a collision of economic sectors that they told us did not exist in any other market in the United States. Think about that. The Brookings Institute said we were one of a kind. The study they conducted here made recommendations that would activate an innovation district with broad impacts, which we're working to implement. This new path is about creating a community, a place where there are no barriers between the institutional assets and the neighbors who live nearby, a place where there's a seamless flow of entrepreneurs, small businesses, and workers that combine to bring new reality, new vitality, along with economic growth. This would be a place where people live, where people work, where people play, and where people learn. So the first step was to create an organization that would lead that effort. And what we did was take an existing entity, the Oklahoma Health Center Foundation, and we transitioned its purpose and mission to become the Oklahoma City Innovation District. Before I transition to the next person, let me share a personal experience with you. A number of months ago, I was asked to be part of a business trip that went to Israel. Before I went, I wanted to see what connections does Oklahoma City have with Israel. I found a lot of stuff, but one that intrigued me more than anything was there's a company in Tel Aviv, Israel, that bought research from the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation and is commercializing that in a company that was created on that research. So Alzheimer research here is being carried forward in Tel Aviv and will go to the world. So that just tells you we can help change lives in Oklahoma City, in Oklahoma, in the U.S., but we can also change lives in the world. And that's what we're talking about here. So to share the next steps in the process and talk more about innovation districts and about the MAPS projects that we propose, I'm happy to introduce to you Katie Boren, who is the president and CEO of the Oklahoma City Innovation District. Katie?
Thank you, Roy, and thank you to the Council for inviting our presentation today. You may be asking yourself, what is the difference in an innovation district in what we already have? I think the word district really limits the imagination and the understanding of what we are trying to create. Unlike a traditional commercial district or neighborhood center, an innovation district is really something very different. It's about building an ecosystem that facilitates the creation and commercialization of new ideas, adds jobs, and supports our economy. It is a place where small businesses and entrepreneurs thrive. We know that if we place creative institutions, firms, and workers in proximity, then we will create collisions that result in new ideas and knowledge that can be transferred more quickly and seamlessly. In addition to this open innovation economy that rewards collaboration, we know that we also need programming and infrastructure that takes these new ideas and nurtures them, incubating their companies and accelerating their growth. We have the building blocks of an ideal innovation district. We have leading-edge anchor institutions and companies. Now we just need to better connect the people, add the incubators and accelerator programs, and reconnect this physical space with the neighborhoods that surround it, bringing retail, housing, and other amenities that complement each other and bring new jobs. We can create an innovation district that works for everyone. An innovation district is several things. It is an organization that cultivates an innovation culture. It is a physical place that attracts and retains innovation assets. It is also an economic development tool that ensures benefits for all. If we are successful in our work, our impact will go far beyond the boundaries of the district, spurring innovation and entrepreneurship in multiple industries and creating jobs for people across our city. Roy mentioned the first step in creating the Innovation District, the formation of a new organization. The second step, recommended by Brookings, was to develop a strategic plan for development and land use in the district. This plan would take the recommendations from the Brookings Institution and Project for Public Spaces and extend it to give us a framework for attracting the right development to the right place in order to reach our goals. Over this last year, through a partnership with the Oklahoma City Innovation District, the Alliance for Economic Development, the City of Oklahoma City, the State of Oklahoma Office of Management and Enterprise Services, the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber, the Presbyterian Health Foundation, and the University of Oklahoma, we have developed that strategy. The plan was developed with Perkins & Will, a firm with a proven record of accomplishment, with transformational projects, including master plans for research parks and innovation districts throughout the country that are multidimensional, interconnected, collaborative, and integrated. The team worked closely with the partners and the community. In fact, the community input on this project was extensive, with nearly 500 individuals providing input through a series of meetings, events, and surveys. There were several objectives we wanted to accomplish with this plan. We wanted to design a place of convergence that fosters synergistic connections and builds on existing strengths. We wanted to promote growth and attraction of new business around technology and health. We wanted to build an inclusive community that maximizes the positive impact to the surrounding neighborhoods. We wanted to ensure the plan is sensitive and respectful of the context in the surrounding area. And finally, we wanted a plan with an achievable strategy for implementation. The plan creates a core for innovation and then connects the anchors within the district and creates a fabric that weaves them all together. The planning team looked at the proximity of key assets, the shortest routes between those assets, and the distance between the assets and co-working space. Their recommendation was to create a hub for innovation near the existing Styles Circle and then connect all of the Innovation District assets through a series of trails, sidewalks, and other strategies. This is where MAPS 4 comes in. There are 4 elements to our MAPS 4 funding proposal: the development of Innovation Hall, the creation of the Henrietta B. Foster Center for Minority Small Business Development and Entrepreneurship, the renovation of Booker T. Washington Park, and increased connectivity throughout the district. The first project is the development of Innovation Hall. Innovation Hall is a single, standalone building located at the epicenter, with spaces and programming centered around innovation and collaboration. This is a proven concept from other successful innovation districts. I want to take you through what would become a typical day at Innovation Hall so that you can better understand its purpose and mission. When you arrive, you would find a group of energy industry and health sciences researchers gathered around in a small cafe, sharing coffee and new ideas in the world of augmented reality and virtual reality. As you continue, you would see a group of middle school students leaving one of the meeting rooms where they are participating in a week-long STEAM Learning Academy. They are headed to OMRF to learn about what medical researchers do and the work being done there. As you continue to walk through the center, you will see a group of educators, workforce specialists, and industry representatives in another meeting room mapping out plans for an innovation jobs fair. And then across the hall, you will see entrepreneurs busily working in a co-working space. Later that night, the building changes again, as a startup hosts a reception to launch a new product. A community group hosts a celebration for local high school students who just completed internship and apprenticeship programs in the Innovation District. And a training program gets underway for adults to upskill and reskill for the new innovation economy. And yes, the entrepreneurs are still in the co-working space creating the next new company. This building will be the communal meeting place for the district, the Nerve Center, where workers from key industries will meet and interact, create connections, exchange knowledge, and bring innovation to life. It will be the place from which substantive programming will emerge, including STEAM learning academies, workforce development and training, and conferences focused on collaboration and innovation. It will be a place where community members can gather, supporting collaboration across the vibrant neighborhoods that surround the area and extend throughout Northeast Oklahoma City. This is a proven concept. Innovation centers like these in other markets are incubating ideas and new businesses. They are bringing new skills to students, teachers, and more, and they are creating community. Innovation Hall will serve as the initial spark for the Oklahoma City Innovation District, from which activity and economic development and opportunity will radiate. The second project is the redevelopment of the Henrietta B. Foster Center into a minority small business and entrepreneurship center. We know that innovation and entrepreneurship can change lives and communities. This new center will focus on the creation and growth of small business with a particular focus on minority-owned businesses. The building at 614 Northeast 4th Street, which has historic significance to the surrounding community, will continue to be a place of importance with a new mission to bring prosperity and redevelopment. The center will work alongside businesses to revitalize important commercial districts in the area, bringing services and activity to residents. This building served as a symbol of rebuilding in deteriorating neighborhood in the 1970s. The vision for this building is that it can be the same again. Last renovated in the 1980s to serve as a recreation center, it will serve as a center for entrepreneurship and small business for the community. The third project is the complete renovation of Booker T. Washington Park. The park is also located along 4th Street, directly south of the redeveloped Page Woodson School and east of the Foster Center. It is a popular gathering and event space and was frequently mentioned as an important asset by community members during community engagement exercises for the Innovation District Land Use and Strategic Development Plan. The design for the renovation of the park has already been completed by the Parks Department and includes practice fields, basketball courts, walking trails, shade structures, picnic areas, and a food truck court. This renovated park would serve as an outdoor extension of the activities taking place at Innovation Hall and the Foster Center, while at the same time bringing new life to the communities it serves. That brings me to the fourth project, the necessary connectivity components between these assets. In their study, Perkins and Will looked very closely at how to connect people, the scientists, the neighbors, the workers, the support system, to the assets in the district. They recommend a series of connections that recreate the connective tissue between the various pieces, making it easier for someone who lives in the surrounding neighborhoods to access the Innovation District and downtown, making it easier for someone who lives downtown to access the Innovation District. At the core of this connection is Innovation Plaza, a hub of activity that will include Innovation Hall and will attract additional private investment. An expanded bridge over I-235 at 10th Street would help pedestrians and bike riders feel safe as they move between Automobile Alley, the Innovation District, Midtown, downtown, and the adjacent neighborhoods. A series of well-designed and lighted sidewalks and trails would also add to better pedestrian and bicycle connectivity between all the assets in the district, including Innovation Hall, the Foster Center, and Washington Park. The final portion of our request is an operations fund. The plan for the Innovation District's operations is built on the principle of partnerships. The work and the programming is extensive, and an ongoing maintenance and operations fund would secure the city's investments and provide the necessary capital to implement more aggressive programming from day one. These MAPS 4 projects will set the stage for private investment in the Innovation District, and that will bring the economic impact that the MAPS program is renowned for. I will turn the presentation over to Kathy O'Connor for some final thoughts and a presentation on the economic impact of these projects.
Thank you again for the opportunity to make this presentation this afternoon. When we set out to create a strategy for this district, we knew that we had a tremendous opportunity to focus on one of our city's key economic engines and to take it to the next level. But we also knew that we should create a strategy that provides focus for inclusive growth, connecting residents in the surrounding community with jobs and training, connecting area businesses with organizations and institutions, and preserving and improving the accessibility to affordable housing. In fact, many of the jobs in the district will not require a 4-year degree, but will still offer very competitive wages, likely paying more than the average wage in Oklahoma County. These projects allow us to create a sense of place for the neighborhoods that surround the Innovation District, which is particularly important because development in the past did not always do that. The investments in infrastructure and the pursuant redevelopment push will spur the growth of small business in the area, in addition to bringing outside private investment. They will create not just economic development, but they will create community, not a campus, but a development that is part of the fabric of this place. With the new vision for the Henrietta B. Foster Center, we will preserve a building of historic significance to the community. As the activities conducted at the center move to the new Douglas Recreation Center, we have the opportunity to repurpose this building for an important use to the community. All of these facilities and their associated programming bring the community into this economic asset in a meaningful way with lasting results. From workforce training and development to professional training for teachers, to STEAM programs for students, to collaboration between entrepreneurs and researchers, the Innovation District will be the center of a cultural shift that creates a lasting impact on lives and on our economy. I think it's important to review the economic impact that will be generated by the development of the area. In their study, Perkins and Will assessed the economic and fiscal impacts of completing the first phase of their recommendations. The first phase is shown here in this illustration with phase 1A in blue and phase 1B in pink. The development of the first phase alone will create over $1.2 billion in additional annual economic impact, creating more than 3,000 direct jobs and 3,500 induced or secondary jobs. The tax impact would exceed $21 million each year, and together the projects bring another $29 to $47 million in tax increment financing revenue that can be used to encourage additional investments and encourage more growth in the community. The projects we are talking about today are absolutely necessary to attract private investment that is included in this first phase, and facilitating the remaining phases of the development will only grow this area's potential. These are very real impacts that will make a real difference to our citizens and to our city. We are requesting a total of $100 million to fund these projects. The estimated budget for the construction of Innovation Hall is $20 million. The cost of renovation and redevelopment of the Henrietta B. Foster Center is $15 million. Improvements to Booker T. Washington Park are estimated to cost $5 million, and the expansion of the 10th Street Bridge and other connectivity projects, including Innovation Plaza, are budgeted at $30 million. We are also requesting an operations fund of $30 million to support the extensive operations and programming of Innovation Hall and the Foster Center. Oklahoma City has the chance to do something special, something that is meaningful to its citizens and at the same time demonstrates our leadership in innovation, economic development, and building the next generation economy. At the heart of the Innovation District is an academic health center that plays a vital role in the quality of life of our citizens. 2 million patients a year walk through the doors of these institutions looking for healing, an answer, or a cure. When we create the kind of dynamic, cutting-edge environment that attracts the world's most qualified physician researchers, we have a chance to provide them and us with that top level of treatment because we have created this asset, this environment, and this place. This is the type of project that sets our city apart. Brookings, in their report, found that Oklahoma City's Innovation District has the assets that could propel our region into global prominence. They also said that in order to do so, we must create a plan that supports a new vision and a set of strategies that creates a dynamic, inclusive hub for innovative and entrepreneurial activity. This is that plan. We believe this is an opportunity we cannot let afford pass. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Very interesting. Anyone? Here? Councilwoman Nice, I see you miking up. Do you want to speak?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. I guess my main question is, in comparison to TIF 11, which is the Innovation District TIF, what is this? How does this compare, or how does this complement what this TIF already is supposed to do?
So this proposal would help to spur the private investment that's contemplated in TIF 11 and in the subsequent TIF districts that were the increment areas that were created as a part of that project plan. It would help us to achieve the goals that were set out in the Regional Innovation District project plan for that TIF district.
Okay, and I also understand there is an education component that is attached to this TIF, so where do we see that within this Innovation District plan?
The TIF provides resources to support educational programs, and this TIF, with the facilities at Innovation Hall and the partnerships and other programming that are contemplated, would definitely help to make those resources go a lot further.
I think that's all I have right now.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So is the operations fund, is this the endowment fund that other projects have proposed? Is that the same?
That's the idea, right?
That's the idea.
Okay.
I didn't know what you were calling it. So.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
It's been changed a few times.
Yeah, so that's fair.
It's an operations fund. But yes, the proposal here, I assume, is for it, as we've talked about in past projects, to be perpetual and spinning off.
Right, exactly.
What was the number again?
It was $30 million. 30 million for both Innovation Hall and the H.B. Foster Center, obviously split between the two facilities, that would provide for the maintenance, operations, and programming of those facilities.
And are there any other options for that funding?
I think that, like many of the MAPS programs, we will work on partnerships and other private collaborations to help provide funding for programs. So I would see this as something that would be in complement with other possible funding sources.
Can I piggyback on that real quick, just that specific question?
Yeah.
When we toured the Philadelphia facility that I think is reminiscent of what you're proposing here,
right.
They get a lot of federal funding.
They get some federal funding. They also have many, many, many partner agencies, probably over 200 partner agencies that help them with programming and various kinds of funding for those programs. So yeah, I mean, that's what we would see happening, that kind of collaboration.
And the reason we don't get that federal funding today is because we're just not even in that business. We don't have a facility like this to potentially chase. I think it was mostly
Right,
labor
yeah,
department.
yeah, and there are some federal grant programs that we may be eligible for and would want to pursue and make application towards to see if we would be able to get those.
And then I didn't see land acquisition costs. So do we already own the land, or is that a part of just the costs that are in the numbers here?
Right. So Innovation Hall, we do not own the land where that is contemplated to be located. The city does own the H.B. Foster Center and obviously Washington Park and the connectivity pieces.
And then I had someone reach out to me who pointed out, I'm just going to pull up his email here, because he pointed out that there's a number of currently existing co-working spaces throughout the city that are just private entities. He lists a few, Halcyon Works, Star Space, the Collective, Vault 405. So I'm curious what your response would be to the question of why should public dollars go into something that the private sector is already offering?
I think some of it is locational proximity to the other assets and other efforts that are happening in the Innovation District. I think part of this is about creating the opportunities for collision, and so that co-working space would offer that same kind of opportunity.
Okay. And then this is, I think maybe for my own education, I realize as I'm looking at this Minority Small Business Development Center, I don't know who Henrietta B. Foster is. Do you know who she is?
Henrietta B. Foster was an educator in Northeast Oklahoma City, wasn't she? I mean, Councilwoman Nice probably knows her history.
She was an educator at Douglas High School, and she also was a part of that neighborhood. And she was the one who sparked the redevelopment as far as the revitalization for that neighborhood. And she, after she passed away, because she didn't get to see that come into fruition, the city deemed this space the Henrietta B. Foster Center. So that's how it got its name in 1978.
That's helpful. Because I mean, I think my main concern about this project overall is just the disconnect, and you all have spoken to it, of that surrounding community and neighborhoods from OU, and even the history of why OU is there and how it got there is essentially displacing Black middle-class families, and so I get concerned that I want to make sure if we are going to invest in this that we really make sure that it's reflective of the community, and that the work to make sure that the community has access to it isn't an afterthought, but is actually the driving force of the project. Because I know I got the chance to tour the Cancer Institute a month or two ago, and just seeing the disconnect between the neighborhoods and what's happening there is hard to stomach. So I'll just interject that as a comment.
Councilwoman Hammond, with respect to those other entrepreneurial facilities, I'm not trying to be critical of them, but they're kind of at this level, and the potential at the Innovation District is way up here. I mean, they are small organizations that attract small businesses. This Innovation District is, I know we use this term a lot, but certainly has an opportunity to be a big difference maker in terms of a research facility that Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Boston, San Jose, the whole Silicon Valley, the economic growth that occurs in those areas is really tremendous. We would certainly benefit. So, I mean, there's a big difference in those levels of quality in terms of support and innovation that would take place. But Kathy, I have a question, on your projection of economic impact of $30 million. I'm sorry, I try to take notes on these things. Is that the city's benefit? Because
there's $21 million in annual tax impacts, and that does include some state taxes, but it also includes local sales and property taxes. The $29 to $47 million were estimated as tax increment financing revenues that would accrue to the TIF district that's already in existence for that area.
Okay.
So those are property tax revenues.
All right. Well, here is some projections that I made just based upon the limited information I have in terms of this possibly creating a $1.2 billion annual economic impact in general. The state could generate over $90 million a year in various forms of revenue in terms of individual income tax, corporate income tax, their share of sales tax, their share of property tax. And I mean, if this holds up, the city could generate a again, I'm estimating over $30 million a year in sales tax potentially, once this is fully taken hold of. So here's the state generating 3 times the revenue that the city will, and yet I've not heard any contributions being proposed by the state of Oklahoma in terms of assisting with this. And they benefited greatly in terms of the $5 billion private investment that Mr. Williams spoke of in terms of all the MAPS program. At what point in time do we stop doing these types of projects without the state participating in the cost of them?
Well, I think, the state has been an important partner in the health district area to date. I mean, Roy mentioned the investments by the state and by the University of Oklahoma and the billions of dollars of facilities that have been built to date. The state has also been a very important partner in this planning process. We recognize that they should be an important participant, and as we go forward, we look forward to them, being a part of what we try to do. Have they allocated a specific line item in their budget towards implementing this plan? No, they have not.
So my point is, the governor, the lieutenant governor, every local member of the House and Senate that I know of, when they were running for election, talked very strongly in terms of economic development and why they are supportive of it, how it helps the community. We continue to grow. Our biggest problem, both as a state and a city, is our lack of density. The more we can attract private funding, the more we can support businesses, the more jobs that are created, that's going to attract people to both the city and the state. That will help overcome our lack of density. That's why we have such a fragile tax base, again, both at the city and the state level. Well, here's an opportunity for them to back their commitment that they made when they were running for office to provide actual current dollar support for this type of project. And I would suggest that we try to have a meeting as soon as possible, and we can work on these projections in terms of revenue and actually show them how they benefit from it. And, they just closed out their year with record revenues. Now's the time for them to start putting some of that money to practical use to continue that strong earnings growth. So I think the project is great. I'm fully supportive of it. I just want to see the state participate in this a little bit more in terms of funding. I don't think we need their oversight per se, but certainly they should recognize the benefits that they're going to receive from this type of effort and accordingly participate in the cost of it. Thank you.
We would welcome their participation and financial participation, not their oversight maybe, but.
Yes, everything Councilman Greenwell just said. First, thank you for your presentation. But I think this should be at the forefront of the conversation with the lieutenant governor and the governor, because this will benefit the entire state. The numbers that, you're an accountant, is that your day job? What you do? You account for numbers?
That's my part-time job. The other part-time I spend over here.
So, I mean, I'm inclined to go along with his numbers. I'd really like to see them have a seat at the table, minus the oversight, of course. Secondly, I want to echo Councilperson Hammond's point. I really would like to see the neighborhoods around there truly be at the forefront of this. I don't know what that looks like. Just a quick story. Kanye West has a producer, and I saw this series of documentaries on rap music in Chicago that Vice did. And his producer is like 19 years old. This would have come out a couple years ago. He's traveled the world with Kanye. Paris, do you know what I'm talking about this?
His name is No ID.
No ID? Traveled everywhere, thank you. Traveled, just seen the world. But in that documentary, he goes to downtown Chicago for the first time, having grown up there his whole life and on the South Side. And he sees that beam, the reflective beam. I just really worry that a lot of our Hispanic, Latinx, and black folk and Native American folk, people of color who have been historically displaced, oppressed, brutalized, terrorized, have just been left out of opportunity. And I see this beautiful opportunity that you all have just presented in an East Side that has a history of displacement that you all know that we've talked about privately. I just really would like to see those communities centered here. My students talk about software design, they talk about coding, they talk about video game design, cybersecurity. Like, we have this population that is yearning for that, but all these other things are getting in their way, whether it's lack of access to mental health or whatever. So how can we make sure that we are centering them? I love seeing in fact, the Henry B. Foster Center. But how can we make sure that these kids are there and that their parents are there, and as we revitalize these historic districts, they're the ones opening those businesses there?
Can I?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to answer that.
Oh.
We have to be accountable. We have to also hold those who are planning to do this accountable. So that's how we get that done. And I want to say to everything that what you both have said, these are conversations I've had. Because when we're talking about the history of these areas, the displacement of these people, how we get to the history of talking about where we came from, if we don't tell the story, it's hard to tell the future. You have to go back and at least educate your community on why this is the way it is, so we can know and expect better for ourselves. And I think this is an opportunity. It's a great opportunity. We have to make sure with this opportunity, the people who are holding the positions to make it happen are held accountable. And we have to walk them through the process in a lot of aspects. And the one good thing that we have had with this is we've had a lot of community interaction, we've had those conversations, but the work continues. The work continues when we're looking at this. And even when we're talking about the Washington Park, it was very intentional for us to make sure we understood and go back and find out, as the word came to us, that it could have been possibly named Booker T. Washington, and we found out, well, yes, it was platted as Booker T. Washington Park in 1946. So yes, we will name it as such. We will continue that legacy in order to continue to tell the story of what 4th Street looked like, how innovation can create a new 4th Street with emphasis on minority entrepreneurship and small business development.
And I just want to really echo what all of you are saying. In fact, I was going to answer your question with pretty much exactly what Councilwoman Nice said. I think it is up to you all to hold us in these positions accountable to provide the kinds of services and community input that you expect. You know, we really see the Innovation District as a place where your students can come from all over the community and be a part of technology and experience and enterprise, and hopefully get job opportunities and internships and all kinds of positive things out of it. As someone who's been running the Urban Renewal Authority for the past 8 years, we absolutely recognize the damage that past actions have done. We can't all undo that necessarily, but we can sure make sure we don't do it again in the future. And I think me and my staff very much know that that is part of our mission. And we work very, very hard. And Councilwoman Nice mentioned, we've had a lot of community input. We've had a lot of meetings. We continue to have meetings with people in the community, the neighborhood associations, and that will continue. As long as I'm running urban renewal, that will continue. So it's part of my job that I absolutely love.
Well, I look forward to partnering with all of you on this, because this is kind of a priority for me as someone who's been teaching college prep. And when Councilperson Nice told me yesterday that the park was named after Booker, one of my favorite documentaries I show those middle schoolers to teach them note-taking is Many Rivers to Cross, where they talk about Booker. And I mean, it reminded me what we're up against. You know, he had that argument in the South, right? Just real quick for everyone who doesn't know this, and for those of you who do, I'm sorry, it's just clicking in my head. But his argument was in the South in the late 1800s was not to leave. And this was in a moment of the rise of the KKK. He says, don't leave. Cast down your bucket and get a trade. And he was a big advocate for the Votex in the same way that I today am an advocate for connecting our kids to those Metrotechs. I mean, and so having that park and having that connected to the innovation, I'm not comparing myself to Booker T. Washington. I'm very, very clear. But again, you know, then that man gets invited to the White House by Roosevelt and then is promptly told that he can never ask another black person in that White House again, and it wouldn't be for another 60 years before we will pass the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act, 1964-65. So I'm just saying, like, the idea that these kids are really going to have opportunity, that's barely 50 years old. We're barely 50 years into a truly democratic republic that's open to all people, and I see the opportunity here, but I just want to make sure that we can partner together to hold each other accountable. Thank you.
Kathy, tell me, this appears to be a big fancy Votech. Is that a valid
Can you repeat
comparison?
that? I'm sorry.
The building of this innovation district and all the good buildings and all the construction work around here is to create a place where people can come in and receive training and education. Am I missing something?
And work. I mean, a lot of it will be places for people to work, hopefully places for people to live.
Okay, the people that are working there, who is going to create the demand for their product or their services?
I think in this economy, the world creates. It's a worldwide market, and we're competing in the worldwide market for technology and innovation-based businesses. So I think what we see is we will be creating new businesses, and we want to keep those businesses here, and we want them to grow here locally and create more jobs. And yes, training and education and workforce is all a big part of that.
Larry, just to give you a little bit more perspective, so we have clients that are in this industry, the technology development and related fields. The well-established companies, this will be an opportunity to collaborate. The expertise that these companies that have been in existence 5, 10, 20 years can now share with newly formed entities. In the Silicon Valley, it's very common for these software engineers and other technical people to assist startup companies in you know, that one component that they're missing in coming up with a solution to offer a great product that, you know, they make tons of money with. So there's a lot of collaboration. I would see this situation occur to where businesses that are related to this innovation will be willing to share their expertise, their experience with newly formed businesses, you know, as they progress along the way to hopefully become very successful. So it's something we certainly need, and I hope once it gets going, we'll see more and more graduate level courses offered by OU outside of the great MBA program that they currently have, but bring in more IT development, engineering, and other disciplines down to the Oklahoma City campus, which we can accommodate, James, now that we're providing bus services to the city of Norman and the university. So James and I can make that commitment from COPTA to support that effort if OU will come forward on the same level. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kathy, Roy, or Katie? Okay, thank you. We'll transition to citizen comments now. Again, 3-minute limit. And we will start with Aaron Harrell.
I feel like that was done on purpose because I had to step out and then I came back in and now you guys picked me first. So I feel like somebody saw that and said he just got back in here. So let's do this. So Aaron Harrell, President and CEO of the Oklahoma City Black Chamber. Mayor Holt, it's good to see you. Councilwoman Nice, who represent her ward in a major way, and Councilwoman Cooper. I love the entire new youth that we have of the council, and I think that it's important for me to say that City Manager Craig Freeman, I haven't had an opportunity to meet with you, but I look forward to it. This project sits in what we consider our celestial ground. For those who may not know the history and what the Oklahoma City Black Chamber does, Northeast Oklahoma City is centralized to building the growth and really being the supportive and economic arm to revitalizing not just the Northeast side, but the black community, as well as what Oklahoma City can be in a bigger and a brighter and a better version of itself, where not just the opportunities are important, but the pathways to those opportunities are equitable to all. And I think that's an important piece to what this project does, is it creates those pathways. A lot of times I think we get into a bad habit of talking about opportunities and opportunities and opportunities and opportunities. And if you've ever heard me speak at any length and I talk about opportunities, I'll say it now. I always talk about opportunities being the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Everybody knows that they exist. We're all told about them when we were a kid, but nobody can tell you how to get there. So at the end of the day, we just stop caring. Right? If we don't know how to go get the pot of gold, who cares about it? And a lot of times in disadvantaged communities or communities that have been long forgotten about, those opportunities become that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, to where we're told about them, but nobody knows how to navigate the system to be able to really take true advantage of them. And so it's creating equitable pathways to those opportunities, so that way everybody can truly be know how to take advantage of those that this project really does. And so the Black Chamber is supportive of it. I think that one of the things, and I've had an opportunity to talk to leadership of the Innovation District, it has to be thoughtful, it has to be intentional, and there has to be a lot of buy-in and a lot of bringing forth to the table those who it truly affects. And I think that if that is done the right way, then we truly have something that can not just be just for the Northeast side and not just for the black community, but we can really have something that we can look back for our kids and our grandkids to say, we've made a proud moment back in Oklahoma City and for our future. I can remember, let me not say that, I don't remember when MAPS 1 was first done. I'm not that old. But, I mean, I'm not saying not that old, like, I'm not that old to remember having any influence in it. Let me put it that way, I guess. There's some people here that probably had some influence in it. I didn't. You know, I get an opportunity to hopefully have some influence in MAPS 4 and a little bit in MAPS 3. But I was like coming up. I was a young little, whippersnapper still, getting spankings probably. But what I do remember about it is that I remember a lot of people not wanting it to happen. I remember there was a lot of people that had a lot of fear about it, and a lot of people were against it. And you look at where we're at now, what we've created, and I have an opportunity to work hand in hand with a lot of great people that are in business and doing phenomenal things, because MAPS 1 happened, MAPS 2 happened, and now MAPS 3 has happened, and we're sitting here talking about MAPS 4 and the Innovation District and all these other things. And so again, I think that is a testament of, if we sometimes step out of our comfort zone and do some of the things that may seem far-fetched and saying, wow, can we really ever do that? Yeah, we can. If we're intentional about it, we get the right people involved, we can make it happen. And we want to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Ham, who will be followed by David Harlow.
Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak. So first, before the last session, I was a little nervous that I was going to be the only science nerd in a room full of jocks, and I was going to have high school flashbacks. With that said, my name is Dr. Elaine Ham, and I'm the CEO of a company called Ascend Bioventures, and we're a pharmaceutical company that is located in the Research Park. And our goal at my company is to help shepherd really early-stage technologies through some of the hardest parts of drug development, the earliest and riskiest parts. I've had the fortunate partnerships of I2E, as well as Presbyterian Health Foundation, Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation, as well as the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center to help support my company. So that said, I could go into a number of different aspects of why biotech is such a cornerstone to the economy of Oklahoma City, and I can go into details about the Solexis deal that netted over $600 million, the fact that my upstairs neighbors could raise a $50 million Series B investment from local investors, but I'd rather talk about my personal experiences. So over 10 years ago, I got my PhD at the Health Science Center and then walked across the street to have my first job as a chemist at a startup pharmaceutical company. In fact, most of the jobs that I've had since then have been within the Research Park, which is a great talking point. It's a great soundbite, but at the same time, I don't know very many people that have had that same opportunity, and we're so close. It isn't common. And also that was 10 years ago. And fundamentally, as one of the centers of economic development and innovation, where our district is located, is an epicenter for research. And the fact that we haven't changed that much in 10 years is a little disappointing, and it should be more common. In addition, I've had 2 conversations in the past 2 months with biotech companies here in Oklahoma City and Norman. And they were asking about wet lab space. There was a question about there are other co-working spaces, and they are, and I love what Star Space is doing. But for biotech companies specifically, we have different needs and requirements, and we need wet lab space. We need a space that we can actually utilize to develop our products. They asked me for places that they could go, and I couldn't refer them to anything. And they were looking to write SBIR grants to the federal government to bring money to Oklahoma, and they have to have a space to put in that actual grant, and they didn't have that. In addition, just this morning I had a conversation with a scientist entrepreneur that was looking for help on developing his new product, his new idea, and frankly I ended up having to refer him to people outside of the state, and that's disappointing. In addition, now for my own company, I can do science anywhere. We outsource across the world some of our technologies and some of our experiments, but I can't do meaningful business development in Oklahoma City for my industry. I have to travel to the East and West Coast to do that. And to raise money for my companies, I have to leave the state to bring the money here. Now, luckily, we have the support of the state chamber and Oklahoma City Chamber with OK Bio, and they help us go and travel to international conferences like Bio every year, and that's amazing. And when I do get companies to come to Oklahoma and get them to come here, we don't necessarily have a hub or a cross-section that I can point them to. They stay at the 21C Hotel, they dine in Bricktown, and then I have to pick them up and take them to our buildings. And finally, I have an office in Research Park. It's very lovely. I spend most of my time officing out of my house. That's a sad story. I live in Ward 2, and I drive to the Innovation District, and then I go directly home after that. Why eat my sad salad at my office and drive all the way there when I can eat my sad salad at home instead? So the lack of place there is palpable. Now, scientists aren't necessarily known for interacting with humans that often. We're guilty of that quite a bit. But at the same time, I don't have lunch options in the place that I work. And to travel to them can be difficult. You sort of have to map out a route. If you're going to walk down a sidewalk to go grab a bite to eat, you end up on a sidewalk that goes to nowhere. Or you have to make sure that you have the right shoes on. I had to drive to Baker Hughes, which is just across the street, because I didn't have the right shoes to walk across the grass to get to that building, which is very sad. So, and when I do
Dr. Ham,
have...
you're 4.5 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Well, I'm at the end, so that works. That is to say, we are so close. We are so close to doing great things with biotech, and investing in the Innovation District will help strengthen one of the key areas of Oklahoma City's livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope to give you a minute and a half back. I'll be brief.
And David, after David will be Michael Carolina. David, welcome.
Okay, thank you. David Harlow. I am with Bank First, and my role with the Innovation District is I am the volunteer board chair, and I was also chair of the Oklahoma Health Center Foundation when we made the decision to transition over to the Innovation District. I'm not going to rehash what's been said. I was been involved many years and really stuck with it through this transition just because I really see the opportunity that there is for the city to really change the trajectory of what's happening over on the campus. The past 50 years have been fantastic. This is really about the next 50 years, positioning ourselves to compete. Every day we're competing for jobs, we're competing for businesses, and doing this at the same time helping to connect that side of I-235 with what's going on downtown in the Central Business District. That 235 has been kind of a river for years. We're developed right up to the edge. We really need to try to connect it. And at the same time, we need to help lift up the community over there. We need to be honest about we haven't been very good about including that community. And this, you all need to hold us accountable. This is important work that we're going to be doing. We really, really believe in it. We really believe it's a tremendous opportunity for the city to change the trajectory for us going forward. This innovation economy, the world's changing. We got to change with it, and we think this is really a great start to that for Oklahoma City. So thank you.
Thank you. Michael Carolina, who will be followed by Michael Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am Michael Carolina. I'm the Executive Director for the Oklahoma Center for the Advancement of Science and Technology, or OCAST. We are the state's agency for innovation for science and technology development, innovation-based technology. Our strategic partners are I2E, the Oklahoma Manufacturing Alliance, and our universities. We reside in the park, in the research park. We've awarded more than $295 million in research activities across our state. Much of that has been in our research area downtown, including the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation, including the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center, including our private companies in the park. So we have a strong history of supporting innovation and creating a return on investment for the state. So OCAST is the state's agency for investing in research activities, in scholarly activity, and the process of discovery. How do we move ideas to innovation, to entrepreneurship, to startup businesses? That's our DNA. So we look at future technologies and know we have to compete, we have to be relevant in research activity, we have to be competitive. As David Harlow mentioned, how do we become competitive? Do we have the kind of nationally acclaimed research taking place in our city and state that will propel us into the future and create the future jobs that we will see in the new economy? And how do we develop our technologies in a way that connects the dots of innovation, collaboration, innovation, science and technologies? How does all that come together in the state of Oklahoma? As Oklahoma's capital city, Oklahoma City, the critical mass for that kind of activity resides here in Oklahoma City. So how do we grow that? And what does the future look like? What do those emerging, disruptive kinds of technologies look like? Cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, the Internet of Things. All of those are in our purview. We monitor those kinds of things nationally so that Oklahoma can become that technology hub. We're not the Valley, we're not Boston, Route 129 in Boston or Austin, but we can move in that direction by leveraging our resources in this state. I think the Innovation District can be a great catalyst for that kind of activity. I think it has the opportunity of making sure we're growing in the right direction. We're strategically investing, much as OCAST strategically invest in research activity, creating a return for the citizens of Oklahoma. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity. We're excited to be a partner in this effort, and it's exciting to see the emerging conversation and some of the conversations here around the innovation district. So how do we create those jobs that are meaningful, high-paying jobs? How do we attract scientists to Oklahoma? How do we keep our best talent in the state of Oklahoma? Because if we don't have the kinds of research activities and the kinds of industries that our young people are trained and schooled to do, well, they go to Austin, Boston, Portland, Seattle, and Denver. So we have to develop those kinds of industries here and the kinds of research activities that will keep our best and brightest talent. I just a little bit of a testimonial for OCAST. We were formed in 1987. In 1987, 32 years of OCAST excellence. And if some of you have read The World is Flat by Thomas Friedman, OCAST is mentioned on page 244 as being a bastion or an agency that was created to compete, to make our state relevant. Because normally, if you're on either coast, you don't think of Oklahoma as being a bastion of research and technology. But you only have to look at the work that's coming out of OMRF in autoimmune diseases, our work at OU Health Sciences Center, as was mentioned, having National Cancer Institute status, certification, Dean McGee Eye Center being one of the leading eye centers in the nation, Baker Hughes with all of its energy, resources, and focus on science and technology. Those are the kinds of things that will create relevance for Oklahoma City. So we're very pleased to be a part of that. We look forward to creating and celebrating the success that will come with the realization of the Innovation Center. So we're very excited about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And
thank you, Michael.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Michael Washington, who will be followed by Joy Reardon.
Well, everyone. What is this foolish poppycocky I'm listening here today to? You got it. We all knew that Michael Washington, for one, wasn't finna listen to this foolishness and allow it to go down. Everybody in all stopped short of calling this a white supremacist move, but I will say there's a flagrant intent by even our city councilwoman to sit back and allow this flagrant disregard for African Americans' right to own their properties in their land where they raised up all their lives in. Let me slow down and look at me. I might be a little bit too loud. Only for your considerations, that is. Now then,
and let me say...
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm talking my time. You can finish when you're on my time now.
Mr. Washington, when the council speaks, they get prerogative. I'll stop your time. How's that sound?
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman.
That's right. Mine went gone last time she spoke. That's why I haven't said that.
And I will repeat and say, you don't know what I'm doing to support our community.
You just said what I just heard you say with them. That's a great idea.
Excuse
what you mean, I don't know.
Did I say, I said thank you for the presentation. I also said it needed some work. That's what I said.
We need to go back and get the film, ma'am, because Michael Washington listens as well. Now, remember that.
Anyhow, we'll look at the film and we'll look at what you're saying as well.
May I speak? How many of you have heard the song, 2 out of 3 ain't bad? I supported 2 of them, but this third one, heck no. I'm not supporting this crap. Now then, we're talking about an innovation district. It's not an it's a removal altogether district. Why don't you name it what it is? It's gentrification again in its highest form. Let the wealthy speak. To heck with poor people who don't have money, who got to be relocated, displaced to places that y'all want to put us on slave plantations again. Is that your point? Watch out now, because Mike ain't going to hold his tongue now, is it? Now then, let me read a little bit here for my time is out. Why don't you just call it what it is? Your proposal is nothing but a flagrant, malicious, disregarding plot to displace African Americans from properties and lands that rightfully belong to them. Your whole idea is intended, for the most part, so you can get close to the northeast side, so everything within your whim is accessible to you and you feel right at home, right? You want back what used to be yours in the 60s, Yeah, look out now. So you don't care about what happened to me then, right? Your economic plan is only designed, in fact, as well as many others like myself think, you're only interested in the east side because you have a sinister, demonic, personal interest based upon accessibility in areas that already would meet your foolish needs, such as accessibility. Let's give an example here. Accessibility to Frontier City. Accessibility to Cowboy Hall of Fame. Remington Park, the zoo. Everybody knows what the kids love to do in the summer when they, oh, mama, let's go to the zoo, don't we? Come on now. Everybody loves to gamble. Michael Washington don't necessarily do that. I'm going to keep that to myself. It would also work well with what you have plans for. You've already ruined the east side. It would also give you access to I-35 that this gentleman just spoke about, which we know is a natural connection to Moore, Norman, Dallas, Lawton, Oklahoma, Tulsa. Why should I have to drive way across town when I can just come over and bulldog what you black folks on? All right, now then. Then you also have the point of the matter here before I close. You also have Russell Perry, who we know is a chairman, actually the vice chairman of, according to my last measure and information, he is the vice chairman of Urban Renewal, and we know he was actually the first one to start this process off. Y'all use a black face to get us into the foolish condition that we are in today. Now you want to use Devon Energy. Who is Devon Energy? The same person that this lady works for. That's right. This woman works for Larry Nichols, who in turn we know is also on the Chamber of Commerce, Greater Chamber of Commerce, just like you two gentlemen sitting right there. So therefore, it seems like to me that there is a conflict of interest here. Maybe you two should, I don't know who all else is, I just did my investigation on you two. Maybe you two should also disengage yourself and vote on this measure. Now, in closing, now what you say the name of that company was that y'all did a study from? Is that Billings? Whatever the name was? How much did y'all pay them to come up with that crazy conclusion they reached? Because it was certainly fanciful, totally unreal, and also justified. Now you're going to need somebody from the outside to tell you what's going on, man. Are we some babies or something? Oh, man.
Mr. Washington, you're at 4.5 minutes.
Oh,
I'll let you go long because others went long, but are you concluded?
Thank y'all very much, and now again, we'll be back. And I'm going to file a lawsuit to stop, at least we'll delay it. Have a good day.
Joy Reardon, followed by Taylor Shin.
Hello, guys. It's me again. I'm kind of for it and kind of against it. The notes I've got is why can't they pay for it if they can come up with private donations and stuff? My council lady brought up a very valid point. Why do we need to support something like this if they can bring up all this private donations and stuff like that? The other thing I've got is what would they do if they didn't get it? Directing it at the people behind me. Why not put back into what's there? And I just drew a small map. But most people don't know the history of the area, the true history. Basically why BNSF put their track in there and everything else, from Western to where the BNSF comes across, up BNSF to 10th Street, over to Lottie, up to 23rd Street, over to MLK, basically also going straight south on the southeast side of Oklahoma City. All that area, if you really look back in the history of Oklahoma City, was all the oil field workers, all the railroad workers, all the people who actually did all the work in Oklahoma City, the construction workers and stuff like that. And more and more, we're losing more and more of our heritage neighborhoods. Why can't we put back into that? To bring them up to where, and I know that there, on the research on the OU campus, that there is room that wouldn't take up a lot of this, would be able to fix a lot of this space. Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you. Taylor Shin, and Taylor will be followed by Sean Akadiri.
Thank you, City Council, and appreciate your time today. I know it's probably been a long day. My name is Taylor Shin. I'm the Global Vice President for Baker Hughes for Ventures and Growth in the company. I also have the pleasure of leading the center here in Oklahoma City. So it's been referenced in some of the previous comments, so I won't be redundant. But what I do want to say is a privilege of kind of get towards the end of the comments as I get to tweak and supplement a little bit of my perspective. So first of all, I have the pleasure of representing about 100 people that come from 12 different countries. They come from the East Coast, they come from the West Coast. I'm born and raised in Oklahoma City. I'm more the minority at the center of being local, and this is my home. I'm a third-generation citizen of Oklahoma City. What our team members love about this city is all the things you love about Oklahoma City. It's the community, it's the people, it is the vibrancy and the support we give one another. What I wanted to bring forward today is speak from our perspective at Baker Hughes, but also speak as a dad and a citizen of the city that cares immensely about the future of what we're going to do. So we're a publicly traded company. We are a global, we operate in 120 countries. We have technology that is on all industries. We're an energy technology company. We have 3D printers in our building. We have augmented reality. We have technology that would make any kid get excited and get ultimately encouraged about a STEM future. The challenge is I can't take that out of my lab and go put it into high schools or go put it into others. And so what we've seen is the important need for our city to bring those students into the ecosystem, bring them to our school. Councilman Cooper, I know several things we've talked about in the past is we've had U.S. Grant come into our school. We've had a lot of high schools that come in, and one of the biggest challenges we have is not to open the doors and let them in and have our men and women teach them and show them, put on augmented reality glasses and see what a 3D printer does. Some of the biggest challenges are getting transportation logistics and getting the students into our school. There's a challenge of just doing the simplest things that really open the doors. I know Councilwoman Nice has visited the center. Any council member is happy and we'd be welcome to open our doors at any moment. Part of it, though, it's about the place. It's about the ecosystem. Oklahoma City does not have a capital problem. We don't have an ideas problem. We don't have a people problem. Fabulous talent is in this city. One of the issues we have with what we're talking about today and what this proposal comes forward is it's the ecosystem. It's the ecosystem that provides opportunities for others to get access to technology, get access to ideas, to get access to IP attorneys and to new opportunities. It's not big capital, it's small capital. But ultimately, given where our company is, we're in cities all around the U.S. We see what's happening in San Jose. We see what's happening in Detroit and in Washington, D.C. And we as a city are kidding ourselves if we don't think that we need to do some steroid injection shot into the community to get that vibrancy of that ecosystem moving forward. One quick example of just the importance of place. You've heard from a lot of different team members from the Innovation District, but it was a happenstance reception that we hosted in our building that brought in OU physicians and some of the other biomedical groups into our doors. Through a happenstance discussion, 2 operating surgeons for OU Health Science Center engaged with our augmented reality team. 6 months later, about $60,000 of investment. We have a technology now that we're going to be raising capital for and launching as a startup. That's a company that works in energy, now playing in the healthcare business. That doesn't happen without coexistence and working together and bringing people and ideas to the same table. And so what I would ask is, obviously I'm here in support of the proposal for the Innovation District, but it's incredibly important that I represent our company and say, we're going to continue investing, we're going to continue doing what we need to for our shareholders, but we have some incredible facilities, some incredible assets that we want to open the doors to the community for. We can't do that alone, and you need that coexistence and that overall aspect to work together. So with that, as a citizen of Oklahoma City, I just want to encourage you guys that this is important because there's a lot of great things. We can fill a lot of arenas and do a lot of things in the community if we don't have diversity in our economy and new jobs, and that starts at startups. It's not big companies coming in. It's those startups. The vibrancy has to exist, and it needs that steroid shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Akadiri.
How you doing, Mayor? How is everybody doing? My name is Sean Akadiri, founder, president and CEO of Agribioinformatics. Agribioinformatics is a data analytics company in Oklahoma City. We actually just designed a technology for the livestock industry called AgBoost that allows them to breed superior animals using big data. And just coming out from the entrepreneur perspective, starting the company in Oklahoma was very, very difficult, even though we had the support of I2E and the staff from OCAST and everybody else, but it's still very difficult. And from an entrepreneur's perspective, having an innovation district like this is very, very important for Oklahoma to be able to compete at all levels. Just having the resources and the relationship in Oklahoma was very hard in the beginning when we started our company. Luckily, we've grown. The technology is being used all over the world. We have partnership with different countries all over the world. And every time I travel, even around the Midwest state like Nebraska, Kansas, they actually wanted us to move to their states, and because they have all the resources and they have all the support that will allow entrepreneurs to really foster and get to the next level. But because of the commitment that I have for Oklahoma and the love that I have for Oklahoma and everything that Oklahoma has done for me, because I'm actually originally from another country. I've been here 20 years. I came to college here to study and be a medical doctor. I never thought I would be an entrepreneur. But because of all the support, I've made a determination that, everything that is needed to be done to really foster and encourage and get the support to help entrepreneurs that look like me and other folks, and create the inclusion and diversity, and create an environment that will allow us to really get our voice heard and create the resources to help us get our ideas and our vision to the next level has been my commitment. And creating an opportunity like this and creating an ecosystem like this that you can find resources, even just because I'm in a technology company, even just having coders and having software engineers and just finding that resources is very, very difficult. So by creating this opportunity and creating an environment for foreign investors and outside investors to come and also attract all the expertise in the state will not only help us to compete at the state, but also help the next generation to be able to find an environment that they can have an ideas and get their vision forward instead of moving out of the state and looking for opportunities somewhere else. So I'm in support of this opportunity, and hopefully we can get this vision and get this innovation district available for all the entrepreneurs and all the visionaries in Oklahoma. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that concludes all the people who've signed up to speak on this item. Is there any other parting words from the council? Okay. Well, seeing none, we'll move on to item 3D. I don't necessarily think the exodus is quite as loud as usual, so feel free to leave if your interest is only the Innovation District. But we're going to go ahead, I think, and plunge through to item 3D, which is other projects brought forward by council members. When we prepared this lineup, what seems like lifetimes ago, but only about 2 months ago, I always wanted to build in this sort of place where we could have council members bring things forward if they felt that the 16 things we heard about didn't cover it. And I do know of 2 council members who would like to bring something forward today. And I'll start with Councilwoman Nikki Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a conversation with Mr. Don Hayes about possibly looking at the idea of a aquarium. It's been a long day already. Like, what is going on today? So he is coming forward to make that presentation. Mr. Don Hayes.
Thank you. Don Hayes, born and raised here, Oklahoma City native, Ward 2, Mr. Cooper. That's kind of a launching pad for all this. I think Newark was the launching pad, basically, for this whole concept. And I'm glad that we're here today, and you guys have an enviable position, and that is you get to hear all the ideas and decipher for our city. And I think without this, our city would be 3 or 4 steps back, because it's the cultivation of the beginning that has brought us here today. So, that being said, it's transformed us into this. This is the 20th year anniversary of the maps, and the Bricktown Canal was really at the top of the list as far as trying to bring in tourist industry, because our city was in need at that point in time for business. We were suffering back in those days. We'd just come off the oil crash and savings and loan crisis, and trying to figure out how to motivate, business to come to Oklahoma City and creating culture. And I think Norick he's like a superstar. So there was another one, Mick Cornett's from Ward 2 too, okay? So he grew up there. So Norick, at the time, whenever they designed this, they also extracted from the fairgrounds, the ballpark, and put the ballpark in Bricktown. So that would be a better image for us, as well as a facility for the minor league team. And the idea that I have, or not me, it's that the group has, people that we've talked to, we're approached by the Oklahoma City Zoo for an aquarium at a location. And so you might go to the next slide. Next slide. So right now, the canal ends at I-40. It's a turnaround to go back into Bricktown. I've had people come in and say, hey, so where's that go? Friends, I'm going, well, it goes down there. Well, where's there? It's like, oh, down toward the river. And well, where's the river? Okay. Well, it didn't have a destination, basically. And whenever the Zoo Trust Director was talking to us about this area that I happen to be working on, the aquarium idea was to come out of the zoo and separate itself, and kind of the out-of-the-box thinking of an additional amenity to the city that would add to culture, as well as, the aspect of, what it is. It separates earth from water. So go to the next slide. So I thought that this location would be a really great opportunity to extend the canal and take it through the aquarium and have an architectural amenity that would be beautiful as you're driving through our city as well, and have something for everybody, families and children that go to the zoo constantly. That would be an offshoot for this, in inclement weather especially. I mean, you don't go to the zoo whenever it's downpouring rain, but they still had 1 million people attend the zoo this year. So at any rate, I thought it was a great idea, and our whole team did. So it's definitely a generator for more tourist business, and that's what the canal was originally created for. Go to the next slide. So this is just a semblance. It could be anything, right? So that would be an aspect of being able to come off of the canal and go further west, south of the silo for the climbing deal there, and have further connectivity on westward if there was ever an opportunity to produce such a thing. So our team put together this to give an idea of what it could be, as far as a canal that would extend on into, and then give people a wow, a Disney effect, wow, this is cool. So go to the next one. And so this is the end of the canal right here, and there's a slip that goes into the canal for you to be able to get the water taxis in and out. And it's really kind of a natural location to begin a westward bound scenario. Go ahead and let it play. Go back to it. Yeah. I spoke to Tim Johnson, Johnson Engineering. They did the original engineering for the canal back when it was developed, and had them come up with an estimate. It was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1.5 million to bring it across the storm drain there into this property area. And you're I'm actually at the the offices that were built next to the silo looking down on that property right there. So go to the next slide. So on the bullet list of things, I think what we've got is you already have the economic impact that the Oklahoma City Zoo offered you to show that their conservative estimate was 600,000 people a year. They have a finished format, and I'm sure you have this as far as what they provided. If you don't, I can provide it again. And then as far as the bullet points, it'd be pretty reasonable to say that we could be in the top 10 aquariums in the world if we built such an animal. In between what they promote is a $125 million opportunity, anywhere from $110 to $130 million opportunity. And this MAPS project has, from the very beginning, it's given us a sense of pride. It's brought people in. It's given us, ever since it started, it's given us a sense of pride. I know when I'd go to the International Shopping Center conventions, and they'd be going, Oklahoma City, what, you know, I've been going there since 1983, and it wasn't until the mid-90s that we started gathering some momentum, and it's about the time this project came in line, because all the money that the community had raised, it was a big impact, and people were listening. And subsequently, you know, we have the basketball team, and now you all have the opportunity to further this with some more ideas. And again, I have to say, you know, of all the ideas I've heard today, and I saw one on the internet the other day about the equestrian park, which I think was unbelievable. That'd be a great opportunity. I don't know why you couldn't do them all. You should just try to figure out how to gauge all this into one big package, because there are a lot of great ideas. So on the educational aspects of this, obviously it's commonsensical, because it's all about the animals in the sea. We extract this vehicle that we've got in the Oklahoma City Zoo and make it big, and we're probably going to be bringing in 1 million people a year to that deal instead of the 600,000 people that their study has promoted, the zoo, that is. So you know that your children are going to want to come down here, and you know that you're going to want to come down here, and you know that you're going to be telling people about it. You know that people are driving through the state on I-40 are going to go, wow, what is that? You know, and then it's obvious that our city is on the move, but it's just one of those extra things that we need for our culture, for major companies whenever they're coming in. What is your culture? Whenever they see what we've done with the MAPS project, I know they'll understand, but I think it'd be very, very nice to have something like this as a main attraction. So it's an economically sustainable opportunity that we have for MAPS as well, if we're in this project, to extend the canal and to give it a destination and to have the zoo actually operate it, the Oklahoma City Zoo. And I know the Oklahoma City, between the Oklahoma City Zoo and Oklahoma City, we get sales tax that's generated from all that, and there's about 1,200 jobs that are going to be intertwined in this activity, and there's a big impact of somewhere between $60 to $120 million a year. So, you know, to me, it's a common sense thing that we ought to at least think about this idea. The future connection possibility, so you could be able to keep going with the canal if there's another opportunity. At least it has a destination at that point. And I know that with the streetcar and some of the other things, I know bike trails, there'll be even more connectivity for downtown. But I think this adds another leg onto the very beginning of the embryo of MAPS. So the environmental respect, it just, you know, through this education, there's some environmental respect that's gained from this as far as our oceans, as far as the animals that live in our oceans, and as far as, you know, some of the recent activity that's been in the ocean as far as pollution is concerned, and how we have to be more conscious about that. The major corporations on the cultural aspect, you know, I think it'd be pretty neat to have something like that for people, because, you know, I don't know of anybody that wouldn't want to go into a facility like that. You know, I mean, it'd be kind of like that would be one of the things they would do on their trip here, to be able to visit and check this town out. So, again, I think that the idea would be not only just for the development of an aquarium, but also something like what I'm talking about as far as the extension of the canal, giving the canal a destination, and it would be quite an experience for somebody that's in Bricktown to be able to go, oh, let's go to the aquarium too. You know, let's hop in the taxi, go on out there, and then you go in the aquarium. You know, I've been the Newport Aquarium out in Oregon that I've been to. They get 450,000 people a year, and that aquarium is just really small. But you walk through a tube, and it's pretty cool. And I can see this really taking shape like that from not only the water taxi affair, but also outdoor venues and also inside tunnels to be able to do experience that, and then the research and education. So that is basically it, okay? This is the meekest deal today, but I think it's still one of the strongest ideas. So
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you want to add anything?
I'll just say, with this project, I did sit and speak with Dwight Lawson, and unfortunately, he couldn't be here today.
Maybe tonight. You're not far from the truth. Oh, she said Dwight couldn't be here tonight, which is almost it.
I meant this morning, though. I knew he's out of town today, but I do know that he would be able to speak to more of the dedication from the zoo aspect, as far as dedicated sales tax dollars that would go towards this effort. And he did talk to me about the funding stream and the revenue of how the zoo, Oklahoma City Zoo, would be able to be responsible for the costs and the operations of what's to take place. And they also, with the thought of an aquarium, I asked how much skin in the game would you have? And he said we would have as much as we can, especially with the dedicated sales tax that we do receive, and with the building of the aquarium. So I know there's definitely more conversation there, and I know Mr. Hayes, that's obviously something that he couldn't speak to, and bless your heart, you did your best today.
Hey, you know, if you don't do it, if you don't even throw it out there, then it's never going to happen, right? But Dwight he came from Atlanta, the Atlanta Aquarium. I've got some really good faith in this man as far as whenever he brought the team in from Philadelphia to talk to us about what they could put together for this project, I was amazed. And then at the same time, I was thinking, this could be in the top 10 in the world, you know, and it'd be something it'd be an extra hat to hang, you know, for our city. So I would encourage you to talk to Dwight. And I know that the city had 4 different locations for consideration at the beginning and the inception of the idea, and we just thought it'd be pretty cool to take the canal, instead of a circle, to turn around and go back in, just keep on going with it and go right into it, you know, and that way we'd be the only one that would have something like that, period. So I think it'd be pretty incredible anyway.
We definitely appreciate you for speaking to this, and I think just the added addition of him bringing in that extra aspect, because I think when we all received the first conversation from Dwight Lawson, it was just an aquarium. But I think when Don Hayes stepped into the conversation, it became a destination for our canal, Bricktown Canal, in addition to. And so that's why he asked me if I would allow him to speak about it, and I wanted to make sure we brought this forward so you all could at least hear the possibility. I personally have not been to one of these types of aquariums, so that's where my visual aspect is very small and limited of what this could look like, but I'm sure some of you around here have been to one, and with the knowledge of Dwight Lawson. We know he has done some tremendous things in the few years he's been at the Oklahoma City Zoo. So his purview obviously speaks to his experience, and coming from where he has came from, he sees something in us being able to have something of this magnitude. So just a thought, but again, I appreciate you, Mr. Hayes, for bringing it forward and bringing that idea. Thank you so much.
I went ahead and we put a domain up. It's bricktowncanalextension.com, and we'll have the zoo information on it. We don't have it today, but some of it is up today. It's a larger image of the area grown that was produced by Skyline that we hired to do some other work for the area.
Okay.
So anyway,
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yeah, I'll add my thoughts to how awesome Dwight is, and we're very grateful that we have him, and he does a great job. And if this aquarium is not the right fit for MAPS 4, we're well aware of all the many projects and immediate needs we have. It doesn't mean the conversation about that idea has to stop.
Right, and I think that's one of the things that's one of the main reasons for this exposure to the possibility of what could take place, if not now, but in the future.
Yeah. Okay, Councilman Todd Stone, next up.
Thank you, Mayor. Come on up, Zach. I invited Zach to come just talk to us real briefly today. He's a pretty outstanding young man. And he actually brought this to me as trying to figure out somewhere this would fit in. It's not really a standalone project, I don't think. But it's interesting as we're listening to the Innovation District talk about some of the things they want to do. And I think there's some opportunities to try and tie this in possibly with some other projects that we're currently looking at. So with that, Zach, I'll let you go ahead. You finish your hour and a half, and then I'll end up with final comments.
Only an hour. Hello, my name is Zach Tyler, and I attend Mount St. Mary's Catholic High School here in Oklahoma City. I'm sure that you have all heard numerous times how important STEM education is. However, I hope that I can offer a different perspective on the issue. At Mount St. Mary's, I have had the unique opportunity of participating in an after-school robotics program called FIRST. It has been an amazing, life-changing experience for myself and for many others who have gone through this program. Through FIRST, I have gained technical skills that are not taught in the classroom. I have learned everything from metal fabricating to computer-aided design to basic engineering principles to even complex coding skills. However, that is not the real strength of this robotics program and other ones like it. These programs and competitions create well-rounded people. They teach things that you do not find anywhere else. I've learned how to be a leader, stepping up to help my team, about bettering my teammates and helping bring new members along as we compete, about how to better communicate with those around me, forging stronger relationships and creating an amazing flow of ideas, and how to fundraise and seek partnerships in our community, building up connections and opportunities and opening doors for years to come. These soft skills create well-rounded people in our community. This program and other like it creates well-rounded people in our community. While the STEM knowledge I have gained is invaluable, the other skills I have taken away from these experiences will help all throughout my life, no matter what I choose to do. Another unique aspect of these after-school robotics programs are our interactions with the community. My team, just like many others, puts on and participates in community outreach events. For instance, 2 weeks ago, we helped run a demonstration at the Oklahoma City Dodgers STEM Day here at the Bricktown Ballpark. No other after-school program or activity provides these kinds of opportunities to help spread positive learning and new growth. FIRST has allowed me to grow as a person. It has helped me hone skills and learn many new things that would have been impossible without it. New doors have been opened to me because of it. In fact, this last summer, I was lucky enough to participate in Boeing's high school internship program here in Oklahoma City, an opportunity that I would not have even known about if not for my participation in FIRST. Myself, along with hundreds of other high school students in our city, have been fortunate enough to be exposed to these things. However, that is not good enough. Only one public high school in Oklahoma City has an after-school robotics program. That's Capitol Hill. This is a tragedy, as tens of thousands of high school students from all walks of life don't get to experience the opportunities that should be readily available. Oklahoma City and Oklahoma as a whole needs to strive to be better, to have better leaders, to have better skilled workers, and better citizens. We're in the unique and enviable position that we can create great change for the better if we act soon. Our goal as a city should be to expand these programs to every high school student and guarantee that every student has the same opportunity for growth that I have been fortunate enough to have. We can create a better, smarter, more well-rounded community through the promotion and expansion of these programs. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you. Thanks, Zach. I apologize for having you here at 8 o'clock this morning.
He lied to me how long this meeting was going to last. I just want that out there.
We need better leaders.
He should have talked
You
to
talk
us.
to the mayor like that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Any
Zach.
questions, any comments?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Well, I just wanted to say that, like I said, I'm not envisioning this as a standalone project, but as we are looking, as we move through maps, we're looking at some of these other projects, and we've talked about STEM and opportunities for our youth and different things like that. I thought it would be different maybe to have someone that's going through that program or has gone through that program who is interning at Boeing this summer because of that program to come speak to us as well. So I'm looking, and I hope you would join me in looking for opportunities as these other projects start to come together where maybe something neat like this would fit in. So,
Could it fit? It seems like it would fit in the Innovation District in my mind.
I was thinking that as well as the youth centers.
Youth centers, both of them. I've been at Jefferson. Those kids just won some video game design award in their technological, I don't know what they call the class now, but the technology class. And so they're already heading in this direction. So I would like to see those two options.
possibly merge, yeah? Well, that's why I brought it up, because I'll let you guys help me figure it out then.
Don't worry, we've got your back.
Thank you, Zach. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Zach. Does anyone else have anything?
Well, so not so much for maps, but...
Well, let me stop you there.
No, I'm not. Hang on. No. Yes. Honorable Mayor. No. There were just some things that I would have, had there not been so many needs, I would be advocating for them in maps. And so, but I feel I need to say them so that they're on the, so that the public knows that they're on our radar, they're at least on mine, and one of them is drainage. Drainage needs are getting worse and worse and worse. I've been talking with Public Works, and we're now experiencing like 100-year and 500-year storms, and we're about to hear a presentation about sustainable design. So I would hope that after, and God willing, MAPS 4 passes, that we start having a conversation about a bond election, maybe before 2027, to address the needs I heard at the doors. And then briefly, someone sent a letter to me. They asked me to read about something they wanted included. This is not necessarily something I am promoting, and I'll say why in just a moment. But this is from a reverend, so far be it from me to not read this. But he says, I urge the council, this is Dr. Stan Bassler, I urge the council to include funding for a new county jail as part of the distribution of MAPS 4 funds. It is increasingly clear that this must be done sooner or later, and of those choices sooner in the view of federal concerns about the facility. I am a former county commissioner in another state who dealt with this issue while in office. I am well aware of the funding limitations that exist for county government. We accomplished the construction with the county sales tax, an option not currently available in Oklahoma. Our sales tax was not nearly as high as it presently is in Oklahoma City. A recent AARP publication shows Oklahoma City is one of the highest sales tax jurisdictions in the nation. I doubt support can be garnered to add yet another sales tax to existing level to finance a jail. Even though the jail is a county problem, the population of Oklahoma County is predominantly in Oklahoma City. Most of the jail population come from the city, which I actually don't think that is true. Okay. This suggestion is consistent with previous MAP's effort in that it is a brick and mortar structure. The projects we have completed make our city attractive, livable, enviable. We have reason to be proud. However, as Dostoevsky wrote, quote, Ward 2, man, I'm telling you, he sure did. This is not a plant. I did not do this. As Dostoevsky wrote, quote, the measure of the civilization of a society is how it treats its prisoners, end quote. When out-of-town friends visit us, I always drive them by the jail and ask them if they can imagine 1,500 people living there, and I tell them the number was once much higher. They are aghast. Please think of a new jail as an asset to our community image, if nothing else. So that's something I heard from Ward 2, one of our Ward 2 residents. I personally feel that the diversion hub and the mental health facility can help us address what's haunting that jail. At some point, though, there will have to be a conversation, I'm guessing, about a county jail outside of MAPS, but I had to read that. But yes, drainage is something I have to just put on the radar for us.
Sure, sure. And we have coming.
So there's 62 million in the 2017.
So that's still coming, 62, but no doubt still worth exploring beyond that as well in drainage. And on the county jail front, yes, obviously the county has all the same revenue streams available to them that we do. And as you said, I feel like through MAPS 4, we're doing our part to try to alleviate that problem, knowing that the commissioners and now the jail trust will ultimately lead the charge on the total solution there. Councilman go ahead, James. Did you need something else? Oh, Councilman McAtee?
Just to speak to the drainage issue, just a minute to give you some historical perspective. The drainage was paid for out of the GO bonds of 2017, correct, Craig?
We do have drainage. That's what I was saying, is we've got $62 million in drainage projects.
And the reason it was $62 million, the council at that time made a conscious decision not to raise the amount of bonds sold over that so that the payment of it, the repayment of the bonds, would stay at the 16 mil level that the citizens were used to. And the council has the right at any time they want to change that. But that's why it's 16 mils right now. Yeah. It was a conscious effort by the council back in 2017.
Anything from this side? Okay, we had one citizen who signed up to speak on this item of 3D, other projects brought forward, and that's Joy Reardon. Waves off. So we'll move on to 3E. So overview of format, timing, revenue estimates, sustainable design, 1% for art. Don't be intimidated by the fact that there's 5 things listed there. I'm going to quickly kind of move us through the first 3, and then Aubrey's going to talk about sustainable design, and Robbie's going to talk about 1% for art. MAPS has always been a 1-cent temporary sales tax. So when I listed format here, that's essentially, I just wanted to say that out loud. I mean, I think that's been the expectation from the beginning of this conversation. Anything dramatically different from that is just probably not MAPS, And so I think that is the intent and the expectation here, that we would move forward with a 1-cent temporary sales tax for a certain number of years. MAPS 1 was 5 years. They added 6 months. MAPS 2, MAPS for Kids, was 7 years. MAPS 3 was 7 years and 9 months. I think that does create a bit of a norm and an expectation. 7 to 8 years feels like 2 of the 3 previous MAPS have been in that range. And considering the amount of needs that we've seen articulated here the last month, that's probably going to be necessary. And so as this starts to formalize, I expect, that that's sort of what we'll start to circle around. Also, MAPS has always been one vote. I like that it is a compromise, that it represents a lot of diverse needs in the community. And again, anything different isn't really MAPS. And so I would expect that would be what we would pursue as well. Timing moving forward, it all counts backwards really from April 1st. April 1st of, I should say March 31st of 2020 is when the streets sales tax ends, giving us the opportunity to potentially continue these investments without raising the rate from where it is today. And so to do that, you would have to have an election no later than December. The actual state-provided election date for December is December 10th. If you were going to have an election in December, the latest that you could call for it would probably be at our September 24th council meeting. But don't have to wait that long, and I don't necessarily intend to, but just so you know, that's sort of the drop-dead meeting at that point. Revenue estimates, we generally, for a 7 to 8 year tax, starting on April 1st of 2020, the rule of thumb would probably be actually about $120 million a year. It's less in the near-term years and more than that in the out years, but that's the average if you're looking at it over a 7 to 8 year span. So as we work through these numbers, I mean, obviously it's all an estimate game, but when you do spread a tax out over that amount of time, unlike the big league city tax we talked about last week, you do generally have a better, likelihood of success in your estimates. Unless we go into a global depression or something, you can probably balance out a recession during that time period, and you usually probably assume there'll be at least one. And so that's as we work through this, that's kind of a rule of thumb for revenue estimates is $120 million for each year of the tax that we authorize or put before the voters for their authorization.
One question. Would it be okay if Craig gave a little explaining to us about the use tax component and how that may have been affected by the Wayfair decision and the increase in revenue that we're seeing through the use tax as a result of that United States Supreme Court case?
And you might start by explaining what is the use tax.
Yeah. So the use tax is basically a sales tax that's collected on goods that are purchased outside of the state of Oklahoma, brought into the city for use. With the Wayfair decision, with the Supreme Court decision on online sales, now on virtually all of your online sales, you'd be charged sales tax, paying sales tax. Those are actually remitted as use taxes. So it shows up as use tax. So in reality, I think one of the factors that we have to consider as we're doing projection is that those dollars that are coming in from online sales tax, the city as a whole benefits, but that's on this use tax side. So the sales tax itself, if you've got a dedicated sales tax, it doesn't benefit directly from that. It goes into the use tax. And as you all know, historically, since MAPS for Kids, we have used the use tax for public safety, capital replacement, vehicle replacement primarily, and technology. And so that's how that's been used in the past. Different from MAPS 1, where it was set aside to help with capital replacement.
Does that include fire trucks, buses, things of that nature?
It's fire and police equipment, vehicles. So not all vehicles is fire and police is how we've used that. And then also a lot of their equipment and technology that goes with it.
So not necessarily well known by the public, but the MAPS 3 sales tax directly benefits police and fire infrastructure. Every part of that whole tax, there was this portion, the use tax, that was going over there to police and fire. And we made that policy decision, not we, but the royal we, made that policy decision and adopted a resolution.
And it's a policy decision, then it's a resolution that we bring back to the council each year to evaluate. It's one where it's a decision that was made. We'd had a temporary public safety capital tax that helped pay for police and fire equipment replacement for multiple years. We haven't had anything like that in a long period of time. The decision was made to move forward with MAPS programs like the MAPS for Kids and be able to use the use tax for the police and fire equipment, vehicles, and technology replacement.
Am I hearing that we wouldn't be able to use the use tax toward the MAPS 4 stuff? Am I hearing?
Well, we could, but we didn't.
I mean, we didn't previously.
We haven't before. So like the dollar amount you heard for MAPS 3 that ultimately is like $800 million or so is not including the use tax.
Correct.
Yeah, and the dollar amounts we've been talking about for this, $120 million a year, is not including the use tax.
Correct.
And the reality, though, is that we spend about $14 to $15 million a year on police and fire equipment, replacing vehicles, replacing fire apparatus, equipping those, that if we took that out and used it for something else, we would have to come up with another way to fund that equipment replacement.
We've grown a little dependent on the
Yes.
use tax for public safety.
And that's something we've raised in workshops, forecast workshops for a long period of time, is there's not a dedicated funding source now, because most of the public safety sales tax now goes to pay for salaries. It's salaries and programs. There's not a lot that's available for equipment.
The 2017 GO bond,
The GO bond
not
did
the
not.
bond, but the dedicated tax during that election goes to...
The 89 dedicated tax, the 3/4 cent tax.
No, you're talking about the quarter penny in 2017.
Yes.
Quarter penny.
That goes all the staff.
Yeah, I know. That's what funds us. That's right.
I
Yeah,
didn't
so
pass them, don't blame me.
The 1/4 cent sales tax has been for adding additional police officers, firefighters. That's the majority of it. A part of it helped pay for even the streetcar system, the funding for the streetcar.
So we could, going forward with this one, have access to those funds, or are we saying we would be using them to replace capital stuff for police?
I'm saying that if we changed what we've done in the past,
We'd have to find...
we would have to come up with another source for that $14 to $15 million a year that we're using to take care of the equipment that we have.
Is that, how much are we collecting on use tax a year? Is it just about the same?
I believe it's a little bit above that now. I'll have to look at that. I'll get that for you. I'm not sure off the top of my head exactly what we're collecting right now. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you raised that, Mark. I should have put use tax on there. That was a good point. Okay, any other questions about those first three things? Format, timing, revenue estimate?
I just have a question. I know that there's like rumblings out in the community about the frustration that it is a one ballot, one vote, rather than being separate things like our GO bonds. Is there fear of, or not even fear, if there was like if someone did challenge this in courts, what is our legal argument that this is not against the state constitution?
So before you answer that, let me just preface by saying the policy decision we could make is to do it just the way we did that quarter penny, actually, that was referenced earlier in 2017, which is actually a quarter penny general fund sales tax, which makes it basically applicable to and usable for any function, whether it be capital or operations. And I would anticipate that's the approach we would take because it is so legally unassailable. But to support my position that it's legally unassailable, I would defer to the
Before we do
counsel.
that, if we're going to get into legal arguments and legal discussions, I would encourage us to be in executive session. I think that's the safe thing to do.
Well, it's not really a debatable point. I mean, honestly, I understand what you're saying. Well, not this.
I'm not going to speak to the potential litigation and positions that we might take, but I will tell you that this mechanism that the mayor just explained is completely defensible. It would not be a violation of state law.
I guess I have one other question that doesn't touch on the next two things, and that's going back to the endowment funds. Some people have approached me and said, I don't think that the government can invest in things that are going to return what we expect, which I think we've been saying 4%. Mm-hmm. Their best guess or estimation was 2%. What can we invest in?
Right.
Can we get more detail about what we would invest in and what that 4% is?
Trusts can invest more freely, and that's I defer to.
And that's when we look at the public funds, or like even investing just directly the MAPS funds that we're reserving for capital projects. We follow the city's adopted plan for investment, our adopted investment policy. It's a very restrictive, very conservative policy that would be probably less than the 2% even that you're talking about. But it's somewhere in that range, like 1.5 to 2. I'm not sure where we are right now. But it would be a lower level. With a public trust, and I'll let Amanda speak to why we can do that, we could create a trust that has a separate investment policy that still follows all requirements, and we would have an investment policy that has a plan for protecting the assets to the degree we can, but would allow us flexibility to invest in other investment tools outside of, like, typically with the city's funds, it's bonds. You know, it's bonds and agencies. It'll be governmental investment instruments. And so I'll let Amanda speak to that.
City manager did a great job. That's exactly it. We would create a new trust to handle this investment.
I'm glad you're asking these questions. They're really good questions. We've wrestled with them for months, and it's good to have the discussion.
And the trust could get us to that 5?
4.
4?
Okay. I mean, honestly, it quite likely could. We just wanted to be conservative and have an expectation for a number that's very attainable. You know, it may do better. Yes, sir.
Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of our investments are in investments that do not, the principal is not at risk.
That's correct.
And so that's one of the
things. It's as little risk as you can take. You can't say no risk, but as little risk as you can take.
Which you're correct. It's not up in that level up here. Ours are down here for that reason.
But I think it's a good point, too, of risk. When you're getting more investment return, you are taking on risk. So by making that decision, you could gain more, but we could also lose in certain periods. And so there's understanding that you're taking that risk. And I think with the commitments on the return of the investment fund is that whatever's being committed towards particular programs would be based upon, and we'd have a policy how much we could draw, but would be based upon what's being earned in those funds. So it wouldn't extend the city's commitments. Does that make?
Yeah. And one thing I was going to, I've never met in government more sophisticated financial managers as the team we have at the city, starting with Craig. And it gives you a lot of confidence, and I haven't been around him for 12 years now. Any other comments, questions about those first 3 things, and then we'll go to Aubrey. Okay, Aubrey, you want to talk about sustainable design?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Aubrey McDermott is Assistant City Manager. I'm just going to provide a brief overview of the concept of sustainable design. Some people may refer to this concept as environmental design. Some people call it eco-design or green design. They all kind of mean the same thing. It's basically a design approach or a philosophy that's commonly applied by different practices in design fields, like architects, landscape architects, interior designers, engineers, and planners. And the concept of sustainable design really is pretty simple. It aims to reduce the negative impacts on the environment, and doing that through the process of designing buildings and making infrastructure improvements so that they're more sustainable, that they conserve water, energy, and other resources. So the City of Oklahoma City adopted a livable streets policy with its comprehensive plan. It's similar to that type of approach. Both of these philosophies emphasize our commitment to apply best practices and embrace proven techniques and new technologies when we're doing planning, when we're designing and constructing buildings and infrastructure. So some examples of sustainable design principles would be how we go about selecting sites so that we minimize the development's potential impact on sensitive environmental resources like floodplains or wetlands or farmland or critical habitat. We also incorporate sustainable design principles when making site decisions, like how we design or orient buildings on a site so that we can capture natural ventilation, opportunities to maximize daylight. That helps us save energy. We also think about site design decisions like low-impact development techniques that Councilman Cooper had mentioned, things like permeable paving, vegetated roofs, rain gardens. Those types of features of buildings and infrastructure help manage stormwater runoff and improve water quality. We also think about designing landscapes to be low maintenance and low water, or avoiding using water from potable sources for outdoor water features, and using alternative sources of irrigation like rainwater or gray water or condensation from cooling coils. And we also think about how we design buildings so that they're more efficient. We can apply energy efficiency strategies like using dimming and daylight sensors or occupancy sensors. You get the point. Using thermal recovery systems in buildings, thinking about radiant space. It's all of those types of technical features in buildings that make them more energy efficient and help us save energy costs over the long term. Think about applying water efficient practices and products in cooling systems, help us save water costs, and in the project overall, think about the effectiveness of the life cycle costs of renewable energy sources in buildings, photovoltaic, geothermal, wind energy. So sustainable design practices can often be implemented without compromising the bottom line. They typically do result in lower annual maintenance and operating costs, but some sustainable design features do have higher initial costs, and they may require specialized and ongoing maintenance. And every project is different, and every phase of design requires creativity, collaboration, and specialized expertise so that we can evaluate those trade-offs when we decide how we can apply all of those different various sustainable design principles to a project. The city already uses a process of engaging multidisciplinary project teams on our city-funded projects. And these teams may include the consultants that we hire, the professionals on city staff in various city departments, and members appointed to our advisory boards and committees and commissions. And we rely on the expertise of these teams to advise us about how those site and building designs can achieve water, energy, and sustainable landscape design and other environmental performance efficiencies through all phases of a building's life cycle. And we're committed to continuing that practice with future projects, and we're very excited about the opportunities that MAPS 4 funding might bring. And if you have any questions, I will attempt to answer them.
I have one question real quick. Rollover curbs. Are we looking at doing that or not looking at doing it on new development?
I would have to defer to the engineers in Public Works. I know that in some places in Oklahoma City there are different standards, and so there might be rural standards where that might be allowed. Typically, I think Eric Winger could speak best to how stormwater is managed, and utilizing the conveyance system of the street is primarily how we do it in urban areas. That is a low-impact development technique, though, for managing stormwater, and I think Councilman Cooper had highlighted another technique where you can channel stormwater into a rain garden to filter it. So there are multiple types, I think, of drainage systems, and as I mentioned, those take resources to build, resources to maintain, but there are trade-offs in all of those things I think we'd like to be open to consider.
Guess I should have put it back on. Thanks for that answer. I was just going to say, so rollover curbs, instead of having the 90-degree curb on the edge of the street, what happens is someone builds a street or does a development, they put those 90-degree curbs in. Well, the first thing that happens for like a home builder, you come in, you cut out a big section of that curb, take it to the landfill, because now you got to pour the driveway in there. So with a rollover curb, and I'm sure we've all seen them in other cities, but it doesn't have that 90-degree deflection in it. So you're able to slowly drive over that curb, but that way the original curb stays in place, and hopefully helps with the integrity of the street as it was originally poured. So anyway, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. As far as our contracting process, what will we be using?
We have a standard process for seeking consultants with specific expertise for projects. I think it goes through the Public Works standard consultant review and engineering process depending on the type of project that it is. If it's an architectural and engineering project, it goes through a specific type of selection for qualifications with a review panel and representatives on an interview board. When the project is let, the type of work that we're looking for is clearly defined, and the scope of the project is clearly defined. So if there are features and if there's an intent to incorporate sustainable design practices into the project, it can be articulated in that call for the professionals that we would want to work with to have that expertise.
So will we be using BidSync for that?
I believe every RFP that we put out goes through BidSync.
Okay. And I'm glad you brought that up, because we did a presentation last week for a minority development conference, and there's some issues when we're looking at our process of BidSync and minorities. Over 7,000 people that are contractors that are enrolled in our BidSync program. There are only about less than 150 that are identified as minority businesses, MBEs, minority business enterprises, and only 11 have received contracts with our city. So I would like for us to see in how dedicated to the process we can be to make sure it is an inclusive process for us going forward with this MAPS project. And also making sure that we are dedicated to using local people in our process. So those are just a couple things that I wanted to make mention, especially with those numbers. I just thought that was quite alarming for our city and our business and how we do business.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now Robbie Kinzel to talk about 1% for art. In 2009, right before the passage of MAPS 3, the City Council adopted the city's first 1% for art ordinance. And the good news is that means art is baked into an initiative like MAPS 4. The bad news is nobody knows that unless we talk about it. So we're here to talk
Thank
about
you
it.
for the opportunity to talk about it, Mayor. As you said, I'm Robbie Kinzel. I'm the Arts Liaison and Program Planner for the Office of Arts and Cultural Affairs in the Planning Department. Thank you, Jennifer Swan, for also helping me today to move us quickly through this presentation. Let's go to the first slide. So what is public art and why is it important? It's an important community symbol, and it serves as a historical reference for us, whether we are reflecting, important people in our community or also events that change our lives, important heritage, or our aspirations. It's visually reflective of our community, and it's free and accessible. And this is very important because it creates places where people want to gather. Right now, the city has about 180 of these types of assets in our community, and they're valued at over $13 million. So we do track how important those assets are financially as well. So the 1% for art ordinance that the mayor mentioned, it was adopted in 2009 in September. It's 1% of the budgeted construction costs, and the reason this is in all bold letters here, or all cap letters, is that often people think that it's 1% of the total construction cost, but it is of the budgeted construction cost, which roughly is about 65% of total. There's a lot of other things, land acquisition and other things that have to come out. And it's with city-owned buildings, parks, and trails using public dollars. That's cool. So the sources of uses of fund. One of the most frequently asked questions is, why don't we have these pots of grant funds derived from the 1%? And that's because in the state of Oklahoma, we have a lot of restrictions because of our state law. So we're a little bit different. But what the money can be used for on the sites where voters approve it is the art selection process. There are fees associated with taking artists through that process. For the administrative costs to run the program, there can be certain artwork maintenance for replacements or major restorations that can happen, but not regular maintenance. And this allows us to commission through a purchase, transport, and installation different works of art. So we have policies and procedures that guide the program, and this was because of the generosity of the National Endowment for the Arts and the Cultural Development Corporation. In 2014, they granted us funding so that we could hire a national consultant and go through a year-long planning process. And the result is AMP Up OKC. This is on our city website, and it gives us policies and procedures to guide the program and also important recommendations for our future. And so the program oversight for the art program is provided by the Oklahoma City Arts Commission. They're appointed by the mayor and approved by all of you. They are not geographically appointed. They are appointed by their talents and their expertise. And some of their priorities include that the highest quality artwork is always commissioned, that it is site-specific, meaning that there's a relationship and a story to tell about the site, that the artists have visited the site and designed to those sites, that stakeholders are involved, from the design professions to those who have to maintain and operate, all the way to those that use the site, that there is art professional involvement. Always an arts commissioner is on that selection team, and also a professional art consultant. That there is special attention paid to safety, accessibility, durability, maintenance, and vandalism. These are part of what is viewed at the final conceptual design report for each project and based on the selection. that there's a community education and engagement portion, which really starts with the social media that the Office of Arts and Cultural Affairs does, all the way through installation, where a marker is placed that explains the project and the artist and the year it was commissioned. And that artists are always compensated for their work because they are design professionals. And that is my very brief presentation for you. Do you have any questions?
Hi. So it strikes me that going into the sidewalk and bike lane presentation and proposal that Councilwoman Hammond and I have put together, that we have 5 historic districts that our working group has targeted: Capitol Hill, Stockyards, 23rd and MLK, Windsor District, Old Downtown Britain. I bet you they would love some art. And so is this an opportunity, because if we invested in those in terms of the capital improvement, street enhancements?
So you said the important word there was roadway and street improvements, I believe?
Uh-huh.
Yes, so our 1% for our ordinance was only drafted for buildings, parks, and trails, not roadway improvements. And so they're not eligible for this source of funding for art.
Oh, that is so sad.
But projects around them are, like you said, Capitol Hill. So the Capitol Hill Library we'll have that in their current year's work plan. There's GEO bond money that went to renovation that. And so there will be a public art project for Capitol Hill Library soon.
And Robbie, we have flexibility as well as far as location of the art, right? It doesn't have to be on the site of the facility.
There's very little flexibility on that. Yeah, all those we run through the municipal counselor's office for verification. But like on a GEO-bond project, it has to be right on that site. Amanda, do you want to say anything about that?
Sure. Under this MAPS project, there is flexibility. You would have the ability to choose where that art goes. It wouldn't have to be specifically dedicated to the project. It may be a policy decision you all can make.
You said parks, trails?
Buildings, parks, and trails.
Bus shelters wouldn't count?
Not currently.
What does currently mean? Can we do something about this? I'm just saying, like, there are people who are historically important to each of those areas, and I would love to see them honored for getting us where we are. Is there any way to address that?
I wasn't fully following. When you say currently, you're talking about changing the ordinance?
Yeah, so there are some recommendations in AMP Up OKC, the Public Art Master Plan, about looking at future changes to the ordinance.
And Councilman, right now, it doesn't mean that you can't elect to use the funds for that purpose. It's just not legally required under our code.
Yeah.
And I would just add that it just comes back to funding then of, like, for instance, if you're looking at a number of bus shelters you're going to do and you want to use a portion of that to fund art projects, it means fewer bus shelters to fund the art projects. It's just the reality of the balance in those.
But yes, and if we were investing $5 million in each of those 5 historic districts, I'm to understand that we couldn't use any of that for art?
So you could. It's just not. Right now, with, say, a capital improvement project like if a stadium was built, 1% of that construction budget, taking into account the items that come out first, has to be used for art. It must be used for art.
You know, we could say we want to spend 4% for art. That's our choice. She's just saying what we have to do is 1%.
Yeah. Right. Like the original MAPS projects had 3, that was before the ordinance, there were 3 projects with public art components: the ballpark, the library, and the canal. And that was a decision made.
Yeah, that was all voluntary. MAPS 1 was not subject to any requirement, but they did art anyways. So,
just for the record, I would like to see some art in these districts.
Keep in mind the beautification proposal that we discussed a few weeks ago.
Did someone do
that was presumptive that would include some art.
What a great idea.
So I have a question. When we're looking at, so to put it into perspective, I guess, those horses that we have on the canal, was that part of MAPS?
The horses?
No. That's a standalone project.
Oh, you mean the
city
Palomar land run?
Okay.
Yeah, that was a...
I guess the reason I asked that is because if I'm not mistaken, and maybe I don't know the history of it, there was a conversation once upon a time about putting busts of like Ralph Ellison and some of those who came before us right in front of the Ralph Ellison Library. Clara Looper, I can't remember exactly all of the people that had been decided once upon a time, but I heard I don't know if it's the rumor mill or if that was the case, that was a commitment in some aspects with the city, I don't know, to dedicate, because there are poles there, but there's no bus.
And the Ralph Ellison Library, I believe, is also another GEO bond project that will have a 1% for art.
Any other questions on 1% for art? Comments? Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Robbie. We do have a few people who've signed up to speak on this item, 3E. Dr. Travis Roach. And so 3 minutes, Dr. Roach, and then he'll be followed by David Glover.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak again. It's been my privilege to speak in front of you. My wife and I moved here 4 years ago, and we've really grown to love this city. And it's an especially unique ability for me to be able to come and talk to you about something that I really care about immensely, and that is our environment and the ability through sustainable design to improve that and really go after a moonshot of sorts. I thought about coming and talking on all 4 days about how the impact of a mass planting of trees could really be beneficial to so many different aspects. I'll run down the ones I wanted to come to but didn't. Parks, sidewalks, bikes and lanes, beautification, even our senior wellness is impacted by heat, transit and homelessness. This is obviously impacted by a mass planting of trees. Mental health can improve, as well as obviously sustainable design. The Brookings Institute has put out a number of papers talking about the literal impact the trees can have on cities and placemaking. We have a chance to do something really special here. I believe it was Ethiopia that recently broke a world record for planting 350 million trees in a single day. Paris, France, has incorporated this into their city planning. I imagine you sitting on this seat as a mayor and councilperson, that you feel limited in your ability to tackle some of these challenges that we have that are global in nature. But devoting money toward this type of design, having a tree for every person in Oklahoma City, is the kind of thing that could have a lifetime and monumental impact to your children and our future. And thank you again for our time. Thanks.
Thank you. It's worth noting how much trees came up in parks and beautification, in your sidewalks. I mean, I think that trees will definitely be a part of this package. David Glover, followed by
642,000 trees. That would be pretty slick. I mean, I'm ready. I know Brian at the Community Foundation would be for it. He's a great guy.
He was here, yes.
He's a lot of fun. Spend some time with him. I'm speaking today mainly for Susie Shields Dershweiler. She's kind of known as Mother Earth in the environmental and green community in Oklahoma City. Many people know her. Many people have met her. She worked at DEQ for many years. She's very sick tonight. She's going to be okay, but she wanted to come. She'll email you all her more full information, but I'll give you the basic overview. First, the price of electricity is not going to decrease. Using capital to offset future O&M with regard to building operations is something we should already be doing and should probably be part of any project that we work on. Not just solar production, but also making it sure that it's very well insulated and smart design. It's a direct pass-through to the taxpayer, so why not build buildings as efficiently as possible? In fact, Aubrey, is going to be one of the goals of Plan OKC, which you're going to see more of, is GR9. That's Green Building and Sustainable Development, stated as Oklahoma City as a model of energy efficiency and conservation and sustainable building projects and processes, which could be incorporated in everything we do. The very first fuel is being efficient. So the request is to utilize renewable energy as an energy source in future OKC projects, including MAPS 3 projects. Cities all over the world are trying to reduce their carbon footprint, and 58 cities have pledge to try to go 100% renewable by 2035. So the main four benefits would be improved public health. We know emissions from fossil fuels aren't healthy to children. I'm sure the mayor wouldn't want to be living right next to a coal-fired power plant downwind. And the more things we can do that are smarter, the better we can do. It obviously helps job creation. Solar industry is 260,000. Oklahoma is top 10 in solar potential, but we're in the 40th range for actual installed. A lot of that does with the legislature and allowing for third-party leasing and other options. But there's things we could do as a city to ramp up and be closer to what our potential is. Reduce energy costs, stable energy prices. Everybody's seen the high headlines on parity of solar and wind. And also in Oklahoma City, how many of you met Dirk Spears New Technology? He's the battery doctor basically for all electric cars in the United States, minus like Tesla. All the batteries come here to be renovated, and then those are being used in grid storage. So you're able to use that renewable energy and keep it offline to when you need it. The impacts of climate. So the basic idea is also you could have a loan pool of $20 to $50 million that we could loan to the people of Oklahoma City at a good rate, and we could insulate and air seal their houses. Now what that does is that's the fastest return on your investment. If everybody should be insulating and air sealing your houses more. But the thing about it is that we can actually have them pay it back on their water bill, which we do here. So you know that you're going to get your money back, but overall, their overall utilities would not go up because they'd be paying back the energy bill, and then once they pay off the air sealing and insulation, we'd be creating jobs. Mecklenburg-Duncan provides a lot of the materials, and so we'd be buying a lot of tax base, which would be good. The house would be much more comfortable. It would have more value, but also their overall bills would go down. So we highly recommend and are for the sustainable design practices. My dad was an architect. He's 87 years old, and I remember him showing me just about overhangs that every window used to have in Oklahoma City. In fact, in our Brookhaven neighborhood, they used to have all these overhangs. So the sun wouldn't come in the summer, but as the sun got lower, it would come into your window in the winter to provide solar heating. Let's be smart about how we design things in the future so that we can all be healthier. Thanks.
Thank you. Will Bandier? Joy Reardon? Not here. Okay. Then we move on to citizens to be heard. Item 4 on the agenda, and we do have a few who've signed up. Jose Sanchez, David Namatpour, Carlin Pruitt, and David Glover.
I know you didn't get a water break. So the main conversation I was going to have is about the endowment, which I think it's a really neat idea. But I'm wondering, I thought this was going to be the meeting where they'd be talking about what is the size of the endowment.
Well, it's really multiple allocations of tax dollars, assigned to different projects to cover or at least help with their operations. And as we've gone through the last 4 meetings, they've sort of been identified. They'd all of that would essentially, I suppose, this is all up for us to set as a policy, but I guess you'd probably manage it as one corpus with a trust overseeing it, and then allocate, distributing proceeds based on the original allocations for each purpose. Does that answer your question?
Do you know the total amount roughly that it might be 50 to 100 million?
Well, if you look at what we've just discussed over the course of the last month, I think it would be in the range of 100 million-ish, out of a $900 million package. Yeah.
Got it. So I have just some thoughts for you guys to think about on maybe an alternative view that actually might be easier and simpler and also bring in more money. So right now there's 30 main cities in Oklahoma that their taxes are all about, 8 to higher. Oklahoma City is in the bottom third of what our overall tax cost is when you include the county and the city tax. So almost every single city in Oklahoma uses about 4 cents of their dollars to run the city's operations, except one, Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City uses 3 cents and 1 cent for maps, which means that we're sort of running our city on about a 75% compared to almost every other city and county in the state. And I am super impressed. I mean, I talked to my water meter guy today. I talked to the guy that put up the sign, the line maintenance guy that comes to our Brookhaven neighborhood, which has a really bad smell right now, which you guys I know are working on. But the city employees are incredible. I mean, the 4,500 city plus employees, they do an amazing job. But after I talk to all of them, I can tell that they're all feeling like their things are running lean and tough and difficult. And it does such a good job the way you guys run the city, but also using this whole cent for capital projects, I think over time makes it difficult to actually do all the things you need to do like drainage and other needs. And I think the possibility is to maybe think about where this is going. So what I was going to say basically is the endowment, let's say it's a $50 million endowment, and you guys figure it out. The percentage that you think a conservative, talking to the community foundation, 5% would be kind of nice return, but unlikely. You'd probably want to be a little more conservative probably. So that would bring in $2.5 million a year. So $2.5 million a year after you've taken $50 million that you can't do anything with until you get the corpus. And so it's a long ways off and it's not much money. Now, if you look at the numbers, if you look at the $120 million that the mayor just talked about, 1/32 of a cent would bring in $3.75 million, which is almost twice as much as what you'd bring in on an endowment. If you do 1/32 of a tax, maybe it's 1/32 off the entire maps, you would bring in more money to pay for all these operations and maintenance than an endowment would bring that could go up and down and has fees and other things. So a very, very infinitesimal amount that you can't even imagine how little it is would do a much better job potentially than endowment, and you'd have it now and forever, which I think would be much more sustainable.
David, you're at 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Basically, I mean, I really appreciate it, but I really think you should think about possibly maybe reducing maps and putting it back into the city budget to actually improve all city services, even though I see a lot of great human needs that could be funded also. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well, that concludes Citizens to be Heard. Any final thoughts at the end of this 25-hour odyssey we're on together?
It's been 84 years. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Just briefly, on behalf of the Judiciary Committee, under the new penalty reduction program, which is if you have a ticket, you fail to appear, and you have a bench warrant, you can come in and pay or work out payment terms. Before we even started our advertising campaign, which started August 1st with the Curbside Chronicle and the Gazette, we've already had 183 cases come in and pay. So that's a good start. The point of the story is if you have a ticket, you fail to appear, and you have a bench warrant, go in and work out something with it.
Yeah.
I was just going to say this, I mean, it does have something to do, but it doesn't. I didn't mention it in my council comments last week, but last week I went to the state capitol to witness the signing from our governor of a portion of one of our highways in Ward 7 will be dedicated to the late Senator E. Melvin Porter. And I think that's a great dedication for our ward and also to speak to the legacy of a man who committed service to our city and also to the community that he served within Northeast Oklahoma City. And I do want to mention as well, we all know, well, I'm sure most of us know, that one of our grocery stores that we had in the Northeast Quadrant is now closed as of last evening, 9 p.m. So we are trying to make sure we meet the need for our community, and I'm thankful for a health task force that we created. And if you want any information, it is neokcfood.com. And if you would please help me spread that word. We're helping to meet the need for transportation, food availability, and other services that, as far as resource centers for people who made food resource centers for those immediately in the 73111, 73111, 105, and 73118 zip code, I believe. So those zip codes that are around that, and the impact of this is we have, just in 73111 zip code alone, there are 4,000 people, and this was our only store in the 73111 zip code. So obviously that's a very hefty blow to our community. But thankful for our Embark services who stepped up and said we will make sure our community gets where they need to go. And we want to make sure that our seniors understand they already have a dedicated service. If they want to take advantage of that service through Embark, they will pick them up from their home, take them to the store, and bring them back. So a lot of people are like, why are we going to a couple of other stores? Well, they're not in the Oklahoma City limits. And we would like to keep our sales tax dollars within Oklahoma City as much as we can, so we can help to provide a better option for our community. So we just wanted to make sure the community understands we're going to continue to work through this, and it's unfortunate that we won't be able to fix it as fast as they were able to shut those doors. But we will make sure that our community is taken care of in the meantime. So I thank everyone that's volunteered and passed the word, and we'll continue to spread the word about how we can continue to meet the need for our Northeast community. So economic development, I know a lot of people are saying, well, what about a MAPS 4 for this? We are working through other ways to make sure we get our needs met for another grocery store in our community. So.
Thank you, Councilwoman Nice, for your leadership on that Northeast grocery store issue. And one of my favorite moments as a senator was when Senator Pittman and I hosted, then alive, Senator Porter, before he passed, to kind of welcome him back on the 50th anniversary of his becoming the first African-American senator. And it was a special day, and I'm glad he could experience that before he passed. And, of course, his son is one of our police officers now. So. Shifting gears back to MAPS, when I came to you guys in the spring and suggested we have these public meetings, I don't know that any of us knew exactly what we were signing up for, but I think it's been, though exhausting, it's been a really inspirational and fulfilling experience, and I really feel like we've taken this MAPS legacy of 25 years and we've really made it our own. And I'm very proud of all of us, and I'm very grateful for everybody's stamina, and I'm even more grateful for all the citizens who come out this last month for these meetings. We'll move from here into a process of developing a proposal. We do have a regular council meeting next Tuesday. I want to say it is not going to be next Tuesday. It's more work than that, so nobody should be waiting for it a week from now. But obviously, we hope to put it before the voters for their consideration just as soon as we can put something together for us to consider and then for the voters to consider. Obviously, as I said earlier, with September being the drop dead for that. We heard 16 projects. I really think, though, they fall into 4 major categories. I see neighborhood needs, I see human needs, I see jobs, and I see quality of life, entertainment. And I think that's a great balance. But I also see 70% of that falling into neighborhoods and human needs, just when you look at how it shakes out and what was presented to us. And if you look historically at previous maps, at least 1 and 3, it was more like 5 to 10%. And this is already, just by virtue of what we've heard about and what's been presented to us, a very different list of priorities, but I think it meets the needs of 2019 and beyond, and I think it meets the expectations of the citizens we represent. So I'm excited to see how it develops, and I'm excited to work with you. And again, thank you. Yes, David.
Mayor, thank you for pulling this together. Like you said, it was quite an achievement, I think, to pull together all these different proposals. But in my opinion, we're only halfway there in terms of hearing all of the proposals, some more emotional than others. And so we hear, their views as to why they need funding. But the other half of it is what's happening in not-for-profits and organizations, in all kinds of organizations, what I meant to say. So certainly it's been like this in the business sector for forever. Last 20 years, not-for-profits now are measured by their ability to achieve their stated goals. They're measured by that. There's even groups that will come in and measure the effectiveness of different activities by the not-for-profits. What we're seeing in the area of philanthropy is high wealth individuals in the past used to say, I've got a segment here for charity and I've got a segment here for investing. Those lines have been mixed up and blurred to where now individuals are saying, I don't care necessarily what type of return I'm going to get on my investment, but I'm going to invest in organizations that achieve a good outcome. And so I'm accepting a lower return on my investment to achieve that. Or I'm going to invest in the terms of getting a charitable deduction with a not-for-profit who can achieve that outcome. They don't care if it's for-profit, not-for-profit. All they're focusing on these days is the results. So here's the second part that these proposals need to come back to the City Council with is here's what we're going to achieve with this funding in terms of impact. And it can be a combination of here's by providing us these funds, we're going to be able to accomplish this. It's going to treat X number of people. It's going to reduce the cities and other municipalities or local governments' costs by this much. And then it's up to us to measure those results over the upcoming years. And to the extent one of these partners or proposals don't live up to their commitment, then I think we need to have the opportunity to replace that organization with someone else in terms of focusing on that level of service. So my question from a legal standpoint, we'll be the owners, for example, of these facilities, and I assume we'll enter in some kind of a lease with these organizations.
Before you say anything, I just want to understand who you're even talking about, because I'm looking at the total list. I think there's only one instance. Okay, maybe I'm seeing two instances where there's a nonprofit involved. I mean, Palomar.
Palomar.
There's the Freedom Center.
How about the Divergence program?
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, now,
it's not all 16 by any means. In fact, most of this are government services that we already provide. But those three you're specifically bringing
certainly
up?
They would certainly qualify in there. But I think all of these proposals, we have to measure the outcome of their efforts. In terms of the past MAPS 3 and even the initial MAPS, I don't think we've ever taken the time, although the Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce has, to come back and say, okay, here's the impact by those investments. And according to them, they've been very favorable in terms of, the investment in terms of public money has resulted, for example, in a $5 billion investment from private entities. I'd say that's a good return on our investment. But with respect to some of these others, I think we have to hold these organizations accountable to what they claim they'll be able to achieve. A presentation that concerns me is the one on homeless. And I just, as I said earlier, this is a part-time job. And so I asked during the presentation, give us some examples of communities that are, successful in this regard. Cincinnati, Columbus, Ohio, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Chicago, Seattle, El Paso, Nashville, Baltimore. So I did a Google search. Again, not a very in-depth one. And I got the most recent headline. Here's Cincinnati's. 1 year after Cincinnati's 10th city, the search continues for solutions to address homelessness. Columbus Dispatch. Central Ohio's homeless rate rising despite low unemployment rate. One after another that's the most current article addressing these issues. Seattle was mentioned. They admit they're failing in regards to the homeless issue, but they did conduct a study, and they found 3 cities that were not mentioned by the group making the proposal that appears to have had success: Atlanta, Virginia Beach, Virginia, and Milwaukee. Atlanta's success wasn't necessarily due to additional housing being provided, but to efforts to employ the homeless. There's a not-for-profit staffing agency headquartered in Atlanta. They're attributing a lot of their success in addressing the homeless issue to finding them jobs. All I'm saying is let's measure, the return that the citizens of Oklahoma City will receive in terms of their investment.
Sure. I mean, I think that's a conversation we'll have in the years ahead. That's all you're saying, right?
Well, no, I think we need to get a little bit firmer commitment by these organizations as to what they feel like they can achieve.
We can only each speak for ourselves. I felt like I got from all of those organizations very specific predictions about what they feel that they can do with these dollars. I think each of us, if we want to embark upon independent research projects with those groups, are always welcome to ask them for meetings. I don't know that we need more group meetings unless...
No, I'm not suggesting that.
Okay.
But what I am suggesting is if the organizations can come back with specific goals that they hope to achieve with their projects.
I felt like that's exactly what we just did.
Well, so can you tell me what the goal of the coalition that's addressing homeless, what their goal is in terms of reduction of homelessness?
Not at the top of my head, but it was a very in-depth presentation with a lot of numbers that I think are along the lines of what you're referring to.
Okay, and I'll go back and try to revisit that just to see if they are firm in their proposals as to what they can achieve.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help facilitate you getting more information to make final decisions. I don't know that we need to do this whole thing again, but...
Oh, I don't want to do this whole thing again.
Okay.
And I think this type of information can be submitted in paper form.
Okay.
It's just very easy to see.
Okay.
We're going to take this money, accomplish this with it, and here's the results that the city's going to be able to recognize. Again, homelessness needs to be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta has done some successful things. Milwaukee has too. I'm just not so sure in the presentation they had done the research prior to making the presentation, because the most current articles don't suggest that those cities that they identified as having achieved success with respect to homelessness.
Okay.
I would just like to say that the people who stood up here during the presentation on affordable housing are the experts in our state on what solves homelessness, and giving people jobs is great, and finding ways for people to have jobs is great, but our minimum wage in Oklahoma is not a housing wage. So Tulsa's getting folks employed through a Better Way program. We got the Curbside Chronicle. Those folks can still not afford to live in our cities because of how expensive it is to live. I can't speak to Cincinnati. My assumption is that they have high eviction rates and they do not have affordable housing. So again, I'm going to just echo the mayor. I feel like I got a lot of that. And I agree with you, though, that the projects that we are investing in and the projects that we invested in MAPS 3 need to have some accountability, because we are still pouring money into projects from MAPS 3 for operating dollars, and we never ask them for outcomes. And the outcomes that we get from them are these giant numbers that I don't see the specifics of, and somehow we just accept them when they come from the business community. But when they come from people who are saying, we're spending tax dollars already over here like this, let's spend them over here doing something more humane, somehow we have to give them like the third degree. So I just need to insert that, because I feel like I'd be remiss in not stating that in response to your statement.
I understand. And I'm not an expert, nor do I study much on the problem with respect to homeless. That's why I asked, give us examples. So Tulsa, this is from a July 7th, 2019 article. Tulsa's homeless population spikes, shelters looking for solutions. I could go down the whole list.
Sure. So the homeless population spiked, but if you actually listen to the people who came up here from Tulsa and spoke, they said they have housed more people this year than they have housed any previous year. So that means we have more people falling into homelessness, and that is a policy issue, and that is a minimum wage issue. So again, I respect that you would say that you're not an expert, but I would ask you to please actually listen to the experts, because they said all of the information that you just asked for when they were here for their presentation.
Okay.
So I do have a couple of quick questions. And I think this kind of goes back to Councilman Cooper's point.
Don't bring me.
I'm dragging it in, man.
All I'll say is the air conditioning cuts off in 5 minutes.
Oh, no, we got plenty of time. I did love your comment when you talked about we've got to try and turn off that spigot. And so, to me, I mean, and it's always funny you make that comment, and oh, hey, here's the diversion hub thing. And it's like that is the perfect segue, I think, into that. Whereas, how do you start trying to get that homeless population? Because in my mind, I mean, we kind of laughed. There was some people laughing, I guess, during the homeless presentation about, oh, well, if you have this many homeless, build this many residences, it's taken care of. And we all know that isn't true. There's always going to be some faction of homelessness out there. But how do we turn that spigot off so that we can see those declining populations versus building some place, sticking them in, closing the front door, going, hey, we fixed homelessness. We didn't fix homelessness. All we did was put a front door on it so that we don't have to see the homelessness. So I'm a lot more interested in the versus the physical aspects of it, of what we're doing on the outset to try and stem that tide. And I can tell you, Seattle is, I've never seen a place worse. It was just crazy, the amount of blue tarps. Everywhere you're driving through Seattle, if there's a highway easement, it's covered in blue tarps. And there's people living out there on the highway easement, I mean, all over the place. So,
Todd, the only point I'm making is Seattle was one of the cities they identified as effectively addressing.
You need to have a meeting with them and bring that up. I mean, we're not going to solve any of these problems here today.
All I'm saying is, I think the citizens, if we're going to look at this, would want to know the plans and what they can anticipate the results to be, is all I'm asking
for. Okay. All right. Any other final words? Final words. All right. Thank you all again so much for your dedication to this. Our agenda is complete, and this meeting is adjourned.